second, right? Combat in Ukraine against probably some of the most combat-hardened forces, that the Russians have had after Bakhmut, and everyone that survived, seen some pretty serious combat. As we like to say, after years and years of 20 years of war, reps matter, right? And the Wagner forces have a lot of experience that a lot of these young conscripted troops or National Guard forces who have never seen combat don't have. And so, just in terms of a force-to-force, makeup, that's what we're looking at. Never mind Russian propaganda that's been coming out, for months, over the last year, hyping up the Wagner capabilities, and the intended target audience was obviously the Ukrainians to scare them about what was coming, but the unintended target audience would also be the Russian military who saw the same reports. And so now you've got a year of that propaganda in their minds after some of the most hardened combat forces have turned and are now headed inside Russia. So we'll see where it goes.
So we do have just a bit more updates here. Let me just verify it briefly. In the meantime, I want to go to, actually, let me fix it for you, all source. But I do want to go to Von. Von, I would love to get your thoughts on the developments we're seeing so far, just a quick update. And then all source, right after Von, I want you to just give a recap of everything we know so far. It's been about an hour or two. We haven't given a recap. Von, go ahead. Von, are you there before the recap? All right, so while waiting for Von, all source, are you there?
I am here.
Also, can we get a recap on what we know so far?
Yeah, so quick summary of what the events of the last 24 hours that it seems pretty crazy that we're seeing right now is that so tensions between Wagner leaders Prigozhin and the Russian military Ministry of Defense leadership, specifically Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, and Gerasimov, the chairman of the Russian General Staff, have been increasing for a while now. Yesterday, Prigozhin claimed that the Russian military struck a Wagner camp in the Luhansk Oblast, and Prigozhin used that as an excuse to basically declare war on Gerasimov and Shoigu of the Russian Ministry of Defense. And I think it's important to highlight that video, a lot of people speculate that it was fake, that it was a false flag, that it did not happen. Regardless if it actually happened or not, if the Russian military actually struck Luhansk or if it was a false flag, Prigozhin absolutely used this to launch basically an armed rebellion, as the Russian state media has termed this, against the Russian military. And shortly after that, after a couple hours, we got reports of Wagner entered Rostov-na-Don, which is in southern Russia. Rostov-na-Don is significant because it is the headquarters of the Russian military Southern Military District, as well as the command center for all of Russia's military operations in Ukraine. And so when we later on, Wagner then managed, not only did they seize Rostov-na-Don, but then we saw a video of Prigozhin able to then enter the military headquarters of Russia's operation in Ukraine, where he was interrogating and questioning a couple of Russian general officers. Clearly, it looked like that was not a friendly conversation. Those Russian generals were, for all intents and purposes, prisoners of Prigozhin. And Prigozhin claimed unemphatically that if Gerasimov and Shoigu do not meet him, he will march to Moscow. We did see prior to that a couple of videos of Russian generals imploring Prigozhin to stop his actions, to go back, to deal things more civically, and to not use force to achieve his objective. Prigozhin completely ignored it. After that video came out, the Russian generals basically captured by Prigozhin. We saw Putin go on Russian state media, calling Wagner basically traitors, that Wagner stabbed Russia on the back, that this is an armed rebellion, and that they will be dealt with accordingly. Since then, what we've seen consistently, although is some fighting, but not as heavy as many people would suspect, 3 Russian helicopters were shot down, and then later on we also saw a report of a Russian communication plane, an IL-22 Mike M, got shot down. Since then, a Wagner convoy has been moving north from Rostov, seizing other cities and towns and operating freely across a couple of Russian oblasts up to Moscow. I think it's important to note and highlight, though, that we don't have an exact figure of how many Russian Wagner forces are doing these operations. It is very hard to tell. We see numbers thrown around to a couple of battalions. Maybe that's a couple thousand Wagner soldiers. But really, from the Russian side, it looks like a lot of the military is in Ukraine, unable to stop them. And more importantly, we're getting more and more reports of Russian military units switching sides and joining Wagner at this moment. Just recently, within the last 30 minutes, we got the first reports, and videos of Wagner entering the Moscow Oblast, which is the state, not Moscow City proper, but at least the Moscow Oblast, which is 2 hours from the
And
city.
we haven't been able to 100% verify this, but we're just getting
Correct.
increasing number of reports, and
Correct.
that news would not surprise us. Continue.
It would not surprise us. It matches everything else we've been seeing of things that have been geo-confirmed, and I think we'll continue to check if a lot of these videos have been geo-confirmed. And lastly, we got reports of Chechen forces. Kadyrov, the leader of the Chechnya, basically called Prigozhin a traitor, and he was going to deploy his forces against Wagner and Rosanov. We're getting a lot of videos of Chechen formations operating near Rosanov. Right now, we got an unconfirmed video of the claim that Wagner managed to capture a couple of Chechen fighters, but that claim of the video those captured, that what's unconfirmed is that the people that were captured by Wagner are Chechen fighters. But we do expect Kadyrov's forces and Chechen forces to imminently enter Rosanov at any moment now, and we'll see if a situation escalates to an armed conflict or Kadyrov is able to seize control of the city. Mario, I think unless I missed something, I think that I'm a good.
No, I think you've done a pretty good update. Again, I don't know if you mentioned, but we don't know if the President Putin is in his reports he fled Moscow, the Kremlin, and he's in St.
I
Petersburg.
think after that video, though, I think
verified.
it's also very important to highlight from the Russian media. I just remembered. Again, this is important to highlight. Russian media and Russian government officials speaking to the press have consistently said that what Wagner is doing is an insurrection.
Okay, so we have more update. Hold on.
Yep,
we have reports now. Just came in. You can check the news here. Okay, there's reports. We're trying to find the source according. So that report here, can you check it out? And I'll read that report just so everyone knows. Advanced detachments of the Wagner Group have been spotted in the Moscow region, according to the Moscow police. So I don't know who's reporting the Moscow police saying this. I'm just asking the team now. But apparently, the Moscow police is saying Wagner has been spotted in the Moscow region.
Yeah, and actually, Mark, from the group, there was a video posted of a Storm Z detachment, or basically bars. These are it's a formation that was formed by Russia. These are kind of like shock troopers for the Russian military. There's a video coming out of Storm Z troopers, the bars, switching allegiance to Prigozhin, saying that they're fighting on their side.
I'm just checking the source of the reports, but again, we have apparently reports from the Moscow police saying that this is what happens every time. We're talking about one location also. We're talking about Oblast, and now we have reports of them. I don't know if the police force, I said Moscow region. So I think they're talking about the city itself. And I think as they get to the city,
I've got unconfirmed high-ground reports stating that there are Wagner forces on the outskirts of Moscow city, not Oblast. So I can't verify them yet. I'm trying to, but there are some things that would suggest what you're saying is true. So I just wanted to chime in with that.
Very quickly, Kadyrov has just released a statement formally. It's quite a long statement, so I'm not going to read it all out, but I'll put it on the group in case all sorts you want to have a look at it and maybe read selected parts of it.
Von, are you there? If not, I'll rotate you down. So I'll give you a few seconds, Von, to respond. Yeah. Von, okay, so we're getting reports now that Piotr mentioned reports from his side. We also got reports from apparently the police, Moscow police, saying that members of Wagner have been spotted in the Moscow region, and Piotr said that they've been spotted on the outskirts of the city itself. If this is correct, and if in the next couple of hours they enter the city, would it now become, for the first time, can we say it's most likely that Putin will no longer be in power? When would you say that? When would you be able to say that? When they enter the Kremlin, when they enter the city, or you already think that's the case?
Honestly, it's difficult to say because they've made it this far largely unopposed. So that's concerning. Honestly, I don't understand why they made it they're unopposed, but like Putin does not look very good right now. So it's maybe like.
So would you say are you okay? So far,
who's
sorry.
Who's going to oppose him, Vaughn? That's the thing.
Wait. Sorry. I just need some clarification. I'm really sorry for jumping in, but I just need some clarification from this that you shared, Khaleesi. It sounds like from his comment, right? So Kadyrov is basically blasting Wagner. He's calling them traitors. Kadyrov, the leader of Chechnya, is saying, "I support Putin, the commander-in-chief, elected by the people. We have a military. We need to do everything." And Pyotr, I'll push it on right to you next. You know what, Pyotr? Why don't you go ahead, because I think you have an update that's more important. Go ahead, Pyotr.
Yeah, I
No,
just wanted to say that this generally strikes me as a blitzkrieg style attempt. I think the Wagner Group need to do it quickly, or they're going to run out of time to be able to take the city effectively, right?
So actually, sorry, but Pyotr, okay, just 1 second. Let me just go here. What I'm interested in this, and if anybody can, if we're going to look into this, but it looks like what Kadyrov is saying, and I'm just going to read this. Okay, soldiers of the Ministry of Defense and the Federal Guard Service of the Republic of Chechnya have already left for the zones of tensions. We will do everything to preserve the unity of Russia. Okay, I misread it. Okay, so no, never mind. He's basically. I thought he said he left Rostonov, that he's not going to confront, but no, it looks like this statement is that everything that we're tracking, that he's going to fight Wagner and try to suppress this rebellion. Sorry, Mario. There's nothing new, but thank you, Khaleesi, for sharing that.
So Vaughn is correct that this doesn't look good. There's the Third Motor Rifle Division in Bakhchar. Now I realize a large majority of that unit is in Ukraine, but there's still at least multiple battalions that are back. And then the convoy passed the 106 Guards Airborne Division in Tula, and there's also an elite division there. Again, there's a large part of those forces that are forward, but there's still guys in training. There's guys that are back on rotation. Nobody showed up out of either one of those, and these are division size units, like that when they're at home station. Nobody showed up out of either one of those entities to come out and stop the convoy moving forward. This is pretty impressive.
I do want to go to Jessica. Jessica, to have you on the panel, I think for the first time. How are you?
Hi, pleasure to be here.
Jessica, we're getting reports, and now multiple reports, of Wagner's forces being in Moscow Oblast and potentially on the outskirts of Moscow City. We're rarely getting reports of any clashes. Would love to get your thoughts on where we stand now in the coup.
Absolutely. Firstly, it's not a surprise that Wagner is seeing very little resistance on their way. Put yourselves in the shoes of your random Russian policeman, soldier at a checkpoint who hasn't been mobilized to Ukraine. They've spent the last 16 months hearing nothing but horror stories about the Wagner paramilitaries. These are seasoned killers, torturers, psychopaths. And now they're coming at you fresh from Ukraine, armed to the teeth, taking shit from no one. If I'm that policeman, if I'm that 20-year-old soldier on a checkpoint, am I going to try and fight them when I don't know if Moscow has my back? I have no idea what's going on and who to trust. Or do I maybe step aside out of the road, take a well timed bathroom break, and just let it pass me by and hide? So I think we're going to see a lot of this in the coming days. And if Prigozhin is still alive on Monday, then Putin has a serious problem.
So Jessica, can I ask you a question? Because I don't
Sorry,
know if
Colonel.
this is.
Can I just provide an update? I do, but while you do this, and then I'll push it on to you. On an IRGC Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the kind of the elite formation of the the Iranian military, they posted on their Telegram channel. And I said this to Xerxes, who's a regular speaker, has said this, is that the IRGC has declared its support for Putin and hints at getting involved. This is from the Telegram channel. Quote, if necessary, just as we prevented the fall of Assad, we will prevent the fall of Putin, end quote.
But do they have time? It seems to be a bit too late, no? Also?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah, so Jessica, the third and the 106 obviously didn't show up, and I agree with you why they wouldn't, but in Moscow, right, things are a little bit different, right? In Moscow, there's
Absolutely.
there's two tank battalions, or motor rifle battalion, and airborne division. Do you see them stepping up? Do you see the same thing happening?
Well, it'll depend on who's behind them and what the calculations are happening in the FSB and in the military right now. This is a power play, an internal power play, and yeah, first and foremost, as everyone needs to acknowledge, this is world history unfolding in real time. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And, as a German, I can't help but, think back of the parallels on the morning of November 9th, 1989. If you had said that Trabis and East Germans are going to be pouring through the Berlin Wall tonight, people would have said you're crazy. But sure enough, that's what happened, and the world changed in a day. So we are living through one of those weekends right now, and nobody knows what the outcome is going to be. Not in an hour and not in a week. Not in the business of making predictions, but what my sense is, just as somebody who has followed a lot of dictatorships over the years, people are going to be looking to save their skin. They're going to be placing bets on who to back. And on the one hand, you could have been saying yesterday that, oh, maybe Putin is pulling strings here and trying to position Shoigu to be a fall guy, and blame everything on him and then emerge from the war unscathed. But that theory, as of this morning, and Putin's own statements, that theory seemed to fly out the window. Now, I've heard chatter from Russian colleagues, and in exile, who have put forward, that this is perhaps coming from the FSB side, and putting Putin forward as a fall guy for the international community, and saying, "Hey, if we can get rid of Putin for you, can you let the rest of us get through this, and somehow have a piece of the Kremlin survive?" So there is a lot of power play going on right now, but Moscow certainly is in a much better position to protect itself. And I don't think Prigozhin's play is to say, "I'm going to make a frontal assault on Moscow, and watch the city fall." No, he's positioning himself to come into the conflict with as much backing from within, so that the orders to attack perhaps don't materialize at key points. But as I said, this is all conjecture at this point, and people in the Kremlin right now don't even know what's happening. So we here certainly also don't.
Jessica, can I ask you a quick question? I put it
Yeah.
towards Malcolm, and others earlier, but one of my biggest
Oh, hi, Malcolm.
one of my biggest concerns with this is, where does the West stand on this? NATO, the United States, right? They're retaining a degree of calmness and mutedness because I don't think they want to exacerbate the situation. But my biggest concern is, surely we would prefer, and I use that word obviously loosely, Putin to remain in power because at least we know how he operates more than Shoigu, right? Prigozhin, right? So if we get Prigozhin in, suddenly he's a statesman. We have no idea. I know this is a large degree of conjecture, but sort of surely there's going to be a bit of game theory going on, some different scenario planning being done by members of the White House, the DoD, and so on, because it's the rapidity of which this has developed is quite scary. And one has to wonder what this means for sort of nuclear doctrine and all that. So just any thoughts you had on that?
Some unknown convoy seen in Moscow Oblast. So we saw a convoy. War Monitor just posted that. We just don't know if it is a Wagner convoy, but we've heard reports that there's a Wagner convoy in Moscow Oblast. So we could say that this confirms that Wagner. We could speculate that this confirms Wagner is in Moscow Oblast, not Moscow City, at least not yet. But go ahead, Jessica, and just again, I think before Jessica answers the question, like we have to all understand that it wouldn't be too surprising, and I can't believe I'm saying this, if the Kremlin falls in the next few hours. I woke up this morning not even thinking about Ukraine and Russia. Obviously, it's been like whatever 30 hours or so.
Wait a minute, you woke up? I think you've been awake the whole time.
Now I'm talking about a day and a half ago. But I'm just saying that now we're talking about the Kremlin potentially falling in the next couple of hours. Just this is a realistic expectation that we could now discuss that we were not discussing earlier. But Jessica, I'll let you answer Piotr's question and maybe comment on what I just stated as well.
Yes. So firstly, to the question of the Western reaction, well, Western capitals are absolutely right to be staying quiet right now. We don't need to be noisy. The Russians are making enough noise for themselves. And go ahead.
No, actually, we can use this mic.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
how should I put this? I mean, it's not a binary choice between Putin and Prigozhin, and even if it were, we're talking about choosing between the devil and his demon. So this, it's we have a problem with Russia no matter what. I think first and foremost, on a strategic level, this instability is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for leverage, because right now, both Prigozhin and Putin's camps will want and need things from the West if they want to somehow cling to, or rather gain power. So they are both in a position of needing things from the international community, whether that's China or whether that's NATO. Secondly, this is good for Ukraine. This is very good for the counteroffensive. The Ukrainians right now also, they're not rushing into anything. They're not taking anything for granted. But this instability and this breakdown of morale, of cohesion, of communication, and of trust from the frontline soldier in the trenches to the very highest levels of command, this is good for Ukraine. Now, from the Biden White House in particular, we have not seen a great deal of courage or proactive pressure against Russia in the past months. So I wouldn't anticipate.
Jessica, actually, I have some breaking news. Sorry for
Yeah,
interrupting. I
no,
just have
please
some
go
news,
ahead.
and I want actually I want your comment on this. I think it's coming from Turkish media, if I'm not mistaken. But and I got this
Did
shared by
Lukashenko arrive?
Go ahead. Sorry, also.
Yeah, so it's Putin had a phone call with both the leader of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, the president of both countries. He just had a phone call with them. And so, Jessica, I would like your opinion on, where do you think, how do you think the Central Asian countries, the stands, are basically viewing the current situation with Putin regarding this new information that's come out?
And we've seen, just to kind of say, Belarus was pretty vocal in supporting Putin. Um, Kazakhstan was more distant, calling this a domestic issue. And I can't remember, I think it was Turkey, I can't remember the country that said this. We support the rule of law instead of saying we support Putin's administration. So I'm not sure if I'm looking into this too much. Jessica, you're muted. I'll let you unmute and respond. Jessica, you got to unmute bottom left corner. Otherwise, we'll go to Patrick.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So it's not a secret that Kazakhstan in particular has been very icy to Russia throughout the special military operation. And it's no surprise that they are not supporting Putin today. I think earlier today it was also already reported that the Kazakhs and Belarus and let me see who was also, yeah, it was Kazakhstan, Belarus, and the Collective Security Treaty Organization basically refused to support Putin outright. That was already this morning. So you're not going to see the former Soviet republics in Central Asia come out swinging for Russia. On the contrary, they have not been supporting them directly in this war. They've helped Russia avoid sanctions. They have their economic and business ties. But at the end of the day, they are not going to put their chips on a losing ship that has also been extraordinarily disrespectful of their own uh, governments and interests, quite frankly, over the last 20 years. There is a long colonial history there as well as deep grudges since the
But
breakdown of the Soviet Union.
Jessica.
Yeah, go ahead.
Essentially, what you're saying is that Putin we can almost say he has no friends left based on what you're saying, based on what we're seeing.
Absolutely.
And we can
he has
say,
no
Jessica,
friends left unless, I mean, people want to back a winner. They're in it for themselves.
So then Putin is now officially pushed into a corner as far as he can be pushed. We've had analysts say that this is the time to worry of the potential use of tactical nukes. Is that a worry that should now be considered more than ever?
No. Let's just play the scenario out.
Please.
What does Putin gain by using a tactical nuke tomorrow? How does it strengthen his position in any way? It doesn't. No, this fear mongering about the nuclear threat from Russia has been exaggerated from the beginning, has been used very very well by Russia to frighten Western politicians, media, and public alike. But at the end of the day, it's as just an empty threat today as it was last year. He does not gain a benefit on the battlefield by deploying a tactical nuke, and he does not nuke his way out of this crisis either.
So I do want to go to Alex to follow up on those comments. We're looking for more reports, and we are seeing more videos and reports that Wagner's forces are in Moscow, let's just say Moscow region or Moscow Oblast. We don't have any reports of them being in Moscow city. We also have a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Key points: the adventuristic aspirations of the conspirators are aimed at destabilizing Russia. The rebellion plays into the hands of the external enemies of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation will continue its sovereign course to ensure its security, protect its values, strengthen its authority in the international arena. The attempted armed rebellion is strongly opposed by Russian society, which strongly supports Putin. All goals and objectives of the special military operation will be fulfilled. So it just shows that they're showing perseverance in the war in Ukraine. The Russian foreign, and they're still calling it a special military operation. The Russian Foreign Ministry warns the West against any hints about the possible use of the domestic situation in Russia to achieve Russophobic goals. The Russian Federation is fully aware of the Allies' understanding of Moscow's position to ensure its security. That came out about 8 minutes ago. So that's the latest updates. I don't have anything else. Not sure also if you have any other updates. We did see the mines in St. Petersburg in the museum also. So have you checked that out? Is it worth mentioning?
Yeah, I mean, it's just breaking. That's the claim that's why. But we did see roadblocks being established in St. Petersburg. But I just think that we have to be very. This is kind of the situations like this, it's like a fire hose, and then all these events going on, and then we necessarily tie everything or try to make everything connected, or we vouch that it's true. I think we just need to wait a little bit until more situation develops to see if this is an isolated event, if it's false reporting, or it's part of a pattern that we're seeing overall. But I did see the reports of mines apparently in one of the St. Petersburg Museum. We see reports of roadblocks there. If you're Putin and your fallback is St. Petersburg, I don't know if that's a safe bet right now.
We did have reports. We don't talk about it much, but we did have reports that Putin did try to go to Kazakhstan, was turned away. No confirmation. Not many reports of this. Not many sources. And yeah, but we've had more reports, and we've seen planes of Putin's plane heading towards St. Petersburg, and we also saw the Russian government-funded news outlet mentioned that Putin is heading to St. Petersburg, but then not long after, Putin's Secretary of State said that this is not the case, and that was hours ago. I would not be surprised if Putin's in St. Petersburg. If anything, I'd be surprised if he's not in St. Petersburg. I want to go to Austin, and then we'll go to Tandar. Go ahead, Austin.
So I just kind of want to echo some of the comments that Jessica was making. First and foremost, even if sort of Putin is seemingly sort of backed into a corner on this, I don't expect this to escalate in a nuclear sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what we're looking at is the threat inside of Russia itself. The use of any sort of weapon of mass destruction on your own territory would pose sort of a critical blow to the legitimacy of the Russian government, because there's no way to prevent sort of collateral damage in an instance like that. If you're using nukes on your own territory, that's a massive sign of weakness, that you don't have the forces capable of patrolling your own area. Secondarily, I want to comment a bit on what we've seen messaging wise from the Turkish government. This actually surprises me even less, so to speak. I mean, we all remember the attempted Turkish coup d'etat in 2016. So the idea that Erdogan himself is sort of coming out and being, hey guys, I'm anti-coup, that's very much in line with recent Turkish history there.
I appreciate that update. I do want to go to Tandar. Go ahead, Tandar.
Yeah, I want to also pick up from what Jessica said. As a German myself, I can vividly remember also when the Berlin Wall fell. I was actually very young, but I still asked my mother what's going on, and she said it was Wunderbares, so in German, something wonderful. And I still remember that words. Afterwards, I learned, of course, as we most know, that Putin was also part of that. He was in Dresden, and I think this also gives another trajectory when we talk about what he's doing right now. Because he was in Dresden, and he was actually on the other side of the fence. He was left alone. He was waiting in his KGB headquarters for orders. Nobody in Moscow was responding to his calls. And what happens right now is exactly the opposite. Now he is the one who is not returning any calls. And I think that plays very much into his psyche when it comes to decision making, because I believe that is now for him a PTSD moment where he has to
Tender, I'm
think
sorry.
and relook.
Tender. Sorry to just break in. I'm so sorry. I want to provide some. So I think this is important. This is information valid. I don't know, Omar, if you brought this up, but Tender, if you want to answer this. So this is coming from Medvedev, the former Russian prime minister and president, also very close to Putin personally. He said, "quote," and this is coming from RIA, the Russian state media. The development of events show that the actions of the persons who organized the military rebellion fully fit into the scheme of a staged coup d'etat. I'm going to say that again. Medvedev, who is tied to, he was still in the Putin administration, he was a former president and prime minister of Russia, is claiming what Wagner is doing is, and this is the quote, fully fit into the scheme of a staged coup d'etat. Go ahead, Tender, if you want to answer.
Sorry, say that again. Are you talking about Medvedev's comments, are you?
Right, correct. That he's referring this as a coup d'etat.
Yeah. And again, he calls it a current military mutiny. And he also says this current armed rebellion is well thought out and planned operation, the purpose of which is to seize power in the country. And that kind of goes to comments of David that we had on stage earlier. It's just hard to still say this is all staged. But sorry, who was speaking? You were going to all source? No, let me choose someone.
If Tender wanted to, I just cut off Tender, so if you wanted to.
Yeah, Tender, go ahead. Let you finish off, and then we'll go to Colonel.
I was almost finished. Like I said, Putin was already in this situation, only on the other side of the fence, and now he's the one not returning the calls. But I still believe that this pretty much also bothers him, and that will also make a mark on him when he's now facing Prigozhin, because I think Prigozhin is a very strong man, and I think he's now breaking apart Putin in his mental state. I think he's not really really to sorry 33 hours. I think he's still not very stable, and I think that plays also a big toll on his decision-making process.
Sorry, just bring you up Suleiman to co-host. Alex, go ahead. And also, if there's any new updates, just please jump in, interrupt us, and let us know.
Yeah, I'd like to hop on just a couple of things that Jessica said, and also let's just separate, fact from projection and speculation, right? So there's some reports indicating that there are Wagner forces in the Moscow Oblast, right? How many forces that is and what that actually means is kind of unknown. But what we talked about earlier was the fact that Prigozhin's going to need support. He's going to need to be resupplied. There's only 50,000 troops. It's about speed and seizing the initiative, right, to sort of take control if that's exactly what is going to happen. So I'm going to drop in the chat section. There's a wonderful institution called the Open Minds Institute that does public opinion polling, and there were some assertions earlier that there's no support for Wagner or for Prigozhin. It's actually not true. The opinion polling indicates that it's sort of split within Moscow, in Russia in general, that there is in fact some support that Wagner and Prigozhin does enjoy when it comes to this context. So that's one piece. Second, Russia's a country of about 150 million, right? If the projections for casualties are true, say 100,000, right, which is what's been stated, in the open press, even only half of that is true, right? The United States lost about 8,000 troops combined between Iraq and Afghanistan over 20 years. Now, granted, there's a different cultural lens because we're more casualty averse after the Gulf War. You're talking about a country that's less than half the size of the United States, sustaining 50 to 100,000 casualties in less than 18 months. You can't hide the bodies for that long, even with all the propaganda for what's going on. Moms and people at home are realizing that's the case. The troops who are fighting in Ukraine are seeing what's true and what's not related to the propaganda. Putin has refused to visit the front lines. You never see him around armed troops. And troops that are withdrawing, we've seen indications that they're being shot and that they're using force to keep them from retreating. That is not exactly the military atmosphere that suggests that there is widespread support in the Russian military for what's going on in Ukraine, or for that matter, potentially switching sides in the event that something like this happens. So in terms of fact on the ground, is there a potential that the Russian military aspects of it could end up switching sides? The conditions on the ground suggest that is absolutely possible.
All right, so let me just mention more updates. Gherkin just posted the following and just kind of confirming what we've been saying for a while. And again, when we get reports of something constantly, it just means that it's happened a while ago. And we got the first report about an hour and a half ago now, maybe even 2 hours. So an hour and a half ago, 2 hours, we got reports that Wagner forces entered Moscow Oblast, which is the region. That means they were 2 hours away from the city. And now it's just confirmed again, Gherkin. Eyewitness reports that the columns of the rebellious Wagnerites, or Wagner, entered the Moscow region and have already passed the village of Barabanovo, Kashira. The Moscow is 2 hours away. Ahead is the Oka River, the last major hurdle. Again, that was posted, I don't know when exactly, let me check the link. And just to as I'm checking the link before anyone jumps in, 6:58, 7:11. So it was posted 20 minutes ago, and we've heard the first report at least an hour and a bit before that. So I would say we're about half an hour away from Moscow City, assuming those reports are correct, those unconfirmed reports. I do want to go to
Mario,
Colonel.
I do want to share something that so we do have the first geoconfirmed image of the first Kadyrov forces have arrived in Rostov-on-Don, about 300 meters east of the Southern Military District headquarters. That was geoconfirmed. The original video was posted, it looks like around 50 minutes ago. And so far, there's been no reports of, I have not heard any shooting or fighting between Wagner and Kadyrov forces in Rostov as of right now.
You have not shooting, sorry, which forces?
Between the Chechens and Wagner. So it looks like the Chechens, at least in like a small element of like an advanced party, has made it to, which could explain the people that were detained by Wagner earlier. Right, we saw that there was Wagner claimed that the detained people. It looks like there was an advanced party who did enter the Rostov-on-Don, and they were about 300 meters away from the Southern Military District headquarters. So now that the 300 meter distance from the military headquarters has just been geoconfirmed for the video posted earlier. So at least advanced. So this could be an advanced party. That's what's been. It looks like it's suspected of Chechens in Rostov-on-Don to confront Wagner. We have not seen any reports of shootings. The only thing we saw was Wagner appears to have detained what is being reported as Chechens that might match that image.
And just as I was saying,
yep.
Just as I was saying, that they've arrived. You know how we said just a couple of minutes ago, report that the next hurdle is the Oka River, and there's just another report here from Amir Tsarfati, and again, all these are unconfirmed because things are moving so fast, but they just all correlate. Wagner forces arrived at Oka River near Barbanovo and have entered the Moscow region. So that was apparently the last hurdle that now they're saying they've entered. So we also have, Danish, thanks a lot for this. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that he spoke with the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and G7 foreign ministers about the fast developing situation in Russia. Quote, the US will stay in close coordination with allies and partners as the situation continues to develop. So another statement that means nothing just came out. Putin signed a law establishing September 3 as the day of victory over militaristic Japan and the end of World War II. Khaleesi, I'm not sure if you just shared this. Is Khaleesi on stage? No. Yeah, I'm not sure why Khaleesi mentioned this. But unless also you've got more context on this. Otherwise, I'll go to Colonel.
Go to Colonel.
Colonel.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the nuclear weapons, right, and the tactical nuclear weapons. So even if there was an idea of using them, right, the chain of custody for the weapon is actually pretty significant, right? You've got to get a commander to actually order his logistics officer and a logistics supply team to actually pull a weapon out of supply. It's got to either go out to an airplane and have the airplane, crew chief agree to actually put it on there, or if it's going to go to land, it's got to actually go into it, an artillery battery. And then from there, you actually have to get a pilot to.
Can I just you do have a TV in the background. It's a bit. We can understand what you're saying,
yeah, okay.
But just if you can move away,
let me
shut
it down. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And then obviously from there, you've got to find a pilot that's willing to fly that weapon and use it in combat. And I would tell you right now, I think that's probably going to be your biggest challenge. On top of that, once the pilot's flying it, he has to get an order from above to actually release it. So there's a lot of moving pieces happening there. I did have a question for Jessica real quick, right? So Jessica, you're in Germany. I'm a guy in Austria doing, security analysis. And I would tell you that I think the Austrians are kind of, their jaws are kind of on the floor. They did not see this coming. And I'm wondering if you're seeing the same thing in Germany.
Pretty much, yes. And with the Austrians, I mean, they're even been more closely in bed with Russia than the German political establishment over the years. But of course, as a smaller player, that maybe gets less international headlines.
Jessica, I'll give you the mic right back. Let me just mention just important developments. The Ukrainian forces have just said that they've regained control of positions. This is so fast moving. This is mind boggling. They've regained control of positions that had been occupied since 2014. southeast of Donetsk. That's according to the Ukrainian forces. Also, CNN citing sources said the Biden administration, unsurprisingly, held emergency meetings to assess events in Russia that surprised U.S. officials. Again, that surprised U.S. officials. According to various sources, U.S. and European intelligence officials did not expect Prigozhin to move to storm Rostov. And we're way past Rostov now. We're talking about the Kremlin. Okay, so we have acting head of the LPR, Mr. Pasechnik. Do you know who that is, also? Can you give us a bit of context?
Yeah, he's the leader of the LPR. Very, very pro-Russian, very heavily involved since 2014 in Russia's campaign.
How powerful?
I mean, he's not as influential as like senior figures within the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Okay, so I urge the Russians not to follow criminal orders and not to take the path of rebellion. Quote, order and unity of command, unity of the front and rear, solidarity around the president, Putin, our supreme commander-in-chief, is the key to our common victory. I urge everyone who's pushed onto the path of rebellion not to carry out criminal orders, not to commit crimes against the people of Russia. He wrote that in his Telegram channel. We also have Lukashenko held 2 meetings against the backdrop of events in Russia with the leadership of the power bloc and the military. The press secretary of the Belarusian president told RIA Novosti. And we have, according to Flash News, this is unconfirmed, Prigozhin has enlisted support of Surovikin and is transferring groups of mercenaries from Syria to Russia. We've seen those reports constantly reported, debunked. That's according to Russian media now. There's currently no official confirmation of the information. It's also reported that the leader of the Wagner PMC and the commander of the Air Force, Colonel General Teplinsky, are on the side. Again, that's all unconfirmed. This one, unlike the previous pieces of news. I do want to go back to the most important thing I just read. Ukrainian forces have said they've regained territory south of Donetsk. That's been occupied since 2014. So I apologize for interrupting you, Jessica. I'll give you the mic back. But we'll interrupt you again if there's more developments. I do apologize.
No, absolutely no need to apologize. I am looking for the breaking news updates as much as anyone else here. Quickly to the news you just shared. Let's remember, for the Russian regular army right now, what we're not hearing are valiant calls to arms for these guys to stand up and kick Wagner's ass. That's very much what I'm not hearing. These pleading, oh, please don't engage in any sort of terroristic or treasonous activity. This sounds pretty desperate to my ears. And again, I think what we're going to see a lot of is simply regular Russian forces who are not willing to maybe join Wagner, but who also aren't willing to stand in their way. And by simply stepping aside or hiding, that will already be playing into Wagner's hands. So watch that space. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of this uncertainty, broken morale, broken lines of communication and trust up and down the Russian front lines. This is only going to keep giving Ukraine opportunities. And they're smart, as we know very well. They are not going to overplay this, but when they see a weakness in the line, they're going to exploit it. So we can hopefully expect more good news there in the coming hours and days. But back to the Colonel's question. So, yes, absolutely. Political Germany, Berlin here is caught by surprise, like everyone. But I think, in contrast to Austria, as Tendar and I also mentioned earlier, as Germans, we do have this this very recent memory of the world changing and the country turning and dictators toppling literally overnight in our case. So this is something in the living memory of Germans. I was also just a little kid when the wall came down, but I still remember it. It's actually my first political memory. And this is really also, I think, going to add wind into the sails of the stronger Ukraine allies within the German government and within parliament. This is basically showing that those of us who stood with Ukraine from the beginning and called for a stronger line against Russia were right. It also encourages Scholz and his crew that as they've been coming more strongly for Ukraine, that's a positive development, and it is a huge slap in the face to the Vatniks and the Russia apologists and the Russian collaborators in this country. So this is also, even though folks are surprised and still getting their bearings, this will be, I think, a positive push in Germany's support for Ukraine. But also, we have to point out that the nuclear threat that I obviously earlier said, I think is completely unfounded and or I should say, overestimated and
So
exaggerated.
we do have new updates. Sorry,
Yep, go on.
but do apologize, Jessica. So now we've got dozens reports and video of dozens. Thank you, Khaleesi, for sharing. Dozens of militiamen landed near the bridge over the Oka River near Serpukhov. So Serpukhov is less than 2 hours away from Moscow City. We don't know when this exactly happened, but again, just fits the various reports we're getting that Wagner's forces are in Moscow Oblast. We had reports that they're in Moscow City, or they've been seen near the Moscow and the borders. I think Piotr mentioned the outskirts of Moscow City, but we have not had. We personally didn't receive any reports of that other than Piotr's comments and sources. So just an important update there. I do want to go to Russian bridges in Paraguay. So Bracken, Mr. Ruski, first time on stage. We'd love to get your thoughts on what we're seeing so far, and the rapid, the speed in which things are evolving and escalating.
Hi, Mario. Was that to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, hi. So I was listening to you guys last night. The discussion about Rostov, and then all of a sudden Smolensk was mentioned. Then activity in Kursk, and obviously Voronezh, to the kind of northeast of Ukraine, where Prigozhin was kind of going through or heading towards Moscow, and it made me think of the many people don't know there's 4 nuclear power plants in these areas, in Smolensk, in Kursk, in Voronezh, and in Rostov, and we're talking about who's going to have control of Russia's nuclear weapons, or who could potentially get control of those, and how that could potentially escalate. But we've got these nuclear power plants that we've seen, with Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine, has been a real challenge for Ukraine to try and recapture or regain control of that.
I think it's just dropped. Austin, I'm going to ask you the same question. Just get your thoughts on the rapid development of everything we're seeing.
Hey, Mario, I'm going to bed in a minute. Can I just say a final thing?
Yeah, of course, Kim.
Yeah.
Of course. And just hats off to you, Kim. You've been with us since the early stages.
Yeah,
So I don't know how you're still awake.
I'm getting a bit tired with the NATO fan club on the stage. So let me just give everyone a thought that I want to leave you with. Let's just assume for a moment that Prigozhin is successful with taking Moscow. Do you really think that Putin will hand over Russia to a group of mercenaries that may have sold themselves to a higher bidder? I don't think so. I think you should seriously consider the scenario that this turns into the end of the world, and not sit here and try and celebrate, that this is happening, because this may backfire big time. And I wish everyone a really good time with the rest of the space.
Not the end of the world, but maybe the end of careers of
Kim,
Russia apologists.
Kim, I'm coming to your place, by the way, Kim. As soon if this escalates, I'm going to your little little hideout in New Zealand.
Enough time. You may not even be able to board a plane.
So, why, Kim? What would you say that? What would you say? So, are you worried about the nuclear arms?
Well, Putin has made it very clear in one of his speeches that a world without Russia is not a world worth existing. And if you think that he's going to hand Russia over to a group of convict mercenaries who may have sold themselves to the US, then you are mistaken. He is not going to just step down peacefully and hand the country over to criminals. So this is really an end of the world scenario.
Kim, I want to explore this scenario a bit further. I'm glad you brought it up. What could he do?
Well, he has
in a situation like this,
he has the power single-handedly to activate the launch codes and send all of the nuclear arsenal of Russia to all the enemy states that he considers part of this aggression. You know that the what was the word? You know, everyone says it was an unprovoked war. Everyone who's really spent some time with it knows that this was very much a provoked war by the United States. So he's going to, unleash his nuclear arsenal against all of his enemies, and that includes Europe, that includes the United States. If you think this is good news, that this guy Prigozhin may be able to take over power, then you are completely mistaken.
Appreciate the update, Kim, and Jessica. Before you
Mario,
jump in,
I want to share some.
I'd like to address
so
that as well.
Go ahead, Osos. Go ahead, Osos.
We're getting pictures of the Moscow River bridges across the Moscow River are being disconnected, and this is likely an attempt by the Russian authorities to halt Wagner's advance into Moscow city proper.
Hold on. Medvedev just said 1 minute ago the whole world will be on the brink of a catastrophe if Russian nuclear weapons fall into the hands of bandits. So as Kim was speaking, Medvedev said he described the current armed rebellion as a well thought out, well planned operation, but he also said the whole world will be on the brink of catastrophe if Russian nuclear weapons fall into the hands of bandits. Now, the fear mongering around nuclear weapons is something that a lot of people push back on, and rightly so. Every time I do a tweet talking about like the movement of nuclear weapons to Belarus, or the narrative by Medvedev, Putin, and others on when they would use nuclear weapons, and how they're constantly being pushed, rightly or wrongly, just stating facts, is a point of concern. Well, we've crossed this a very long time ago, and where we're at now, I just refuse not to discuss the nuclear threat that we face, and I don't think we've come even close. People were saying days, weeks, months ago that this is the closest we've gotten, including many officials, the closest we've been to a nuclear armed conflict since the last Cold War. Well, where are we now?
But I mean, Mario, what I would say is, I think it's important to highlight that this isn't the first time that during the Soviet Union time we saw this happen already in the past in Russia, right? When the Soviet Union dissolved and became the Russian Federation. Not only that, a lot of the significant Soviet arsenal of nuclear weapons were in Belarus, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan, and then an agreement was to ship them all back to the Russian Federation. That's the whole Budapest Memorandum. But this isn't the first time. Russia has suffered intense periods of internal instability, not only with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, but also the failed coup of August of 1991 during the Soviet Union, and then what was it, 1993, 1994 against the Russian, quote, White House, which is basically their State Duma, when Congress and Yeltsin basically got into the dispute of who had powers and authority, and Yeltsin came on top. So again, I want to just be very clear. Of course, Russia is going to push heavily now. Of Russian figures and government officials are going to heavily push this notion of nuclear weapons heavily all the time, because they want to instill fear so people automatically back Putin. But this is a Russian problem. This is internal to Russia. This is Russia. Putin created Wagner. Let's be clear. The Russian state created Wagner. They created this monster that is now challenging the Putin regime. They created this Frankenstein. This is an internal problem of Russia. So this whole idea that we always talked about, Putin plays 4D chess and blah blah blah. Well, you created this, and this guy's going after you, and now he's in the doorsteps of Moscow, and you have nothing to stop him.
Also,
this is on you, Russia.
quick
Period.
question.
Yeah, and
Sorry, I
also,
only had
this
the-
isn't a 007 movie where some lunatic tries to take control and blow up the entire world like people like to think. I think
Exactly.
it's really dangerous the
Yeah.
way they spread these these
Exactly,
conspiracies.
I agree.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think Kim just jumped off, unfortunately, because I wanted to push back on two very specific points he tried to make. Number one, exactly, this is not some evil Bond movie where Putin can just push the red button, cackle, and blow up the world. As one of the earlier speakers said, and as also a colleague of mine who's literally been working on Russian nuclear observation for the last 25 years said, there is a long chain of command and logistics to deploy a nuclear weapon. So even if Putin wanted to do it, it would require every link in that chain of command to be on his side and to follow through. And that is not a given. And the second sort of fear mongering point that Kim was making, that Putin is not just going to let Prigozhin into Moscow, he's not just going to let him seize power. Well, no, of course not. He's fighting back. He's trying to save his hide. The point is not whether or not Putin lets him do it. The point is, will he win or lose? And will enough people come down on his side to help him fight off the threat from Prigozhin? But it's not a question of Putin, the all-powerful, deciding whether or not he lets Prigozhin live or not. He is running scared. If you've seen his body language in his usual speeches about the war, about NATO, about his usual boogeymen that he likes to rant about, his body language, his presentation in his comments this morning were totally different. The man is scared, and he does not know what's going to happen, and he does not know who to trust. And in those conditions, he's going to be making mistakes. So this is not a situation where we need to worry that
Actually,
Putin
let
is
me
going to
just read
destroy
some
the world.
breaking news. Sorry, I just want to read some breaking news because I also saw this break on BBC and all that. So, and this is just straight from the mayor of Moscow, right? He said this, and I'm just going to read it all for everybody. Dear citizens, a counter-terrorist operation has been declared in Moscow. The situation is complicated. In order to minimize the risk, I have decided as part of the operational headquarters to declare Monday a non-working day, so a couple days from now, with the exception of the authorities and enterprises of the continuous cycle, the defense and industrial complex, and the city service. Please refrain from traveling around the city as much as possible. Traffic closures in individual neighborhoods and on individual roads are possible. Inform the 112, which I assume is their 911, in good time about abnormal situations and incidents. The city services are in heightened alert. That's the statement from the mayor of Moscow right now.
Well, that's one way to try to get civilians off the battlefield. And more than anything else, I think Jessica's right. And let's point out a couple things because we have to be honest here. The same people that are pushing these conspiracy theories spent last weekend trying to convince everyone that National Guard annual training movements was somehow the United States preparing for some war. Like, we're still waiting for that to happen. I mean, this is not serious adult analysis.
And Obama was
just a question
creating
on that,
FEMA
to
camps
push
to
back.
imprison
Let me
Americans.
just push back
It's
because
constant.
I mean, the question on that, what I've been hearing for a year, maybe longer, is from pro-Ukrainians that essentially Putin is a risk, or Putin is a risk because he can use a nuclear code at any time, and now or Russia can use it at any time, and now we're saying that this is highly improbable. That's fine, but I just want to highlight that that's happening. The second point is a more important point. It depends on who's. This is just my opinion. It depends on who's behind it. If this is Prigozhin being rogue, then that is of concern because you basically got a rogue bandit who are extremely right, who believe that Putin has not been aggressive enough in the war and and Russia should be a lot more aggressive to Ukraine. They don't agree with Putin's comment that basically Ukrainians are Slavic people, and there has been a number of instances in the war where Putin has held back. So if this guy takes over, Ukraine should be more concerned because this guy's going to go full in. But if it's the case that basically NATO or America behind it, then yeah, then there's less concern.
So just a bit of an update here from Fitux. Security measures are being strengthened at a number of entrances to Moscow. I know we've been hearing this for hours now, but we're seeing more videos. And this one, a checkpoint with a grenade launcher and an armored personnel carrier has been set up. Essentially, every single video of these checkpoints has literally barely anything. This one has a machine gun, 2 personnel. I don't see the armored vehicle. I see the armored personnel carrier. The crazy thing is that we're not seeing the Russian Air Force, and we're not seeing any significant equipment whatsoever on any of the checkpoints that we've seen so far, or any of the videos of military movement in Moscow. Unless someone has those videos, I haven't seen anything. Elijah, I want to ask you the question. Good to have you for the first time on stage. Where is the military? Where is the National Guard? There just seems no way that Wagner will be stopped based on what we're seeing right now, unless something changes and changes fast, especially relating to the Air Force that can act the fastest.
Yeah, well, I think that's good evidence that Western media has a huge misconception on what's actually going on. I mean, the amount of people probably that are pro-Ukraine, pro-Ragnar group that, fell for the lies about the vaccine preventing transmission, or even fell for Ghost of Kiev, Snake Island. I mean, it's been misinformation about this war, disinformation. I know Malcolm Nance was in here earlier as well, and he's famously was in Ukraine and was telling everyone to stand by and put on some show about bombings and cruise missiles, and thank him for his service. But the Western media has been disingenuous, especially even with the deplatforming of Russian media. It's our own fault, right, with the banning of so many different Russian platforms on.
Just a question. Sorry to interrupt. We are getting more footage. I'll be mentioning that shortly. But Elijah, the question is, I want to ask a question again. But just on the reports of the limited forces protecting Moscow from the advancement of Wagner. I would love to get your thoughts on that. Is that catching you by surprise?
No, no, it's really not, because the way that Putin goes with negotiations. I mean, we're heading on 24 hours, so he's probably got a 48-hour maximum. But not only with the speed the Wagner Group is moving would mean that there's probably not a huge amount of time to mobilize troops, but you got to realize a lot of the Russian military is already mobilized, fighting in Ukraine. So this is going to be a complication. But this also just shows that probably the intent of Putin is not to wage an intense ground battle with armored divisions and artillery that's going to destroy the capital here. I mean, if he has any sort of plan, then it may be, yeah, through the air force, through bombing the convoy, or perhaps there's something else here. I'm trying to say, like, genuinely, that we're not seeing, and clearly Putin's not trying to engage in a ground battle using checkpoints and having shellings inside of the city. I mean, that would be an ultimate defeat for him if you're going to see Moscow being leveled or razed to the ground like you've seen in eastern Ukraine. I mean, it's just not going to help him in any way.
Colonel, I'd love to get your thoughts on that same analysis on where that resistance is. Where is that support? Where is that Air Force? Where is the National Guard? Where are the tanks? I haven't seen one tank yet. I know there is, but I haven't seen any tank on the checkpoints yet. I'm sure there is, but where the fuck are they? Colonel?
Yeah, to be fair, again, it's going to take, the U.S. is on a 72-hour ATO cycle, air tasking order cycle. To think that pilots can just walk out to jets and they're going to be armed with the right assets and be able to go fly missions immediately, and that the pilots don't need crew rest, I think is a false narrative. I would also say that, because someone DM me is like, well, what about the airplanes that are sitting on alert? I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but the alert airplanes were defined days ago for what they were supposed to do. Those alert airplanes most likely were configured to do air-to-air assets because they were intended to actually go into Ukraine. A day ago, as Mario Nevros said, hey, I woke up this day and it's completely different than what I imagined. So alert airplanes are sitting with AA-10s, AA-11s, AA-12s, all these air-to-air assets because they were expecting to go against, MiG-29s and Su-27s of Ukraine. They weren't expected to do air-to-ground stuff in their own country. So dropping all the weapons off there, putting up new weapons, all this takes a lot of time, right? And the one thing I agree with the previous speaker is once once Wagner's in the city, you're not going to bomb them, right? Because if you miss and you hit your own people, it's really gonna go bad for you, right? And the only the most loyal force structure that exists in Russia right now, as Wagner moves towards Moscow, is the FSB. And the FSB might have machine guns and they might have some heavy weapons from a personal perspective, but the FSB doesn't have tanks. They don't have armored personnel carriers. They don't have assets like that that could stand up. They might be loyal and they might fight, but they're going to be heavily outmatched.
So, hey, Mario, and by the way, Casas, I'm glad you're here, and I'm going to get to you shortly. For those who don't know, Casas Belli, you'll see him as backup. Does a lot of great reporting on Wagner and Africa. It's awesome sources, so I know we're definitely going to use you soon. But Patrick, I know you DM'd me directly, and you want to hit on this point specifically. So please provide your opinion on this.
Thanks, Allsource. And this gets back to what Jessica and a few others were talking about earlier. When does Putin give up? And that's when the army decides what side it's on. And that's the answer to this too. Prigozhin can take Moscow. If he can't hold it, it doesn't matter. Putin is going to have to get reliable force that he can deploy. And to my mind, that means his least shot up units with the highest number of veterans who are pre-war service, rather than these traumatized conscripts that have been getting the crap kicked out of them for the past 16 months in Ukraine. They may end up in ad hoc Kampfgruppen that he has to deploy piecemeal. That's possible. He may end up having to give up huge amounts of territory in Ukraine to keep power. If that becomes the choice, he will do it. So he may be on the back foot, but if he can reestablish effective command and control and get some of these veterans from various units mobilized together into functional combat formations, then maybe he has a chance. I expect the conscripts to sit it out, frankly, or side with Prigozhin in some numbers, possibly.
And I think the important thing to highlight, Patrick, on that again, where continues to get reporting of Russian units switching side to Prigozhin. We cannot just analyze this right now purely as a Wagner-only military formation. This is
Right.
Wagner with Russian military defectors who's gone here.
Right.
All source, can I just add real quick?
And
Because
these bases in the rear, that's conscripts and a training cadre. As Jessica said, they're not getting involved in this. These are 20-year-olds that just got put in a uniform, a couple of weeks ago, and some guys that have been rotated to the rear to, teach them the fundamentals. They're not standing up to this. He is going to have to pull frontline combat units. That's the only way he survives this.
can I just add all source? Although Putin has a high approval rating, and independent surveys have been done, and it's closer to 50% than 80%, but people aren't ready to die for this man, and that's the difference. While I don't see the military joining Wagner, I see them not siding at all, right? I see them just moving out of the way. I see citizens just moving out of the way. They don't want to die for Putin. That's my sense that I have from the
and I think that's an important aspect to highlight between military effectiveness and military loyalty, and I think that kind of explains a lot of the situation we're seeing on the ground. But Cassis, I do want to ask you a question. Earlier, in a couple hours ago, we got reports of Wagner was pulling forces out of Syria and Africa to send them to Russia to fight. And you immediately, I guess you contacted your sources and said that you're not seeing any report. I was just wanted to see if there's been any updates, and just generally, if you can explain what your sources are telling you in Africa about Wagner activity there, and if there's any changes on your assessment that they might be heading to Russia.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Just to introduce myself, I've been working with different projects, among other always on Wagner project, which led to sanctions against the Wagner Group. And basically, the statement I've seen on Twitter was like the Wagner Group was transferring its troops to Russia to support Prigozhin, etc. But the reports are actually false because we have a lot of people on the ground in Africa, in Mali, in Central Africa, and other African countries. And the thing is, there's absolutely no activity from the PMCs in Africa. Actually, I mean, maybe we will see something changing in the future, but there's actually nothing happening right now. And the thing is, I think it will be very interesting to keep an eye on what's going on in Africa, because either Prigozhin failed in Russia with his coup attempt, either he win, and I think it will be reformed. I mean, Wagner Group will be reformed in Africa, and it will have a lot of impact.
Just quickly, we are seeing breaking here, Belarus as well. We are seeing potential coup attempts from Belarus, based on what I'm seeing. I'm going to read out the Kalinowski Regiment, made up of Belarusian volunteer soldiers fighting against the Russian army in Ukraine, will make a public announcement to the Belarusian people at 5 p.m. today. And I'll read out the rest of their statement. The traditional white, red, white flag will soon return to Belarus. Free Belarus. So obviously we're seeing resistance here against Belarusian government. And I would find Belarus to be, I would not be that surprised if we saw a coup in Belarus. I think we all know that the president there, Lukashenko, has significantly less support than Putin. And he's in power because of Putin. So if we see Putin struggling to stay in power in Russia, I don't understand how Lukashenko can remain in power and keep his grip over Belarus. But that's just an important piece of breaking news there. But I want to go back to the panel and go back to Austin.
Yeah, a couple of things here. I took some notes. Number one, nuclear fear mongering has been an ongoing line that sort of Russian-aligned sources have been, hitting again and again and again since the beginning of this war. Right? There were vague nuclear threats made about Finland potentially joining NATO. There were vague nuclear threats about the West supplying tanks to the Ukrainian armed forces. There have been vague nuclear threats about the West, in any of its armed packages. So this is nothing new.
Can I say one thing, sorry, Austin? In all these threats, Putin has power over the Kremlin, over Russia, and is not fearing for his life. Just want to mention.
Sure.
This is the first time those circumstances have changed. But your point is still valid. Go ahead, sorry.
So my point is that when it comes to nuclear threats originating from Russian supporting or Russian sources themselves, right? It's a very much a boy who cried wolf situation. If you make a nuclear threat one time, that's a serious sort of threat to international stability. If you make it 2 times, that's still the case. If you make it 135 times and nothing happens, then it starts to get into the realm of, okay, is this actually serious? Now, to your point about Putin himself being directly threatened, again, my calculus is still on this. It is a far higher potential for harm to Russia to conduct the use of nuclear weapons on its own territory than that of a foreign entity. We have not seen Russian nuclear weapons usage in a tactical or strategic sense in Ukraine thus far. I do not see any sort of reality where we would see Russian nuclear usage on their own turf. That'd be a critical, dare I say, mortal loss of legitimacy for whatever side decided to do so in that endeavor. That being said, additionally, when it comes to Lukashenko, yes, I would agree. Lukashenko's regime is far less stable than Putin's was. And what we do know is that nature abhors a vacuum, right? As we've seen previously, when Russian security forces have been focused on something like the war in Ukraine, countries previously friendly to Russia or currently friendly, whether they're in the CSTO like Armenia or Azerbaijan, take advantage of that. So I would not be surprised if we do see demonstrations ongoing in Belarus in the near future, depending upon how this shakes out. And then last but not leastly, of course, Putin is against Prigozhin right now. Putin is against Wagner. But the question is not what direction Putin decides to go. The question is what direction do Russian military units and Rosguardia units do? Because as Jessica very aptly pointed out earlier, if the Russian military is not directly contesting Wagner's advances, if they're just saying, we're keeping out of this, that itself is a critical threat for Putin's ability to sort of clamp down and resecure the security situation in Moscow. And then finally, in regards to your questions regarding why are we seeing these checkpoints only having a machine gun, a grenade launcher, I think this goes to some of the previous points made in the early hours of the space, in that much of Russia's mobilized military forces are currently in Ukraine or on the border. So if they're going to redeploy some of those back to Ukraine, not back to Ukraine, sorry, back to Moscow, they're going to need to airlift them. There's no way they're going to be able to drive and catch up to Prigozhin on the road. It's unlikely they'll be able to do so using the rail network. So something to keep an eye out for is if there's a large-scale military transport movement from areas where we know Russian units are deployed, attempting to sort of shore up those internal security services.
So based on all that, I'm just trying to catch up on everything. I think the situation where I'm very interested right now is, we just got something. Okay, hey, we just got a picture. And then it's called, I'm just going to read it directly. In New Moscow, near the Central Ring Road, there are armed personnel carriers with the military. So the military continues to deploy armed personnel carriers across Moscow in anticipation of Wagner's arrival there. It would be interesting to see. I think right now what we're seeing is that Wagner, and we have to see specifically how many Russian military forces has switched sides to Wagner. Because
also,
yeah.
I've been listening for the last few hours. How many people have, like, I know we don't know the number, but in the last few hours, how many have switched sides?
So it's hard to specific. So we got an image of one soldier who claimed a specific parachute regiment has switched side. It's always hard to confirm that. We got another one of a Bars regiment, which these are kind of like Russian shock troopers, stormtroopers, basically, that have been very prevalent by the Russian military in Ukraine. Those guys, the Bar Z elements, have switched. The Storm Z element has switched sides also to Wagner, and there was a couple of soldiers that released a statement. So it's hard to say, Suleiman.
Is it also possible? Just
yep.
Another question: is it also possible that what Russian forces are doing, the military forces or Putin forces, however you want to frame them, are basically waiting for Wagner Group to get close to Moscow, and that's where the basically the resistance is going to occur?
I think if you're okay, so let me
because you don't want to spread out, do you? Like you don't like.
And I think but I think the problem. I agree with you. I think that is probably the plan. I think the plan from the Russian government right now, from what we're seeing in the speculation, is I think it makes sense. They're trying to secure the capital because that's the center of gravity of the Russian government. But the problem with that shows is that then the Russian government and the Russian Ministry of Defense does not have confidence of able to stop Wagner before they get to the capital. Right, so their whole
wouldn't that be weak tactics? Like if it was me, I would do the exact same thing. Like I wouldn't be spreading my forces.
If you want active combat in your capital city, and you think that's not. I think it's not about tactical decisions at this point. There's operational strategic decisions that have to be all being coordinated in the entirety of the situation. And do you want Russia to have?
Would you,
if they had the forces,
would you spread your forces out? So I understand the risk to the capital.
I agree with you're not understanding my point. I agree with you. They wouldn't spread their forces out. That's the problem, though, of this conversation. That Russia doesn't have enough combat power to stop Wagner, so they have to consolidate their defenses in Moscow, which shows and proves that Russia's military acknowledges the shortcomings they have to halt Wagner advances. So their best hope is to try to stop them in Moscow. And then, by the way, Suleiman, I think the Russian military also has to take into account not only of stopping Wagner advances, but also to ensure that within Moscow, the situation calm is stable currently, and they need to have forces both to stop Wagner and also to implement basically a state of emergency in the city of Moscow. But if I may, Suleiman, because I think to your point, I would like to go to Alex. Alex, if you disagree with my whatever I said, please push back or please provide any comments, because I think this showing if Russia has to hold on to Moscow and fight in Moscow, I think that's kind of proving our point that Russia's military doesn't have enough to offer to stop Wagner right now.
Yes, there are actually the comments you made and comments of two other previous speakers, I think, were sort of spot on in relation to one, Wagner in Africa, which I'll hit in a minute, but then also potentially what's going on with the Russian forces, right? So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. There has been a brutal frontline battle going on over the last 16 months. If the Russian forces were to withdraw from their positions to try to come back into Russia to take care of this force, right, they're going to leave that front line open for a Ukrainian advance just at the time they prepared for a counteroffensive, right? So that's the first point. The second one is, are they sitting on the sidelines, like you said, because they're not sure who's going to win, who's going to, and how this is going to play out? Or someone made a comment earlier, which is not infeasible, and is that Putin, is he attempting to negotiate or de-escalate this before he has to commit military power, because he doesn't want to pull the troops from Ukraine, right? And he doesn't want to do that, or he thinks he can take care of it with the forces that are available to him. Any of those are certainly plausible scenarios. But one thing is clear is that we're not seeing wholesale military movements against it. And whether we've seen a couple of reports of, Moscow Oblast, I think if there were significant numbers of forces, we'd likely have seen cell phone videos and that kind of stuff leaking by now, right? So that's one. Regardless of how this plays out, I do want to hit one point as it relates to Africa. And the secondary and tertiary effects of what's going on now, regardless of how this plays out, could have a significant impact on the continent. If this continues to go, and if the forces in Africa, the Wagner forces, which by all accounts have not begun any movements, and they usually do, as previous speakers mentioned, rely on the Russian Air Force for transport, end up seeing more comments from them, supporting what's going on or things of that nature, and Wagner has to be reformed. Those forces are there helping to do two things, right? Prop up strongmen in Africa and also bring back natural resources to help Putin avoid sanctions. So what do you do at that point? Do you end up, pulling them? How big does the reform go, and what does that look like for the stability of African nations where those dictators are being propped up? So the third order effects from this could, transcend well beyond and into the African continent.
So actually, Kostas, can I ask you a question specifically? Why would I to use this specifically, Kostas, is have you seen any comments right now? So the main areas where we know that Russia, Wagner operates is Mali, the Central African Republic, Libya, and other, obviously other sub-Saharan African countries. Have you seen any official statement from any African country where Wagner is present on the situation currently in Russia?
I didn't look at a lot on African statement at the moment, but I'm sure there's some countries will probably have shared their thought about what's happening now in Russia. Thing is, you have to understand that Wagner is not only about saying PMCs on the ground in Mali and try to find some terrorists, etc. It's also about influence operation on the internet. As I've been working on it, we've seen a lot of Wagner operations on Facebook towards local populations, because they're trying to push them to support any new leader which is favorable to Moscow, and basically that's it. So the thing is, all this event happening now in Russia will have a lot of consequences on what's happening now in Africa. Of course, it's a direct threat to Europe, because if there's more instabilities in Sahel, in Mali, in South Africa, we will have lots of more troubles coming in Europe in the future. The thing is, there's a whole how to say whole shadow war happening now in Africa, and that's basically what I wanted to say. But I just wonder how it will end, and it will also have obviously an impact on Ukraine.
So with that, I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing. I think just for our listeners, what I'll do is just a quick rundown, at least like what we've seen in the last couple hours, and then down the road we'll do a full update. But I think it's just important to highlight that the key aspects that we're seeing right now in the situation currently on the ground is two aspects. One, the main effort is clearly Wagner's advancement to Moscow. We are consistently seeing from citizens of Moscow, from Russian authorities there, video footage of heavy military presence in Moscow. Russian helicopters, military helicopters, consistently flying. Earlier, we also saw reports of a lot of private jets leaving Moscow, heading away, clearly seeing that something is up and something is going on, basically fleeing the country while they still have a chance. So that's kind of the one main areas of focus that we're looking on is specific on Moscow. The other one is Rostov on Don, the city in southern Russia that was first seized by Wagner earlier this morning in Moscow time and Russia time. And there, it's the Chechen forces are reportedly trying to advance into Rostov. They are there. We haven't seen any reports yet of fighting in the actual city, but the situation there is tense, and there are some unconfirmed reports that Wagner Prigozhin has basically set up his military headquarters in the Russian military headquarters of the Southern Military District. So basically, it looks like Wagner's may possibly, again, this is all unconfirmed right now, but it's possibly taken over and set up shop there to kind of anticipate any advances from Chechen or Russian military forces there. Elijah, I saw your hand go up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think what's concerning here is just the United States' continual integration, including with all of NATO, into this entire conflict that has to raise suspicions for all of us. Obviously, an attack, an internal coup attack, an insurrection, like they said, January 6th was in the U.S., this being obviously a real insurrection, would be a total wild card that even maybe Putin wouldn't have expected that, we might have influenced. Now, that's not confirmed. We don't know that for sure. But I do know that the U.S. often does let the cat out of the bag, and they have a really difficult time not predicting their next move. I don't know why, but, they'll say we're going to make sure the Nord Stream pipeline, does not continue. And then it blows up, and then we deny that we had any involvement. And nothing's ever proven. And so, we've talked about how what we want as a nation is regime change. And while there's so many, postulates of why we're in Ukraine, most of which likely being exhausting the Russian military, if not anything, continuing the profitability of war and the strength of the US dollar. This is a very interesting move. I mean, we already had a regime change in 2014 in Ukraine itself. This is not uncommon, and this is what the U.S. ultimately wants: is to destabilize Russia. And there's a lot of theories of that. But people like myself, I'm an American, but I support Putin and his military operation exceedingly far beyond I would ever support Zelensky, who's a puppet of the U.S. intelligence. So it's just kind of like a very interesting thing because this forces Putin's hand, and I would say if he acts incorrectly, people have to understand this. If he acts incorrectly, the result may be exactly what America wants, which is for him to bomb his own capital, for there to be war, for there to be shelling from Putin himself. Right, right. You have. I'll end on this. Have right here, whether they're criminals or not. The hand of Putin has already been pushed to whether Russians are going to start killing Russians, not Russians versus Slavs, not Russian versus ethnic Russians in Ukraine, but it's already the fighting's been here. And I think it was just recently that the U.S. said this is where they wanted things to go. So I don't think there's any other thing to say but evidence in that direction.
Actually, Mario, let me provide some news. Sorry, and then by all means.
Please go ahead.
So we got the first. We're getting images, and again, this is everything else right now is an initial, so unconfirmed. And what there's claiming is another large convoy of Kadyrov forces. They're saying about 200 pieces of equipment. It's just a picture, so there's no way of really confirming that. Is going from Mariupol to Rostov. Remember, Mariupol was the center of a huge fight in the initial part of the invasion, where the Avaz battalion is fighting for Russian forces. It was a very bloody battle where Russia finally seized it, but it looks like Kadyrov is pulling his forces from Mariupol to Rostov, which, let's not forget, one of the campaigns for the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south. There's speculation that Mariupol might be one of the objectives. So they're pulling military forces out of Ukraine to deal with the situation currently. Sorry, go ahead, Mario.
No, another update. I'm not sure if you've read it already, but we're getting reports an hour and a half away in the Ramenskyo district in Moscow Oblast. A convoy of military equipment also drove towards Moscow city. And there's a video there as well. Again, everything we just cannot verify, but we're getting report after report of the Wagner group getting closer and closer to the city. So, Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, been following up on all the stuff I missed since I was asleep. And, earlier before I went to bed, people were all kind of giddy, talking about how Putin had blown up the SMD building. You know, how he's a bloodthirsty killer, he's a murderer, and this shows the brutality he's willing to inflict on his own people. He's going to blow up his own building, kill his own men, kill his own civilians. And I wake up, I check this thing, and it turns out it was just a flashbang that Wagner had thrown at the crowd to disperse them. Like, this is why you need to be careful, right? I just want to remind people here, you know, be careful about reports that you hear. You know, if you don't see something actually happening. For instance, the helicopter that was that had supposedly blown up a fuel depot. I don't think that was even the intended target, right? They were flying over the fuel depot. They got shot at by anti-air, and the anti-air thing hit the depot itself, right? I think that's what people are saying now. I mean, it's so fluid that you don't even know what's really going on. So, you know, when you hear, "Oh my God, this building blew up," or "this helicopter
So
crashed,"
Ian, can I ask you a
yeah.
question? And I appreciate you giving the other side as well. Why do you think there's been minimal to no resistance, and now they're going towards Moscow City?
I think they're just waiting for you know, reinforcements. There's no point in like, I think a lot of people in this space, you know, on whichever side you stand on this issue, right, have pointed out rightly that Putin's forces, most of them, like the real regular army, they're stuck in Ukraine. They don't have the well, I'm sure they have some capability of defending the city against Wagner, but it's better at this point, I think, to stall and wait and you know, try to deplete their forces on you know, on their way here, right? I mean, on their way to Moscow, not here.
Yeah. I think that basically they're because as you said, and I think everyone agrees on the space really, that because they have minimal forces, they haven't consolidated in Moscow City as opposed to spreading them
That's
out.
right. Yeah. I mean, especially if you have like you know, a few helicopters, and you can't, you know, just be flying long distance. I mean, just waiting. Right now, you know, from what we can see, they are being taken. You know, there's shots being taken at the convoy, right? And it's taking out one vehicle at a time, two vehicles at a time, three vehicles at a time. You know, on the highway, and that seems to be effective because, you know, if they were to engage them full on right now, just like, you know, all their forces face them, they if they lose a battle, or, you know, or if they get caught up in a battle against one part of that convoy. I mean, the convoy is big, and there's multiple you know, multiple convoys, really, not just the one that's headed to the city, right? There's multiple ones. If all their forces get bogged down in one fight outside, like really far away from Moscow, what happens when the other convoys show up using a different highway? You know, keep in mind that Moscow's
But Ian,
geography
another
yeah.
question, and because I thought that they would, like, why would they not do this? And I think everyone pushed back against me before, but it looks like they were right. That why would they not? The best point is to basically blow them while they're basically traveling to
Yep.
Moscow City from the air. So why hasn't he done something like that, where there's, you know, he uses that something that he has in a much more stronger aspect compared to Wagner Group?
I think a big reason for that is the highway's just full of civilians right now, and they want to limit collateral damage, right? They're only taking shots when they can see that, you know, it's like a clear line of Wagner, and then you see like the middle column gets blown up or something, and then like two vehicles, you know, from Wagner vehicles get blown up. But I think for the most part, the problem is the convoy is like interspersed in between like real traffic, right? There's real, you know, commuters basically, and they don't want to kill people basically, right? They want to limit the amount of damage that they do to the populace, because I don't think that would, you know, I don't think anybody wants to see that happen, right? I mean, it's all fun when people on social media or the news, you know, MSNBC or whatever, they're like, Putin's willing to kill his own people, he'll kill everybody, and it's like, oh, well, why doesn't he then? You know, I've seen only restraint from him, and some people might call that weakness, but I mean, I wouldn't trust a leader who's facing, you know, a potential coup right now, like a, you know, like a successful one, killing his own people. Like, that would not work in his favor, right? I mean, he has to limit the casualties. He has to make sure that, you know, like these forces are engaged in a way that just sort of makes sense, right? I mean, if they're the best way to get at them is to hit them at the checkpoints, right? Because civilians are going to get out of the way, and you know, there's going to be actual battles fighting on the streets, but they'll be bogged down.
So we got a departure of another special flight of the government of the Russian Federation from Moscow, heading again north, west, exactly the same path it just took off a few minutes ago. 15, 20 minutes ago, and it's going on the same path as the other planes that ended up landing in St. Petersburg.
And then another breaking news, which I don't know if it's breaking news, but you might have mentioned it, but it's important contextually to what we're talking about. It says in the Moscow region, until July the 1st, mass outdoor events and educational organizations are suspended. The
Go
government signed
away,
the
pal.
decree.
Yeah.
But now
We're talking about.
why they're telling people to basically they're telling civilians to not be out in outdoors is
Bro, they're
important.
talking about yes. One means support. They're preparing for war. They say they or for battles or conflict. They've asked. I think there was reports of potential martial law being declared, and also you've been with me for long, so you could probably update on that point. And again, man, we're talking about Wagner forces being either on the outskirts of Moscow city or 30, 60 minutes away, based on the
Yeah.
constant reports we're
So
getting
my,
from
my
various
argument
sources.
is that it's highly likely that what the reason why there's been minimal resistance, except for the air, except for the they could have shot them out the air. But Ian's argument is they didn't want to hurt civilians. That because they want to they've got minimal forces and they want to make sure they consolidate their efforts. It's going to happen outside Moscow or near
No, I think
Moscow
that's the
City as
most
opposed to.
logical. I think that's the most logical explanation. But I think that's the problem for Russia. That
No,
is
no,
the
I get that, but then doesn't that prove because why I'm explaining that point is just to slightly push back on and it may not be the case because we're all we're just trying to guess what's happening, but that it's not the fact that people are allowing Wagner through. It's not that Wagner just going through and that people are turning and joining Wagner. But in reality, the consolidated forces there is going to be a fight between them, but it's going to be in Moscow where they're not spreading the forces out, where they're able to consolidate their army and where and where you got the greatest chance to win. Like if I was in charge, that's what I would do.
No, I agree.
Suleiman, I see
think
two. I see two. Sorry, I see two possibilities. One is Russia. If Putin goes to Petersburg, buys time, consolidates his forces there before he goes back, or two, the army's not getting involved because they don't want to die. They can't stop Wagner right now, right? So what are they going to do? Die for Putin? I don't think they're going to die for Putin. And I think those are the only two options. Is Putin goes to St. Petersburg, buys some time, consolidates his forces, and then pushes back, or people are
So
moving
one
out
of
of the
the
way.
one of the
the third
planes
option as well.
one of the planes that took over from Moscow to St. Petersburg is now returning from St. Petersburg to Moscow. So we're just seeing constant movements. Most military planes are heading from Moscow to St.
I
Petersburg.
think we might have shooting in Rostov right now.
Yeah, I think it's a bit noisy for me in the background, but Mario and everybody, I think the battle's going to be around Rostov on Don because that's where Prigozhin and Wagner have their leverage. It's over those southern commanders, the nuclear capability. The reason why we haven't seen a sort of retaliatory strike is because there are also anti-aircraft systems there. Those are all under Wagner control. And so until they actually wrestle back control of that and get the southern commanders back in power, then, he has leverage. That's where the fight is. If there's going to be a fight, that's where the fight will be.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying, Jonathan, breaking news is I think this is what Allsource was about to read. It says the first shots in the center of Rostov on Don, PMC Wagner drive away local residents. The last few hours they have been waiting for the arrival of the fighters, Ahmed. So again, there is
The video doesn't show actual. We don't from the video. We're not seeing any or hearing any shootings, but we are seeing civilians basically leaving that area. And to be honest, this kind of generally matches what we were expected. But I think a conflict, at least in Rostov right now, might be sooner than what was. I think whoever the previous speaker was saying. I think you're right. I think we'll probably see first Rostov, and then Moscow soon enough.
So we are seeing probably the two most important battles right now in this queue. The one in Moscow, the one in Rostov. If we see Moscow fall, Kremlin fall, I wouldn't say it's game over for the Kremlin, but it's getting very close to calling it game over. And if we see the fall of Rostov to the Chechnyan forces with potentially the support of other factions that are supporting the Kremlin, then that could be the end of the coup. Both headquarters are under attack. I just don't know which one's more of a threat. It's just too early to tell. I'm not sure what you guys think.
Well, the one in Moscow, they're nowhere near Moscow.
The key,
So
Mario, the key here is
they're 30 to 60 minutes away from
Mario.
Moscow.
The key here is the Chechen forces, because Putin can feel confident that they'll still remain loyal. So he's probably trying to figure out which of the elements of the Russian army are still loyal to him. And so that's why this is where the battle will be. And if he can, he'll use the Chechen troops to try and sort of counter and regain control of Southern Command.
Yeah, how loyal are the Chechenyan troops to Putin historically?
Extremely loyal.
Yeah, extremely
so
loyal.
I think it's important, Mario, and I do have to hop off for a little bit, but some final points I'd like to make here are that I think it's important to compare the situations we're looking at in Rostov versus Moscow. In Rostov, we're looking at the Russian state sending the Chechens in on an offensive sort of pattern, right? They're going in, they're trying to root Wagner out. On the contrary, with Moscow, everything that we're observing seems the objective seems to be to delay. We're seeing roads getting torn up. We're seeing drawbridges being pulled up over river crossings. We're seeing checkpoints being set up. That is all in line with the idea that Putin is trying to buy time with Moscow. That's why we're seeing these flights to St. Petersburg. That's why we'll potentially start seeing redeployments into Moscow while Russian forces consolidate. And also, in regards to the comments on where's the Russian Air Force, as Colonel Jeff pointed out earlier, the turnaround time for some of these strike packages does take hours to days. And secondarily, Wagner does have air defense systems. So I think there's a serious sort of concern that if you mobilize the Air Force, you start sending strike packages, and these planes get shot down, that's another hit to a rapidly scrambling Russian internal security apparatus. So some things to look for in the immediate before I hop off are how does Rostov go down in the next hour, maybe 2 hours? Because from what it looks like right now, with Wagner clearing civilians out, they're preparing for a fight. If we start seeing shooting there, then escalation will be happening very, very quickly. Additionally, continually monitoring the convoy to Moscow and how these checkpoints deal with them, whether they wave them through, whether they even try to put up some resistance, will be another nice sort of indicator for how this is going. Once again, Mario, thanks for having me up.
Piotr?
Sorry. Let me break in. We're sorry. So the wreckage, we're getting the first images, and this has not been reported. This type of specific helicopter. The helicopters we got reported shot down were 2 Mi-8s, transport helicopters, 1 Mi-35 attack helicopter, a modern version of the Ka-52. We just got wreckage reportedly of a Ka-52 that was shot down in Talovaya, Voronezh region. They're reporting that the crew died and it was shot down by Wagner. And so I think because we've got a report that a 4th helicopter shot down when originally it was 3 or 4th. This might be the 4th one that is a Ka-52, which is a more advanced Russian helicopter that got shot down with the crew members killed.
Piotr, go ahead. You got some, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. Yeah, just keep in mind that the Russians have been putting delays and potentially forcible charges around bridges south of Moscow to try and delay potential invasions of the forces down there. There's also friends of mine in St. Petersburg saying that there is quite a lot of activity around a few of the airports with notable sort of high profiled planes and delegational people. So there's a lot of activity. Putin's gone under, which is inevitable during this time because, he gives an initial statement of calm and assurance that he as the leader of the country is going to fight back. But now he's gone under as he begins to go into the operational phase of trying to actually, get control of the situation. Because at the moment it's crisis management as much as it is, as Austin and others are saying, they're trying to delay so that they can basically get themselves together, because Wagner have basically, as I said before, done a bit of a blitzkrieg. The time is not on their side in the sense of if the Russian government can get their shit together, then they can likely hold back the Wagner forces. Wagner is more well trained, but it doesn't have the numbers. So that's what I'd say initially.
So hypothetically, if now we know they basically go into the Moscow city and they're not being stopped, there's not been any form of resistance up to now. When do you see, if there is any resistance, and we don't know if there will be? When do we?
Suleiman, sorry, just gotta also share this. So now we're getting from Russian state media, the RA Novosti correspondent says, I'm just gonna read it verbatim. It's on the breaking news channel. About 5 shots were fired at the headquarters of the Southern Military District in Rostov-on-Don. The fighters of the Wagner PMC asked people to disperse. I think this matches the video that was mentioned earlier as well. So now we're getting a Russian state correspondent of RA confirming the video and the claims of shots in Rostov-on-Don.
And a minute ago, more photos of pictures of Wagner convoys by Tux News. Wagner convoy moving along the M4 highway in the direction of Moscow. Someone could look at this and geolocate the exact location. I can see smoke in one of the photos coming from next to the freeway, so something was shut down there. And there's been Igor Igorkin claims the eyewitness report that Wagner convoy have entered Moscow Oblast. Igor said this over an hour ago now. Almost an hour ago, sorry. So we're just seeing again report after report. I think it's conclusive that Wagner should be in the city of Moscow very shortly. What happens next is anyone's guess. But go ahead, sorry guys. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think some of the commentary has been absolutely correct leading up until regarding the Russian defenses. So we've seen planes going back and forth to St. Petersburg. I mean, Russia has continuity of government plans, just like the United States does. That was enacted after 9/11 when you saw President Bush being flown around the country. So if they do feel there's a genuine threat to the stability of the regime, it would not be unheard of for Putin to flee St. Petersburg or something. I think the prospect of him leaving the country at this point.
You are breaking up, Alex. So
Ability to sort of put up a fight to hold them, which you'd want to do if you're in their position, right? Is you're going to want to get them to fight, expend all their ammunition if they can, keep them from being resupplied, and then bring in the rest of your forces to kind of mop it up. So I think the comments that were made about Rostov and where this goes right now, and if they're able to break through, is key, because now they've lost the element of surprise, right? Because the jig is up, everybody knows what's going on. And now the second part is speed, right? In order for this coup to, if that's what ends up being beyond a mutiny, as Malcolm mentioned earlier, it's going to require speed, getting in, and then getting defections from both the military and Kremlin insiders in order for this to work. And that part is all completely unknown at this point. So anybody predicting the outcome in either direction really has no idea what they're talking about. None of us have enough information to accurately predict which way this is going to go.
Although it's likely to be a very, it's going to be a difficult and probably protracted. It's basically two land forces. This in order to remove the leverage and obviously the capability that Wagner has, the ability to fight hand to hand. This is going to be a hand-to-hand fight in Rostov-on-Don, and it's going to be pivotal. This is going to be key to what happens next. So if Wagner lose control of Southern Command, then they lose all their leverage, and then the Russian military, depending on who's still loyal to Putin, can move en masse, and that's with air power and all of the other systems that they have.
Yeah, I would just add to that Rostov-on-Don is one of Russia's larger cities. It's culturally very significant for the Second World War. My family lives in Novosibirsk, which is the third largest city and industrial heartland of Siberia. But from what I'm understanding, much of the activity is just going to stay on this side of the Russian Ural Mountains. What I am trying to gain more information about is what's the general public perception of this in Siberia and further east, because the further east you go, telecoms disappears, infrastructure disappears. So the general sentiment towards the Kremlin varies a lot across Russia because of its size. So, and to what Jessica said earlier, Prigozhin is going to want this to be done with by Monday. Otherwise, Putin and him are going to be in a real, the next 24 hours are really going to be critical. And I'm not one to sensationalize, as you know. So things are going to pick up in the next few hours, I think, as the evening sets in as well.
Hey, Mario. So War Monitor just tweeted this, and I'm just going to read it for everybody here. So I'm just going to read it entirely from his tweet. Residents of Moscow allegedly began to receive calls from unfamiliar numbers, supposedly from PMC Wagner. Residents are called to support the Wagnerites and take to the streets. It's from War Monitors.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right, let me go to Colonel. Colonel, go ahead. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so hold on. Before I go to Colonel, sorry. I just heard that in the background. You're saying that residents are getting calls to support Wagner?
Correct. So residents of Moscow allegedly begin to receive calls from unfamiliar
automated
numbers,
or a person speaking?
from PMC Wagner.
Is it automated?
It's probably going to be automated
hold on,
like on WhatsApp, because they use these WhatsApp bots.
It probably is automated. With the space, it's very hard for me to do both and listen, but it's probably automated, and they're basically demanding them to go to the streets and support the Wagnerites.
Yeah, this is what the Taliban did when they were taking Kabul. They bombarded, they bombarded everybody with WhatsApp bots.
Sorry to interrupt, Ian. there's unverified reports again from war monitors supposedly that Chechen troops are now in Moscow Oblast. So they're unverified. Is an unverified video that he's posted, but that's what he's saying. Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
so okay, so we're seeing. Hold on, we're seeing Chechen troops, according to War Monitor, both in Moscow Oblast, which is the first I hear of it, unless I missed it earlier, all source, and heading to the southern district as well. And I think they've arrived there as well. We heard a bit of shooting. I think only 9 shots, nothing too major. But we've seen the Chechnyan forces both in Rostov and in Moscow Oblast. Is that correct?
I have not seen in Moscow Oblast. If that's breaking, by all means, please share it.
That's just breaking from a minute ago. He did say it's an unverified video, so please do verify it, and that's why we try to be.
And the video. Have you seen the video in terms of the convoy, the size of the convoy? Does it show or not?
No, it doesn't. It's actually an internal video from the actual vehicle.
I appreciate that. Sorry, you were going to Colonel. Go ahead, Colonel. Colonel, before I go to Piotr.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there's 2 quick things, right? The first one is the chain of command underneath Putin has been severely disrupted. The expectation that he's going to be able to turn to his military and affect any kind of, any leaders that could affect some kind of stop to this in Moscow is challenging. Again, I say the FSB is decent, but it's not great. The second thing is, you guys got to help me. Look, I'm not a I'm not a Russian expert, right? I'm a Russian military expert. Rostov-on-Don is an important place because it's the head of the Southern Military District. But Putin just destroyed it. Like the building's burning. There's nothing left there. They could take the city, but I don't
What do you mean
understand.
the building's burning when it's literally standing right now? Where's the video of it burning?
Okay. Did we not talk about it earlier that the
Yeah, that
building
was wrong.
actually
That was
targeted and
that was
destroyed?
wrong. It was a flashbang that Wagner threw at the crowd.
Yeah, so that was a flashbang.
There was no burning.
Exactly.
There was
Okay,
no.
perfect. All right.
Yeah, they never
All right,
attacked
great.
the building.
Okay, so
Putin never
okay.
blew it up or anything.
Okay.
The troops are still standing up there.
Okay.
Okay,
go ahead,
so
Colonel.
good. So that's great. And Ian, thanks for correcting that. I did not get that clarification. I'm sorry. But I still don't see necessarily all the value. Are they going to pull? If the Chechens take over that headquarters, what do they
So,
do?
Colonel,
Do
think
they
about.
somehow
It's
affect
good to see you, by the
withdrawal of
way.
Russian
Piotr,
forces
sorry.
out of-
Let me break in for a second. I do want to provide, because this goes to the Western response. I guess the White House just announced that President Biden discussed the situation in Russia with the leaders of France, Germany, and Britain. The White House said. So I just wanted to provide
And also
that.
we have sources close to the separatist leadership in Donetsk. The Wagner convoy that's nearing Moscow right now has about 5,000 fighters.
So just to Colonel's point, think
Mario,
about it, Colonel.
One second, sorry, Peter. Did you say that I just want to make sure you understood this. You said that the Wagner forces going towards Moscow City only has 5,000 fighters.
The ones nearing Moscow right now has about 5,000 fighters. Not much.
So they've got other forces that are basically at the tail end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. The forces are scattered everywhere. We're talking about the convoy that's close to Moscow, potentially at the borders of Moscow City.
See, them numbers are small. So again,
they are spread. You look at the Russian military, the full size of the Russian military. The number is significantly higher than the checkpoints we're seeing on the Russian, on the Moscow, on the outskirts of Moscow City. So
if I may, just
Piotr, I want to get you. Yeah, Piotr, I've got a question for you. A couple of hours ago, you did mention your sources. I think you tweeted it as well. Your sources said that there's been reports of Wagner on the outskirts of Moscow City. We haven't seen any such reports. We've seen them come closer and closer to Moscow City, but not on the outskirts yet. Obviously, it could happen any minute. Did you get any more updates on this? Have you been able to verify it from anyone else?
Yeah, I'm checking on that one. I can't verify that, so if you want to remove it, I can retract the tweet. What I would say just to that is there's a lot of people who have, a desire to disinformation in this kind of role. So people will be deliberately wearing different pieces of uniform to mislead. Remember what the Russians did in Crimea in 2014? Little green men. They didn't wear anything with memorabilia so that they could confuse people to invade. The other thing I just wanted to say to Colonel's question or point was, think of Napoleon and his invasion. What did the Russians do. They burnt down Moscow. So there is a propensity for Russians to burn something if they think it
We're
will
not
be the
seeing
loss of
any. We're not seeing any indication of that at all.
Okay, no, I just
think
wanted to use that as a historical
Yeah,
example.
and people were using that as a historical example when they talked
Ian,
about the
if I
SMB
may, just
building
sorry, I just
burning
want to.
when it
I
didn't.
think we're starting to get more and more. Just 1 second. We're starting to get more and more reporting right now from. So, two things I want to bring up. One, some Russian Telegram channels. Again, this is all unconfirmed. It's hard to verify, but some Russian Telegram channels are reporting that Wagner's convoy to Moscow has stopped. Again, I have no other confirmation. That's the only thing that is being reported right now. So that's number one. And two, it does look like the U.S. continues to reach out to its allies in Europe and NATO. An account that tracks Asia, that Asuta tracks a lot in Turkey. He just claimed right now that the Turkish Foreign Ministry, Hakan Fidan, and the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, met on the phone to discuss this current situation in Russia. I think the U.S. government now is going to call every single ally they have to court to try to get the most up-to-date information to try to provide a unified front on the current situation.
And we're seeing, and we did see the Ukrainian forces mention earlier, I think an hour ago, that the counteroffensive is going as planned. A bit before that, they said that they've taken back territory that was under Russian control since 2014. So we are seeing, reportedly, obviously based on the Ukrainian forces, but it's not too surprising, a lot of progress.
Is this an official statement, or is this just Telegram pages that are claiming that?
I can't remember. It's a couple of hours ago, but it was by the Ukrainian forces themselves that was going to claim. But again, everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Everything anyone says anywhere not only on this panel, but any news source.
I really don't see how
do you want to go back? Also,
the 2014 locations, given that it's all staffed by DPR and LPR. It's not staffed by Russians.
Understood. I just want to get. I just want to ask a question. Also, the question I have for you is: you said there's been reports from Russian state media, I guess unconfirmed, that the military convoy, the Wagner convoy, has stopped moving. What do you know about this?
Not state media, Telegram. The fundamental
Telegram.
difference.
Okay. So Russian Telegram group. Any images? Any other sources? And do you know where they exactly stopped?
1 second. No, not yet. I have not received any other information at this time, and it does not provide an exact location of where they might have stopped.
Okay, they could have, could be stopped because they're facing resistance. Could be stopped on the outskirts, and they negotiate a peace deal. There could be a peace deal. It could just be anything, or they might have not even stopped. So just can I tell the audience we have no idea what's happening. Thank you, Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously, as you said, some of these reports have to be taken with a grain of salt, but there's a couple of things to note, right? So the first is if it's actually 5,000 troops that make up that column that Wagner is traveling on, we've seen reports that their total number of forces is somewhere between 25 and 50,000. If it's 50,000, it's 1/10 of their total force structure. If it's 25,000, it's 1/5.
Also,
right?
can you please mute? You got a hot mic.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex.
No problem.
Hey,
Thanks.
Mario, you're gonna have to drop me, man. I'm getting that glitch again.
Oh, okay, we can't mute. All right, go. No worries. Go ahead, Alex. I'll drop also.
Hey, thanks for the shout out.
No problem. Yeah, so I mean, if those numbers are accurate, it's between 1/10 and 1/5 the overall number of Wagner's forces. So the question remains, where's the balance of those forces is one. Second, 5,000 is about the size of a U.S. brigade in terms of people trying to figure out how big that is. And in terms of trying to occupy a capital city, a brigade of troops is not going to do it unless you have absolutely no resistance from the military. So them stopping out, if all those reports are accurate, them stopping outside of the city, to potentially regroup or wait. I mean, let's not forget when we had the Thunder run up to Baghdad in 2003, U.S. forces had to stop because they advanced so quickly that it almost outran the supply lines. So if these guys are moving quicker than anticipated, it's also possible that they're stopping for resupply. And as we've seen in the last year and a half, Russian logistics can be described, in a Latin phrase that we call an utter and complete shit show. So if that hasn't got any better, that's entirely possible. And then, as it was mentioned, what do you do at that point with 5,000 troops? It's enough to pose a security threat. But at that point, does it then start to signal that this is real, and you start to see defections? Do you start to see senior leaders or more military forces switching sides? That, if this is going to go, that is the more likely of the scenarios. Trying to see this in open combat, if the Russians actually commit forces who are willing to fight, the chances of Wagner breaking through all of those forces is slim to none. This is going to require support. And again, Prigozhin knows that. So either he believed he was going to pick up support along the way, or he's had support in the background that people are unaware of. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Alex,
I agree with that. That's the question I had, Alex. If they've got 5,000 soldiers, which isn't a huge amount, could it also be the case that they're waiting there to basically have more people join them? And if they don't, then they're going to have to wait out a bit longer because 5,000 just isn't enough.
We don't know if it's enough. Hold on, no, we don't know if it's enough, Suleiman. We've just been discussing and we've had multiple reports. Even though 5,000 doesn't seem like a lot, the resistance and the reports we're getting of the resistance within Moscow city, again, everything grain of salt, there's not much equipment there at all. And the main form of resistance that we've talked about for hours now is the Russian Air Force. There's been a few strikes came in, and then that's it. A handful of strikes, and that's it.
But if the strategy, Mario, is which I was talking about earlier, if the strategy is that they've consolidated all their efforts in Moscow City, and so therefore they're waiting for Wagner to get there, then they won't have enough. This is the point I'm making, that it looks like from a strategic perspective, you don't basically disperse your forces, and then you will just be easily taken out. If you consolidate your forces in Moscow City, that's the best strategic move.
Yeah, but we haven't seen. Yeah, you can consolidate your forces again, but the enemy's approaching. There's not much forces based on what we're seeing. There's not. So we do have a map. A lot of military bases are in Moscow Oblast, not Moscow City. Well, they've crossed the entire Moscow Oblast. Again, Moscow is not just the city; it's the entire state, and they've crossed entire state of Moscow. Very little resistance so far, almost no resistance, and they've passed multiple military bases, almost at the outskirts on Moscow City. The checkpoints that we've seen have barely a bunch of armored vehicles and machine gun checkpoints. There hasn't been any images,
Mario,
any videos of
it's the
significant
M4.
military
They're on
equipment.
a highway, so I don't think it's easy for the people in military bases to even get to them in time. It's like just to stop them as
I'm talking,
at a roadblock.
but Ian, I'm talking about the what I'm referring to is the Air Force.
Okay.
We've seen strikes by the. Remember before you went.
Mario,
hold on,
I agree with you
Ian.
for the Air Force.
Ian, do you remember when before you went to sleep, we started seeing strikes by the Air Force on Wagner's convoys, and I'm like, okay, now we're finally seeing the response. It was not long after Putin's speech, almost immediately afterwards. Like, all right, now we're starting to see the response, and then it just went silent, and the silence continued when you went to sleep, when you woke up. Literally, almost no airstrikes whatsoever. That oil refinery was before you went to sleep, and it continues till now. This is what concerns
Well,
me.
the issue with doing airstrikes is that you got to keep in mind that the Wagner forces they have a substantial amount of anti-air defenses. So sending in just like helicopters left and right, you're just asking for them to get shot down. So that's not a good strategy. They need to figure something out, a way to get rid of those anti-air defenses before they commit to any sort of like massive air attack on the convoy, because the convoy itself does have these books, and they do have a lot of anti-air surface-to-air missiles that they're carrying. So I don't think that would be too effective anyway. I mean, the fact that they managed to get even a few hits in is quite surprising to me, because I thought that maybe Wagner would shoot them down, but I guess they failed. They only shot down a few.
So we got some task recaps. I'm going to read the Russian state-owned media. Just a massive shout out. I remember, by the way, last time we hit 100,000 listeners, the spaces were glitching like crazy, and it was only going for a few hours. This one's been going for, I don't know how many hours. I'm actually going to check exactly how many hours the spaces has been going on for, and there's been almost no glitches whatsoever.
14 hours.
It's been going on for 18 hours. I've got here the record
wow.
number.
I guess
18 hours and 45 minutes. 18 hours, 45 minutes. And we're at over 100,000 live listeners right now, millions so far, and we've seen little to no glitches whatsoever. So I just want to give a shout out to the team, making sure Spaces is working well and allowing us to cover this. Now, the updates from TASS. A criminal case was opened against Prigozhin under Article 275 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation on organizing an armed rebellion. In Moscow, the Moscow and Voronezh regions, a counter-terrorist operation regime was introduced. Follow the main events in our online broadcast. So everything, they're just recapping here. There's nothing new. Vladimir Putin addressed the Russians in connection with an attempted armed rebellion by Wagner. In the Voronezh region, during a fire at an oil depot, depressurization of 2 tanks occurred. June 26 will be a non-working day in Moscow. No shit. The Russian Defense Ministry announced the destruction of the Ukrainian warehouse with Storm Shadow missiles, seeing attacks on Ukrainian territory. But another interesting thing, Ian, remember when the mutiny or the coup first started, we saw strikes on Ukraine. We're like, oh, it seems nothing too serious because they're still striking Ukraine. Then we had some military experts say, no, look, Mario, these strikes are usually planned in advance. So we're just seeing a continue. Exactly.
They plan out days in advance. Sometimes, Yeah.
Exactly. So we saw a continuation of pre-planned strikes, but then since then there hasn't been any strikes on Ukrainian territory. At least nothing has been reported. Putin signed a law on fines and arrests for violating martial law. So there's your point, Suleiman. You said, why are they not allowing? Why are they saying telling people not to not to have events. Well, there's a martial law being implemented. Some schools will have a mine risk education. Wow, I didn't see that. Some schools will have a mine risk education program. Also, the Telegram channel Fighter Bomber, allegedly linked to the Russian Ministry of Defense, claims that the Russian military lost 6 helicopters and 1 plane during the confrontation with Wagner to date. So just some more updates here. All source, I'll bring you back up. I know you're glitching. Let's go to Piotr and then Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. So just I wanted to bring a couple of diplomatic updates. I've been in touch with a few of my colleagues who work in the space on that area, and you mentioned it earlier. I think that the US has already had some behind door or what we call backdoor diplomacy meetings with the British, the French, Germans. But what I'm very interested to point out to everyone is how few countries have publicly come to the support of the Kremlin. Right? We've had the Islamic Republic, a pretty broad statement. Turkey's explicitly said that they will support Putin, but that's because Putin was very supportive of Erdogan in the election in Turkey a month ago. So it shows you how you scratch back, I'll scratch yours. China and India are the two main countries that I am watching as a geopolitical person to see how they respond. I think the Chinese are going to be pretty shocked about as much as we all are about what's happening. And I'm going to be very curious to see if they do release a public statement, how it's going to be phrased. Because at the end of the day, President Xi is a pragmatist. He's going to want a Russia that is on the side of the Chinese, but equally, he's got quite a good relationship with Putin personally. And when it comes to autocracies, the personal relations of the leaders are as important as the state as a whole. So I recommend everybody to keep in mind those
Piotr,
main actors.
two questions. Piotr, two questions. I know we saw some movements around Taiwan. I've got 2 questions for you. First, there hasn't been anything coming out of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, regarding the movements in Russia, unless I missed something, Piotr, if you've got something there. Also, this is, let me know if you agree, Piotr, this is good news for Taiwan, because China just witnessed the collapse of the Russian government due to their
that's
war
a
in
collapse
Ukraine.
of the Russian government.
So Mario, actually, on the China thing,
potential,
if I may, just on the China thing, because I think this is an important conversation. We are starting to see the first indication of Chinese media and how they're portraying this. Again, this is some of them is from state media. We're not getting anything specifically, but they're basically comparing this to kind of historical examples where the Chinese, back then in the Qing dynasty, was unable to maintain control, and some of them are actually becoming critical, and Chinese state media critical of Putin, blaming Putin basically for neglecting Wagner and causing the situation. So we're starting to see the initial, at least from Chinese state media, criticization of Putin, but nothing yet officially from the Chinese government.
So we're seeing slight, what I've seen, and that's based on the various statements, we saw that Kazakhstan, Belarus to a lesser extent, but Turkey, Kazakhstan, and now we saw that in China to an extent.
So I
We
just
are
shared a
seeing
tweet
very
in the
slight.
next, Mario, from
Yes.
the Wall Street Journal, which came out about an hour ago, stating that it's getting quite surprisingly low coverage. So you've got the main state media paper called the Global Times. They've hardly mentioned it, not a dicky bird. The South Chinese Morning Post, which is a more of a Taiwan-focused, a slightly freer paper, has mentioned it a little bit. But no, China remaining quite quiet on this. And I think it's because they, like, the US and other monitoring the situation, they don't want to make any too quick knee-jerk statements and get it wrong. If the Chinese say something too soon, that could either play into the hands of Prigozhin or give too much confidence to the Russian government when they need to be focusing on it. I don't think the Chinese would support Prigozhin, but equally, I think this will severely, I think, dent the long-standing relationship between Russia and China, because Russia has been the steadfast secondary partner in China's desire to usurp the Western-led political order. So quite quiet on that. Modi's just come back from the US. I don't think Modi's going to get involved, to be honest with you. So, but what I am interested in is the Middle Eastern states, right? The Gulf states, pretty quiet. African states, pretty quiet. Uganda said they'd come out and send their forces if the Russians need them, which is quite bizarre. So, yeah,
no,
lots
that's not
to
really
unpack
bizarre.
there.
I mean, they've been close allies with Russia, and they train in Russia. The Ugandan military has a detachment of forces in St. Petersburg that's training there.
I know, but what I mean is from a logistics standpoint. You know what I mean? To get Ugandan forces all the way up into southern Russia is not exactly an easy.
Well, like I said, they have a
operational
detachment of
effort.
forces in St. Petersburg, so they would deploy those guys first.
Yeah, Mary, did you have a quick question for me as well?
Yeah, not a question, man. Not a question. I've got a piece of information. Just let me verify quickly.
Well, Mario, while you
Also,
verify, I
just
think
check
we're
our
starting
news.
to see Western governments through the embassies in Russia. So the French foreign ministry just advised all its French citizens not to go to Moscow, obviously, with the current situation, and they're highlighting the current tensions. And we're starting to see a lot of Western governments advise against any travel or to stay in place if you're already currently in Russia.
Also, Russian channels are reporting that Ukrainian units have crossed the Dnipro River.
Correct.
And fights are
Correct.
ongoing, neither destroyed Antonivsky Bridge. The enemy has already transferred 3 tanks with the help of a ferry. Repeat, the Ukrainian forces have crossed the Dnipro River.
And that's in Kherson. So that's remember when they blew up the dam?
And more reports. Okay, we got some good news. Some good news. There's sporadic reports. I'm trying to get the source on Russian Telegram channels of negotiations ongoing between the Wagner Group and Russian authorities. Now, when we say Telegram channels, they're not random Telegram channels. There's a few Telegram channels that are trusted in the OSINT community. Also, do you want to give us a 10-second overview of these Telegram channels that you and your other people in your community
Wagner, Russia has a plethora of Telegram channels that cover everything from Russia to Ukraine. Some of them are more reliable, some are not. But you always have to take everything that what is said with a grain of salt. And I would be very careful of these conversations and negotiation for Russian Telegram channel. This could be an attempt to try to portray the situation as calmer as it is, because we see tensions are very high in Rostov-on-Don right now, and also in Moscow. So I think we just need to see if there's any official
but remember,
statements.
you did say, okay, so Turkish foreign minister is discussing the situation in Russia with Blinken. Things are moving extremely fast. You did say that the Russian convoy may have stopped, according to some reports, may have stopped moving. Yeah, it may have stalled. Again, another way to speculate is that could be due to the negotiations that are ongoing.
That would be very likely.
Okay, so
because they do
Lyubov,
have communications with the commanders on the ground, not just Prigozhin.
There's also reports, again, in Telegram. We don't know what's true and which is just psyop and information warfare, but there's other reports that Wagner already has a presence in Moscow, like kind of like sleeper cells, and they're waiting for Wagner to arrive to activate. Again, this is the problem when you're trying to disseminate information in a breaking environment, and what is true and what is false, what is fake news, information warfare, what's actually legitimate information. There's so much information out there that's really hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on.
Okay, so I've got some more information here coming in. So we've got Lyubov Sobol, who's a Russian political and public figure. Can you talk about her, please? Also, do you know much about Ms. Sobol?
I think
before I read the piece.
Isn't she the head of the RT? Correct? If I'm not mistaken, I might be mixing up people right now.
Let me check. She is a member of the Russian Opposition Coordination Council and the producer of the YouTube channel Navalny.
Oh no, I do not. Okay, no.
So I think she's opposing. So Sobol is a well-known figure of the Russian opposition movement. So she said the following: urged to, it's pretty extreme, extinguish Putin, taking advantage of Prigozhin's rebellion. She turned to adult men with resources. Extinguish Putin right now. Hand him over to The Hague, where he will be dealt with humanely.
Where is she located?
Siloviki, FSB, I'll let you check. Investigative Committee, Prosecutor's Office, all. Do not follow criminal orders. Sabotage, strike, eggs. I'm guessing she's not located.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's not. No.
In Russia. Prigozhin now has titanium eggs, and you find your own. Okay, so it's just very anti-Putin. There's not much there, not much substance. Someone that hates Putin. Okay, so the dollar in some exchanges in Moscow, according to Moldova Libera, is already being sold for 200 rubles. How much is the dollar in rubles, according to the exchange?
Did you say 200 rubles for a dollar?
Okay, yeah, it's 84 rubles. Well, according to Moldova Libera, and some exchanges in Moscow, it's being traded for 200 rubles.
Jesus, that's
There's so many things happening.
That must be
we're not able to.
Who are, dealing with
I don't have. Look, guys, I don't have enough team members to verify the speed in which all this is coming, especially not on a weekend. But I'm just reading out and saying where it's coming from. Also, as you're trying to help, trying your best to help. So the team said in the chats of Belgorod calls for some kind of flash bomb in support of PMC Wagner began to spread. We're just seeing a lot of ribbons, some sort of movement to spread in support of Wagner, which is just a red ribbon around the wrist. So just nothing too exciting. I do want to go back to the panel.
Actually, that's key, Mario. That's actually very important, because that's important that red might be an identifier. Right, because one of the issues we run into is how do you identify? So if Wagner, and that's actually matched because earlier yesterday or a couple hours ago when the first images came out in Rostov, what we saw were the tanks were all marked red. A lot of the vehicles were marked red. We also saw the white wristband, but we also saw red. This could be an indication of now when we start seeing videos, Has Wagner utilized a red wrist, armband in the red color to identify who they are? And if that is confirmed, then it's easier for us to then to track which one are Russian Ministry of Defense and which ones are Wagner. So that's an important information. Again, it's unconfirmed but important.
All right. All right, I'm going to go to the panel just to give the team members a bit more time to verify all the information. We've literally got like 8 people verifying the news right now, and there's just too much coming on. So let's just give us some time. Colonel, I'll love you to give us your thoughts on what we've read so far.
Yeah, so Mario, it's interesting that you talk about the potential for a negotiation, and I realize that there's excitement about that, but I have to be honest, if I was in Putin's shoes, I'd probably do the same thing. What a negotiation does is it buys you time, and the one thing this thing's moving so fast. He wants to try and slow it down. He wants to try and get his, the Chechen forces more in place. He'd like to get to that air tasking order cycle that I said, it's going to take a couple hours to get airplanes in the air where you're really going to start flying them. So the idea of a negotiation is not a bad tactic on Putin's
But Colonel, isn't that another error by Putin? Should he have not done that in his... So rather than go so aggressive in his speech earlier this morning, should he have done a more tamer speech, try to negotiate, and then when he's got his forces in place, then try and take Prigozhin out? Like, even that, do you think that was a misstep based on...
I disagree with that.
Situation about negotiations is right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would disagree with that, assessment, because I think that, you have multiple commanders on the ground who work for Wagner, obviously, that they may be negotiating with, and perhaps, the strike on the convoy earlier that we saw, a number of Wagner vehicles taken out by Russian forces. That was like a warning strike. It's like, hey, we'll do more of this. We'll blow up more of your guys unless you start talking to us. And that could possibly be the situation where they dealt a warning blow, and now, it's like, okay, let's have a conversation. You don't have to die with Prigozhin.
No, I think I disagree. I think Suleiman's right, and I'll tell you why I think he's right. When Prigozhin came out, he literally gave Putin a pass, right? He said that Putin was not being informed by his Minister of Defense and his Chief of Defense on what was going on. They were withholding evidence from the president, and that was a pass. Suleiman, I'm with you. I dropped my jaw when that speech was that bold. I really thought there was a chance where Gerasimov and Shoigu were just going to be kicked to the curb. And that there was a potential that Russia could reunify itself with somehow Prigozhin being in some leadership position in the Ministry of Defense. That speech was so polarizing. As soon as Prigozhin heard it, his hands were tied. There's no other choice now.
But I just have to go back to there's just no way for I just can't see if Putin kicks Gerasimov and Shoigu out because he's forced by Prigozhin. Shoigu and Gerasimov are only in power because of Putin. If he kicks them out because of Prigozhin's threat, then Prigozhin's in charge, even if Putin is president. That's it.
Exactly.
He can't do it.
No. Also, so I agree with that. There was any other form of speech he did would have shown some form of immediate weakness. I'm saying if he gave this veneer of basically kowtowing to Prigozhin, and then you put yourself in a situation where you can put your forces in place, you can even try and get Prigozhin arrested, but you can make a number of moves. Now what's happened is he's gone in hard, and it looks like, based on what everybody's saying, he hasn't even got the backup in terms of in Moscow to even have some kind of decent.
Well, that would show weakness, right? He can't do that. He has to deal with traitors.
Hold on, guys. Everyone, hold on.
I just want to share this.
There's breaking news. Just mute.
There's videos coming out right now of Wagner forces freely willy walking into stores in Rostanov, just buying supplies, they're just in stores buying whatever material they want, food, etc. And I think it's clear as day right now. If there's any doubt, and I think there wasn't at this point, but Rostanov is 100%, no doubt, under Wagner control. It is the base of operation for Wagner for this coup attempt against Putin, or this military rebellion, and Rostanov is the center of operations right now. They have absolute control. The videos coming out from that area clearly show it. Sorry, go ahead, Ian.
I was saying that, he can't show weakness, and he also has to keep in mind that, he represents the Russian people, and what this represents, right? The Wagner's insurrection, it's a betrayal of the Russian people. It's not just a betrayal of Putin, it's a betrayal of the Russian people, because they have gone against everything that they stand for. I mean, they're supposed to stand for Russia, and here they are, fighting against Russians. So for him to show weakness, for him to say, hey, you guys are cool, I'm going to kick out Gerasimov and Sorokin, that would be unfathomable, because no one appointed Prigozhin as this military leader to, do what he's doing right now, right? He doesn't have any official sanction anywhere, like or
Well,
official or
Ian, he does
unofficial.
have one big support, though, which is the Russian mums, right? Russian mums are an infamous, if you cast your minds back a few months, Putin was filmed sitting down with a bunch of Russian mothers to talk about the losses of boys and young men in body bags that were coming back from the Russian front lines in a very televised, Russian typical propagandist bit of
What's
PR,
your point?
right?
Peter,
So,
we're just
well, my
and
point
Russian
is
Telegram.
that he is
Hold
going
on,
to be quite
sorry, just
popular
gonna quickly mute.
amongst
Sorry,
certain
no, no,
members
no.
of the Russian
Also,
population,
yeah,
including.
you gotta press the alt mute all when there's
I did.
breaking news. Go
I
ahead,
think it's
also.
just. I mean, look, Mario, we got over 100,000 listeners now, so there's going to be some glitch because I did click it. Sorry.
All good, all good, all good. Yeah, yeah,
So,
that's all good. Go ahead.
10 minutes ago, approximately, on a Russian Telegram channel was reporting that another helicopter was shot down in what is that region, Vorodar? Like the another Russian helicopter was apparently shot down. I think that now makes 7 Russian helicopters shot down, and then 1 IL, possibly 22 communication platform. So that's what 8 aircrafts have been shot down in less than 12 hours. I think this is the biggest loss of the Russian Air Force since the beginning of this invasion right now in less than 12 hours, all done and executed by
We also have reports and a video. The military is mining bridges across the Oka, a local resistance around Moscow. So there's mines being placed by the Russian military to slow down the advancement of Wagner's forces. And the security forces drove a lot of trucks to the place, blocked the roads, and helicopters fly near the Krutishki airfield. So just some more updates. U.S. official says top U.S. general spoke to the Ukrainian counterparts. Nothing special there.
So Ian, can I ask a question? I don't disagree that Putin always has to look strong, but how is it not a strong speech that he comes out, he stands behind the podium, he looks extremely angry, and he says, "I just learned from Rogozin. I had a discussion with him. He is 100% correct that Gerasimov and Shoigu have been lying to me, and I am furious with them. I'm putting out a criminal, I'm filing them that they are now criminals of the state. I am bringing Prigozhin in here to learn more about some of the information that he's had. Our nation has been completely upended by these two individuals who I no longer declare to be Russians. It is
Well, because
absolutely
it would be a lie.
unbelievable that they have
It
destroyed
would be
us."
a lie.
Well, dude, the guy tells lies all the time.
No.
Let's fucking
There's
be
going to be
honest.
so
Oh,
blatant a lie that no one would
okay.
buy it. It's ridiculous. Like he's not going to throw his own generals under the bus.
Little Green Men. Little Green
Dude,
Men was a ridiculous lie. No one in the world believed that
okay,
either.
Little
And then
Green
a
Man,
couple
whatever.
months, a year later, he laughed about it.
You're trying to make like Putin's just going to blatantly lie to the public and say that the people that he commanded, that he ordered to like the people directly under his control have been lying to him. So how stupid is this guy? No, he's not going to do that. That's ridiculous. No way.
He's going to look weak in front of the army. And that's the problem he has, which is why he's deploying Chechen troops. And the reason why Wagner has probably stopped entering or moving at pace into Moscow is because of the rumors of Chechen forces deployed there that are faithful to Putin. Prigozhin and Wagner probably thought, like, their trip to Moscow, that army units were just going to roll in behind them, because it's obvious that general soldiers, those that are fighting, they identify with him, and are seem to be more loyal to him than they are to Putin. So again, I come back to this piece about Roston on Don, which is where this is where he will be stopped. This is where Putin can seize back control. If he loses that, then all he can do is buy time before more of the army units get behind Prigozhin and Wagner, and obviously the Chechen forces, which I think only number about 10,000, become overwhelmed.
Go ahead, Alex, and then Elijah. Elijah, you've been waiting for a while. Maybe go Elijah first, just for balance, and then we'll go to Alex.
No problem.
Yeah, it is interesting some of the language that's been used by some of the speakers here that show sort of an already slanted bias towards Putin, which I understand many Westerners have, calling this an invasion, using the phrase from the start of the invasion, or, the accusations of lies. I mean, we're talking about geopolitics, where if you can point to me a leader that doesn't work in some form of deception or dishonesty, then I would say that you're probably not pointing me to a leader, because that's what they do, right? They work with information war. But with what's happening here, I mean, you cannot tell me by any means that Putin would be so ill informed and so cut off from his top advisors that he wouldn't have some understanding of what was about to occur. And even if we're talking about, it's in the moment, a 12, 24-hour warning. I mean, even deploying these foreign-based mercs in response already sets a barrier of separation. Like I mentioned, he calls this a special military operation. And while many people, like to say he's evil for that, then you'd have to stand against the United States government, which has waged many special military operations in the last several decades. Putin's goal is not to wipe out fellow Russians. His goal is not to wage war with fellow Russians. His war is with not only it's not with anyone. It's the securing of his own statehood in his country. And so, when there's a variable that's thrown in like this, especially when we're going by like 6-second TikTok clips and tweets from unverified accounts, and much of which even is from Russian state TV, which you can't believe, state media in general. To tell the truth, especially in America or with Russia, we're kind of like trying to draw on conclusions, and we kind of sound foolish, because really, Putin is not acting for very clear and obvious reasons, right? This is not part of his mission. He's been very clear and led us operatives in operation of what he's trying to accomplish, and it's not to go to war with mercenaries of Russian descent or Russian cooperation. And so, delaying conflict is going to be the number one goal, and he's going to try to continue his operation or special operation in Ukraine. And he's continued to want to end this war. Russia wants to end this war. Putin wants the war to stop. It's the West that wants it to continue. So it's not like he then wants to export the war further onto domestic soil and continue to wage it specifically in the capital. And so, like, this idea, I'll end here, of just constantly predicting that Putin is just this genocidal, insane leader that's much different than any of these other leaders in NATO or in the United States in general, is just absurd, because realistically he's been clear on his objectives, and we have to take a leader at their word unless he's shown differently, and he hasn't. And this doesn't show any difference. So I don't think he's going to act and just start killing his own people unless he's exhausted every other resource, or else he defeats his entire initial purpose.
Yeah, but nobody disagrees with what you're saying. That's exactly what everybody's been saying. We've said throughout this space that he
A
has
colonel
been
might
quite.
disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that no, that Putin basically has been careful to ensure that no lives are lost. Even we talked about Ukraine and talked about how he is a lot more moderate when it comes to Ukraine compared to if Prigozhin was to take over. In addition to that, yes, what we've been doing on the spaces, there's been some level of speculation that there will be in this scenario, but we've been reporting what the news we've got. We've told when it's unverified and when it's verified, and more importantly, we've talked about the various angles that this basically coup can take. And what has happened is, even though I've been pushing back, I've been surprised that Wagner's even got far to Moscow city. So even those people who were making the argument that he would get to Moscow, there's been no resistance. Now we don't know the reason why there's not been any resistance. So then one speculates what are the reasons for it. So there is various angles from this, and so we're going into that. But Patrick, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Patrick, just before you go, I do want to get some reports. If anyone, Piotr, I know you've got sources on the ground. Lev spoke to his sources on the ground.
Mario, apparently it's kind of confusing, because now they're claiming that certain bridges that are not in the vicinity of where Wagner was advancing in where Wagner was advancing to Moscow, that Russian air forces are blowing up bridges. So, and there's videos of it, but it's hard to really specify if it's true or not, because that same video that was published that claiming of blowing up bridges was also another account was claiming that was a Russian helicopter shot down. Again, guys, this is all just very hard to confirm, but I'll try to look more into that, Mario.
I appreciate it. Patrick, I'll let you give us your thoughts. In the meantime, we do want some reports, especially from anyone on the ground. We will be getting, we have limited internet connections in many parts of Russia, many parts of Moscow. That was even reported by Russian media. So it's been hard to get some information, and some information has been slow as well. But Patrick, would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, just this notion that, Putin is fully informed and he knows what he's doing. This is the guy who sent in 8 mutually unsupported thrusts into Ukraine and dropped airborne over the capital because he believed they wouldn't fight without first suppressing air defenses. This guy's been a victim either of his own hubris or of what he's been told since day one. There's no reason to think he hasn't pushed his own people much further than they were willing to go. because he thought they would keep following orders. I mean,
Prigozhin or Putin? You lost me. Prigozhin or Putin, dude?
Putin. Putin has led his own people into a slaughterhouse, and frankly, it seems to me that they're fed up with it. I mean, that's Prigozhin's rap. He sounds like disgruntled czarist soldiers from 1917, for God's sake.
Yeah, I know this. I know this doesn't play well, but I agree with Patrick. Right? I've watched Prigozhin for the last 6 months, and look, I'm no one's going to claim that I'm supportive of Russia, but I'll tell you, he comes far closer to obeying the laws of armed conflict and the Geneva Convention than the Russian
He's
forces.
a freedom fighter now.
I mean,
is this how we're gonna paint this narrative?
No, hold on. No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen to me, Ian. Jesus Christ, man. What I'm saying is he actually did prisoner swaps.
Colonel, can I just provide some
Go
news?
ahead.
Sorry, let me just, and then I'll push it to you. I just wanted to provide something. I think this is also important. So, President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky said the following quote: "Today, the world saw that the masters of Russia do not control anything, nothing at all, just complete chaos. The world should not be afraid. We know what protects us. Only our unity." And then we got videos of large numbers of trucks going to block roads to Moscow. It's kind of like dump trucks and fire trucks, it looks like, or dump trucks and garbage trucks going down there. It's a significantly large convoy. And then also the president of Kazakhstan will hold an unscheduled meeting of the Security Council tomorrow. We'll hear reports from law enforcement agencies on the situation in Russia. Okay, go ahead, Colonel. Sorry.
Thanks. He buried his forces with honors and dignity. I mean, there's pictures all over the place of his forces being buried and taken care of. He's accounted for his people correctly. He's actually paying off family members of those that are deceased in contracts that he had made with them. So it's not about being a freedom fighter. What I'm saying is there's a lot of soldiers on the Russian side like, hey, that dude gets it, man. If I die here, I want someone to take care of my family. If I die here, I want to be buried with military honors because I fought for my country. If I get captured by the enemy, I want to make sure that someone's going to freaking try and get me back, and that I'm going to be taken care of, and that they're taking care of those guys, they're prisoners, because I don't want to be fucking beaten to shit when I'm in jail.
So I just want to, also, if you could do me a favor, can you give us a recap? We forgot to do it for the last couple of hours. A recap of everything we know so far. We'll do it like a video, maybe 4 to 5 minutes this time, just because it's been so long. In the meantime, we do have our team looking at if anyone's on the ground in Russia. We do want to hear from you. If you're talking to people, you've got sources there, please DM me. The team is checking DMs. Please include sources. We'll need to verify everything. We'll bring you up on stage, especially anyone in Russia that does have internet connection. In the meantime, also, I'd love you to give us just a quick overview on how things are going, and then we'll continue the discussion. Go ahead.
Hey, Mario, I just...
Go ahead, Elijah, just quickly. Unmute. You got to unmute. Elijah, you got to quickly unmute before Ulsos goes on.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say real quickly, it's 3 o'clock here in Australia.
Yeah, all good. Anyway,
you,
yeah, all good. I appreciate it, Elijah.
Me on.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for jumping on. You're welcome anytime. Also, would love the update, please, sir. The mic is yours, also. Can you unmute? Or is it glitching for you?
Hopefully I don't get muted while I talk. Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. So we have the first things again from the beginning of this from last month in May of 2023. Prigozhin announced the seizure of Bakhmut. From that point, once he announced the seizure of Bakhmut, though, it's very important to highlight that prior to, during, and immediately after seizing it, he has consistently blamed
Prigozhin,
the Russian...
Also, Prigozhin, the chief of Wagner. Just, yep.
Correct. Yeah, for the listeners, the chief of Wagner, Prigozhin, when he has consistently blamed the Russian Minister of Defense, Shoigu, and the chairman of the Russian General Staff, General Gerasimov. Prigozhin consistently blamed those two Ministry of Defense officials of not providing enough support to Wagner to seize Bakhmut and any other operations they had. Immediately after seizing Bakhmut, Prigozhin announced that he was going to pull Wagner forces out of Ukraine and that he needed time to refit and reconstitute his forces for any possible offensive operations. Between May 2023, and just until yesterday, basically, Prigozhin has consistently and heavily criticized Shoigu and Gerasimov of being incompetent, undermining Russia's objectives in Ukraine, and of being incompetent and leading to the death of thousands of Russian soldiers. Shoigu, mid-June, announced a plan to incorporate every single Russian PMC would have to sign a contract to now be subordinate to the Russian Ministry of Defense. Clearly, this was a challenge to Wagner, and specifically Prigozhin, in his ability to seize absolute control to maintain control of Wagner. Yesterday, Prigozhin released a statement on his Wagner Telegram channel indicating that the Russian military launched an attack against a Wagner camp.
And I can take over also, so I'll take over a bit from you here. Yeah. Also, I'll take over a bit here. Continue the discussion, then I'll let you fill the gaps as well. We'll go back and forth.
While he was complaining on Telegram about how he wasn't getting enough munitions for his troops.
Yeah, and just quickly, just give 2 seconds. Let me just give the update, and I'll give you the mic back. So we've got Prigozhin, the head of the Russian mercenary group Wagner. So he accused Russia of bombing his military sites in Ukraine. So it was near Bakhmut. So he said that the bombing, and I remember we were preparing for the Imran Khan interview we did, I don't know how many, probably yesterday, I don't know how many hours ago. So we had it prepped, and I told Suleiman, my co-host, I'm like, hey man, we should probably delay that. Prigozhin is saying that his base was bombed by the Russian military. And then we concluded that it's likely or hopefully him over-exaggerating as he usually does. Despite the Russian military defense claiming that there is no truth to his claim, Prigozhin said that 25,000 mercenaries would take part in a military coup organized by him. That was yesterday. I'm not keeping track of time. It's been a while I haven't slept. Those who destroyed our guys today, who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers, will be punished. That's what Prigozhin said. Now, initially, it was nothing targeted at Putin, but our concerns where he was focusing on the on Putin's higher ups, people that the executives that report directly to Putin, and I'll read out who they are in a bit. Those who destroyed our guys today, who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers, referring to the Ukrainian war, will be punished. So that's what we were hearing this. I remember we were hearing this as we start interviewing Mr. Khan, the Pakistani Prime Minister. Igor Girkin, ex-Russian Federal Security Service, has stated, quote, the military coup attempt has begun. That was the first reference when we got that message of a military coup taking place. It took me a while to call this a coup. Eventually decided to do so. Multiple sources were claiming back then that emergency statements being prepared by Russia's Ministry of Defense. Other sources were claiming that Russian National Guard is on alert, so started getting concerned. Prigozhin sent an audio message saying details start emerging. The Minister of Defense urgently arrived to Rostov in order to conduct an operation to destroy Wagner, saying that they've used artillery and helicopter pilots covertly to destroy us. Some people say that might have been an assassination attempt against Prigozhin, but we just don't know. And then the tension started rising. And then we just saw sudden movement by Wagner, and we saw them get into Russian territory very, very quickly. And then they started approaching Rostov in the southern district. By the way, also, if I get anything wrong, do let me know. And I remember me and Osos were talking as soon as they entered Rostov Oblast, the state, with no resistance. We're sitting there talking about it, and suddenly there's reports of tanks around the headquarters, the southern district headquarters, where the commander of the southern military district and deputy defense minister were located. And then not long after, Prigozhin is sitting there meeting them. And that's where we knew things are really getting serious now, and Putin is at risk, because there's a potential alliance between Prigozhin, between Wagner, and the southern district, which is about a quarter to a fifth of the Russian military. And he took over the command center of the Russian military in Ukraine, which is the majority of the military. And obviously, since then, we've just seen constant movements by Wagner towards Voronezh. And again, they got there pretty quickly. We saw a few clashes then. And then Putin gave a speech. And I'll read a few highlights of the speech for anyone that didn't hear it. And we're almost up to where we are today, where we are now. He said, Russia is waging a hard fight for its future. The troops are fighting heroically. The fate of our people is now being decided. That's Putin's speech. I don't know how long ago anymore. The authorities will now allow a split in Russia to repeat. We face betrayal. Exorbitant ambitions led to treason against Russia. Any unrest in a mortal threat. So it's very, very aggressive words. And he did say any internal unrest is a mortal threat to the state. I think that's one of the more extreme terms he's used. And after that, Prigozhin responded, naming Putin essentially as an enemy, and moving towards Moscow. And that's where we are today. And the move towards Moscow, it went a lot faster than we all expected. And we've had reports hours ago they're already in Oblast, Moscow Oblast, the state of Moscow. And we've had reports from people on the ground, but we haven't been able to confirm them. Anything comes from the ground, it's just very difficult to confirm. But we've had multiple reports now that they're in Moscow Oblast, and some reports, Piotr, you had your sources say they're on the outskirts, but that wasn't confirmed further. Also, was there anything else I missed?
No, that's the generic rundown. Yeah, no, that's good, Mario.
It was a number
No, I
of
appreciate it.
while we were reporting all of this, there were a number of like I guess false reports on the destruction of the SMD headquarters that was unconfirmed at first. People were cheering it on, saying, "Yeah, Prigozhin's won." That didn't happen. That literally didn't happen. That was fake. Also, it's worth mentioning that Prigozhin. What led up to this, right? What months ago, he was claiming that he was having munition shortages in Ukraine. That is also unconfirmed, right? Because the Ministry of Defense denies that, and there's now speculation, a lot of speculation, in fact, that he had simply been hoarding all of his ammunition, right? Which is why it enabled him to actually perform this attempted coup, right? This act of insurrection, using all of the weapons and munitions that he had basically hoarded while he was in Ukraine, and to use it against the Russian government, right? So that's and yesterday when he claimed that his camp was attacked, I think people on all sides, whether you're Ukrainian or whether pro-Ukraine, pro-Russia, whatever, pretty much determined, even on the space, right? We speculated quite strongly that that may have been faked, right? Because it looked like a really low quality production. It didn't look like like what he had claimed. He claimed that his whole camp got blown up by MOD. It seemed very unlikely that they would do such a thing, right? So I think that was he used that as a precursor to launch this attack, this act of armed insurrection on the Russian government under the false pretenses, claiming that look, our people are they're traitors to us, they're killing us all on the battlefield, and they're not only are they cutting us off from weapons that we desperately need, so we're going to take matters into our own hands. I think we had a lot of some speculation yesterday that Prigozhin, he has been put in a hard spot, right? Because although he made his name in Bakhmut, his claims was that the counteroffensive, that when Ukrainians did a counterattack, Russians would not be able to resist it at all, right? That it would simply crumble, and Surovikin proved him wrong, right? Surovikin and Gerasimov, they proved him wrong.
Ian, I got some breaking news.
Oh, so we got breaking news. Yeah, Belarusian president.
Okay,
Is
so
that
I'm just going to read this. This is from Fight. It's the Belarusian president held talks with Prigozhin today. Lukashenko says that Prigozhin had agreed to stop the movement of armed persons on the territory of Russia and to take further steps to de-escalate. That is coming from a Telegram channel started by Fatix News.
I'll read out the message from the press service of the President of the Republic of Belarus. This is a very important development, a positive development. I'll read out the statement. This morning, Russian President Putin briefed his Belarusian counterpart on the situation in southern Russia with the private military company Wagner. The head of state agreed on joint actions. This is really good news, but so far, let's continue. As a follow-up to the agreements, the president of Belarus, having additionally,
be very skeptical.
let me also, can I finish, and then you'll tell us about the being skeptical. As a follow-up to the agreements, the president of Belarus, having additionally specified the situation through his own channels, and in agreement with the president of Russia, held talks with the Wagner PMC Yevgeny Prigozhin. Negotiations continued throughout the day. As a result, they came to an agreement on the inadmissibility of unleashing a bloody massacre on the territory of Russia. Prigozhin accepted the proposal of the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, to stop the movement of armed persons of the Wagner company on the territory of Russia and take further steps to de-escalate tensions. At the moment, an absolutely profitable and acceptable option for solving the situation is on the table, with security guarantees for the Wagner PMC fighters. As previously reported, also during today, the president of Belarus held 2 meetings with the power bloc of the country on this situation. Initial thoughts, it's a very pretty major development.
That's a massive development. So, I mean, what does Prigozhin get out of this deal?
I would just be very skeptical. I would be very skeptical that First of all, Lukashenko is generally, full of shit. Sorry, I'm just going to say it. Number one. Number two,
if that is
an actually
statement
true,
being full of shit.
Yeah, Lukashenko releases.
He has numerous times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
example, please.
Lukashenko. That Ukraine is imminently going to invade Belarus. Consistently, something that talking points.
Okay, but I don't think that has like nothing to do with it. I mean, why would he? Make this
hold
up?
on. First of all, hold on.
You can ask for an example. He gives you one, and then
guys, let's also and then we'll go to Ian and Colonel. Please also go ahead.
Look, I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying I'm extremely skeptical of any claims by Lukashenko. But if even
this
if
would
this
align just quickly.
proven the
Sorry,
case,
this would align also.
yeah.
This would align with Russian Telegram reports that the Wagner convoy heading to Moscow has stopped. No confirmation from Wagner sources. So we had multiple sources. We've been having it for a while that the convoy heading to Moscow has stopped. There's been no confirmation from Wagner on this. So this is a very positive development. That I'm not going to say the coup has halted or stopped, but it is a
Seems
positive
likely.
development. I think this is the first positive development we've had probably since the coup began. That's the first positive
My
development
question here,
we've had.
assuming that
Assuming it's valid.
Yeah, assuming it's valid, and I'm assuming that it is. I have no reason to believe otherwise. What does Prigozhin get out of this, right? I mean, how is this deal going to look like? The guarantees that he's getting for him and for his troops, I assume, because they wouldn't, just be throwing themselves into the meat grinder for no reason. I'm assuming, and if we have to speculate here, he probably gets, Belarusian citizenship, sort of like, he basically stops being Russian, and he gets some sort of official sanction under the Belarusian government, right? Because he is a persona non grata in Russia right now, right? He is an enemy of the state, and his actions are unpardonable, pretty much, right? I mean, you don't perform treason like this. So, it has to be something like that, right? This is an out for him and an out for his troops because, I mean, there's no way that this would have ended well, right? Not for Prigozhin. There's no way he would have successfully, gotten Moscow to capitulate to him. That just isn't going to work. We don't live in 1917 anymore, and we live in a different world right now. The world would not accept Prigozhin as a leader of the Russian government, and the Russians, furthermore, and this is the crucial part, they would not accept him, deposing their lawfully elected government, to install this military dictator. That's just no way. So I think this is the best outcome, assuming it goes through and it doesn't fall apart.
I'm just inviting someone from the ground. We are getting more reports that it seems this is accurate. Lukashenko's press service stated that at the moment there is a draft of an acceptable option for decoupling the situation with Wagner PMC with security guarantees for his fighters. That's a Russian source there. And then we've got here more information from SOTA. SOTA also, can you tell us what SOTA is? Also, can you hear me?
I believe that's a Russian state media, if I'm not mistaken. But there's so many acronyms I don't know. If somebody knows exactly what it is, please provide it.
Yeah, I'll read it up in a bit. But there's a lot of we're getting more and more sources that it seems this is accurate. Let me invite a couple of speakers that are on the ground in Russia, and then we'll continue. I want to get your initial thoughts. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to make the quick point that, right, as they work out a deal, and even if that includes Belarusian citizenship, understand that Russia still kind of needs Wagner. They're the historical way to look at this is that Putin's overreach necessitated the very rapid rise of Wagner because they needed that ability to contract through them, right? Putin has gone to Ukraine, Syria, Georgia. He's had troops in Belarus. He's had troops, we forget, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in Kazakhstan to help put down some of the unrest there. He's taken de facto sovereignty between parts of eastern Ukraine, the Crimean Peninsula, the breakaway provinces in Georgia of over 2.5 million people in about 13, 14 years. By any historical sweep, that's not a slow pace. So the need for Wagner or a Wagner-like competing center of power in Russia is going to be maintained, whether this guy gets cleaned out or not. Just wanted to make that point quickly.
So Jason, you think, because you're quite right, like Wagner, the Wagner Group. I mean, Bakhmut was basically the Wagner Group. So are you saying that even if this deal does come into fruition, which we don't know, but we're just basing it on the statement
This
of
will need PMCs, and
Lukashenko?
I have a breaking news thing
I'm
on
with
this.
you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I have a
Does
breaking
that
news
mean that
regarding that. So,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Putin signed a law about an hour and a half ago on the possibility of calling convicts to serve under a contract. The law also provides.
Yeah, we've read that.
Okay.
We've read that 2 hours ago.
Yeah, so that law plays into this, right? Because they do need an army that they can conscript without them being conscripts, right? They have to be these.
No, but Ian,
convicts.
Ian. The question I was going to ask Jason, but I'll ask you now as well. He still needs the Wagner Group, and so this deal, would it just be Prigozhin, or would it be like a number of people from Wagner Group, and then he'll put a different leader in Wagner Group, and then will there be some kind of like issue with with whom they have allegiance? Like, there's a number of issues that are played here. What do you think?
That's a very good question, and also one I'd like to know the answer to, because I don't know the answer, and Belarus certainly plays into it. I don't think he would manage to retain his Russian citizenship given what he has done. I think that Wagner and Prigozhin get some sort of a cover from Belarus, and they get to, I guess, officially be Belarusians, but then continue to serve in Wagner, continue to serve in the SMO in Ukraine. So I don't think that's ended, right? That has certainly not
But
ended,
how,
and
if you're
Prigozhin himself
Putin,
is not interested in ending
but
it.
if you're Putin, how can you even trust that? Like these guys turned on you. There was, let's say in this situation, what you're saying, there was gonna be a coup. Like, how can you like even have any modem of like trust on them that they can't do it again? Like this guy has
Prigozhin would
continuously called
probably
out
be
the.
taken out of power. I think that the commander, I mean, who's in charge of Wagner, is going to have to be bequeathed onto somebody else, right? I don't really see him being in charge anymore, but I do see him getting some sort of like safe harbor, given what he has already done. It's like he's proven his point, right? He's made his point. He's made his point.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, yes. This action, this is like.
Do you understand?
What do you want him to do? Like
This guy wants
raise
no.
Moscow?
He wants you. You expect a guy like Prigozhin to literally just go, "Oh, hey, Belarusian citizenship." Boy, that sounds like a shit hot deal. But I've been literally leading a war fighting organization for a very long time, and I'm just going to step down because that's what I wanted. Ian, you look.
I
I
have no
agree
idea
with
what he's
you, but
gonna do.
look,
I have no idea
let,
what the deal looks
oh my
like. I don't think any of us does. Right?
Okay, I'm not saying I know what the deal is, but look, I agree with you that this, although it's optimistic, I said, look, this is Putin's best move. He needs to buy some time. So I completely get the whole idea of trying to establish some level of an agreement so that he can wedge in a little bit of time. And I think that's what it is. And I agree with all sorts. We should be very skeptical of it, but it is good news. But here's my point.
Let me go. Yeah, guys, let me just go. I want to go get an update on the markets. Wahid, how are the markets reacting to this? I always like to look at the markets to see how what the general consensus is. Wahid?
I don't think they know yet, right?
So at the beginning of the day, like I said, the spread betting markets, the weekend markets, which is the DAX, the Hang Seng, the FTSE, the main markets, right? IG Group, which is the largest spread better, they present peer-to-peer markets. Germany actually opened up, and then when people realized that all hell's breaking loose, European markets went down about 1%. U.S. markets were trading down 60, 70 bips. The news you just broke now, Mario, has lifted markets in the order of around 20, 30 basis points. Liquidity over the weekends is not high, but just to put this in perspective, liquidity today is on par with the SVB debacle. So it's one of the most highly liquid weekend markets that I've seen. So it's a pretty good indicator. I think the bearish view was, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If Wagner wins, then it's there's chaos and civil war and all this, and if Putin wins, then the geopolitical risks continue because then he'll be more emboldened and probably will be a lot more aggressive. So I think the read on the markets was not at the beginning was, hey, Germany benefits because Germany is the most levered market in the weekends to a solution in Ukraine. And now they're saying, you know what, it's murky. It's probably bad news either way. But markets did lift in the last 20 minutes.
The markets can't really move because it's the weekend, right? Guys, I mean, it's the weekend. They're closed.
So I just want to provide an important, I think, just before we take too much credence. One, we have not heard anything from official Wagner channels, nothing at all, or a statement from Prigozhin confirming Lukashenko's statement. So that's number one.
We have to
and
wait.
Then number two, if you look at Wagner Telegram channel, up to this point, has been consistently saying the same message. We are going to finish this. We're going to fight, and we're going to finish this. Like we are gun ho. We're on a war path. So I would wait before we take credence to Lukashenko's statement, who has a tendency to be exaggerated and serving the Putin's mouthpiece in a way, and Russian media propaganda point of view. I would believe this a lot more if we get an official statement from Prigozhin or Wagner Telegram channel confirming this. And I think that is more important right now than just taking Lukashenko at his word.
Yeah, I know. We
I think all
sources
sources correct. Sorry, I've been waiting for just a bit. So, and my phone's about to die. We've been on here for a few hours. I want to thank all of you for hosting this, folks on the panel, everybody else who's listening, and also to Elon and the team at Twitter for keeping this up and running with over 100,000 people on here. I'm a tech exec during the day. This is not easy. So thank you for that. The last piece that I will kind of leave you with this is I completely agree with all source. Until we hear this from Prigozhin or from Putin, I would take all this with a grain of salt from Lukashenko, just given his history here. So if we go off what's known, as we just mentioned before, just to finish that summary that came, Reports of a column of about 5,000 forces, that composition's unknown at this point, headed north towards Moscow. About 2 hours south was the last report, somewhere in the oblast. Reports of about 8 Russian military helicopters shot down, still not confirmed, but there is video, circulating around that that's happening. Certainly not enough to take the capital. Level of support from within the government's unknown, so we still don't really know how this is going to play out. The last piece I want to touch on is the reports that were mentioned from TASS about this being a counterterrorism operation. For those of you who are listening and trying to figure out fact from fiction, you need to consider the source and figure out who the target audience is that source broadcasts to. That is a Russian state element that's now calling this a counterterrorism operation. They're not going to have any extra things to bring to bear other than what they're already trying to do. This is more of a domestic political audience that they're speaking to, letting them know that they're actually doing something about this and trying to cast Wagner as terrorists for right now. It's also going to be very interesting to see how Prigozhin would have to walk back comments that were made about them being responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Russian soldiers, and they want to overthrow the government. It's really hard to walk that one backwards. So it'll be very interesting to see if this negotiation actually plays out.
Okay, so on the point about it being a counterterrorism.
Let me hold on, guys, just 2 seconds, everyone, just 2 seconds, guys, please. There's a lot of speakers. Tara, I know you're on the ground in Russia. You gave us an update earlier in Moscow. Are you there, Tara? Tara, you got to unmute bottom left corner. There seems to be a bit of a lag, so what I need to do what I did before. I need to.
Mario,
I don't see her.
Can I just bring
Oh,
a
okay, I
statement
see it.
from? Wait. I got a statement from Wagner, and I don't think it converged. I'm going to read this. This is coming from Wagner Telegram channel. I'm just going to read it verbatim. Today, along the route of PMC Wagner, all local emergency services continue to work in full and cooperated with the participants of the March of Justice. The ambulance service, the fire service worked. The employees of the Ministry of Internal Affairs continue to provide security. In case of need, they were provided with all kinds of assistance from PMC Wagner. In turn, local services and residents supported the movement of the columns. Logistics routes were not violated. The supply of shops and permits not disrupted. Thank you, Russia. Russia, and then they put hashtag Russia with Wagner. This was posted 4 minutes ago.
Also, I'll just quickly. I will need to do the reset. It's just that we are get a bit overloading. So if the space crashes, I'm doing the reset we did before. It worked before. If the space crashes, we'll restart it within 1 to 2 minutes right afterwards. Just a heads up. So I'll be doing that reset in a bit, just because we have so many people.
By the way.
But yeah, go ahead, also. Yeah, and Tara, maybe in the meantime, Tara, can we get an update on the situation in Moscow and what we know so far?
Okay, so right now what's happening is everything's quiet here in Moscow itself because they've imposed, a lot of people are being told to just stay in their apartments, to stay inside, wherever they are. And I got an intelligence report, it's unverified, that the president of Belarus has negotiated a temporary stand down with the Wagner Group. And again, this is unverified, but it's pretty good. It's a very good source that I got this from, who's usually right. But basically, has negotiated them to stand down for now, and they're making some sort of agreement over Prigozhin. So the march should have happened right now. Like right now, Prigozhin's troops should have been in Moscow. They're not. And so this negotiated is not permanent. This is just like a step towards like a de-escalation is what they're calling it.
And just some breaking news, which adds to that, I think it's breaking news. It says Prigozhin published a new audio recording saying, "We turn our columns around and go back." So again, it adds to this statement by Lukashenko. It adds to the fact that the Wagner is no longer moving forward. It does look like, I know people are saying don't take it with a grain of salt, but again, we're trying to piece.
Suleiman, I think we got audio. I think we're getting audio from Prigozhin. I got to confirm it. I got to see if the guys who translate. Hold on. What they're saying, and now this is Prigozhin, and this I got to confirm this transcript. But he says, quote, "There were negotiations, but no deal." I'll see if I can get the exact translation of his audio, but he's saying that there was no deal yet.
So what about this bit of the audio?
Let me.
Where it says,
I'm resetting
just around and go back.
Yeah, so guys, both of you mentioned the sources. I will be resetting the space now. If it crashes, I'll be restarting again. It worked before. Let's see if it works. Just a reminder for everyone: go on my profile and go into the space. If it does crash, I'll let you continue, guys. Sorry. All source and Suleiman, just on those 2 reports.
Yeah. So the one I got is from, it says SOTA. So again, it's a Telegram group, but also will be able to give us more information on that. But separately, why I'm mentioning that is when you piece in what Tara said, you piece in what Ian said, you piece in what the president of Belarus said, the fact that the Wagner group as a group forces are not moving forward, it does seem like there is some form of negotiation going on. Maybe there's no deal at the moment. That makes sense. They haven't got a concrete deal, but it does look like there is some form of negotiation going on. So again, that's something to take into consideration when you piece things together. That seems highly likely.
Yeah, and they're calling it a de-escalation. That's it. They're not calling it a resolution, just a de-escalation at this point.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that if they do want to have a proper deal, that would need to be signed and there need to be witnesses, right? It has to be done.
All right, guys. So
neutral
first
venue.
the reset worked, so everything is fine, and we're still running the space.
That's good.
Roy Walmart just tweeted, and he's DM'd me as well personally, saying this is from Reuters. Prigozhin in an audio message said, "To avoid bloodshed, we are returning our convoys to bases." Again, to avoid bloodshed, we are returning our convoys to bases. We are seeing de-escalation for the first time since all this started. We could have a peace deal. I don't know how that peace deal would look like, and who will have control of the government, of the Kremlin. Our guess will be Putin.
What you want to ask is what happens to Prigozhin, right? You don't ask
exactly.
what happens to the Russian government, because the Russian government is fine. It's always been fine. It's never been under attack. Even Prigozhin didn't say,
I wouldn't
go.
Ian, I wouldn't go to the extreme. Come on.
I would,
Ian,
because he never ever targeted Putin, right?
Then obviously you didn't. Go back. Ian, you were asleep. He did. He mentioned Putin many times and said Russia will have a new. He said Russia will have and he said Russia will have a new president.
Was that from him or was it from?
That was from Prigozhin. That was from him directly. So I'll let you go. I'll let you go check all this.
That one back.
Yeah, go. Yeah, exactly.
So Mario, I think we're getting conflicting reporting because and I think this is where we need to get somebody to translate the entire transcript. So maybe he is saying, "Hey, we're de-escalating," but Prigozhin has said now consistently on multiple Telegram channels affiliated with Wagner that says negotiations were unsuccessful. So the question then is, does that mean because negotiations were unsuccessful, we are going to continue? Or, hey, because there's negotiations, although they're unsuccessful, we're going to halt to see the results of these negotiations? I think that is kind of the discrepancy because it could be exactly that.
Also, most of the translations that are coming out from his audio, and I guess we need some verification, is that he's turning back. There's another one here.
The translation I got is that he's turning back.
He could be turning back, but he is also saying that the negotiations were unsuccessful.
They're not done yet because there's no deal.
How can
the negotiation is ongoing, right? He has to actually sit down with all the participants involved in this whole conflict and work a proper deal out where they sign a contract. That's just how it works. You can't just have a telephone deal.
And Prigozhin's goal with this was about Shigoa. He wanted a different. So it was really with between the upper elite military leaders. That's what this is about. And
well,
I don't know who said it, but
Tara,
you're right.
If this translation is right, he said they wanted to disband Wagner. So it looks like that was his motivation behind it. He thought.
I mean, I think again. I'm sorry. I'm going to read something else from literally Prigozhin's Telegram channel. I'm just going to read it verbatim. This is where it's confusing. I don't know if there's like just a lot of reporting coming out and disinformation. But here's another one specifically. He says Prigozhin denies reports of agreement with Lukashenko. I did not accept any proposals from the president of Belarus, Lukashenko. Negotiations were held, but were unsuccessful, said the head of Wagner PMC. And this is the quote, "We went and continue to go to Moscow. Our first units are already on the outskirts. We are waiting for reinforcements, and we will go inside." And that is like literally from a Wagner Telegram channel with Prigozhin.
All right. So while you guys interpret this, I do want to go to a tweet by President Zelensky, President of Ukraine, 3 minutes ago. "We all remember how the head of Russia threatened the world in 2021. He had some ultimatums. He was trying to show a kind of strength. The year 2022 showed that he confused his illusions and the lies he was fed with strength. They in the Kremlin are capable of resorting to any terror, capable of resorting to any stupidity, but they cannot provide even 1% of the necessary control, and they are the problem. In one day, they lost several of their million-plus cities and showed all Russian bandits, mercenaries, oligarchs, and anyone else how easy it is to capture Russian cities and probably arsenals with weapons." Now, it is very important that no one in the world remains...
Mario, I got to read something else from AP Wagner. So the AP Wagner Telegram channel that reports directly, this is AP Wagner. And this is, quote, the state of Russia, right? The state has long ceased to exist. Putin deliberately destroyed all the institutions of statehood. Corruption has finished off the rest. The end of this feast of life is imminent. Undermining bridges will not stop what is inevitable. justice will prevail. And what he's saying about the bridges is because we're getting reports of Russian Air Force
This
destroying
is not
bridges.
Prigozhin,
This is from
though. This is
AP
a
Wagner
Telegram.
Telegram channel.
This is not Prigozhin himself.
AP Wagner.
Yeah, so he
But
is
that's not
also
Prigozhin.
that's fine,
Prigozhin
that's fine.
released an audio message, and I can read it here. It's very short.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it now, Ian. So he released an audio, says, and it's from Baza. So again, this is from a Telegram group, and he says they wanted to disband Wagner PMC. In a day, we walked less than 200 kilometers from Moscow. During this time, we did not shed a single drop of blood from our fighters. Now the moment has come when blood can be shed. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for that Russian blood will be shed on one of the sides, we turn our columns and leave in the opposite direction in the field camps according to the plan. So this is Prigozhin's message, which has been translated, needs to be verified, but it's a translation, and he's saying the opposite also. But that's fine. We're getting various points. But
So a lot of
confusing as
this
hell. I'll be the
too is
first one to
about
admit it.
money.
It's confusing.
Remember earlier when you were talking about the negotiations that Prigozhin had, he didn't get the rubles that he 20 billion rubles, excuse me, that he wanted,
sorry, Tara,
not
apologies,
dollars.
apologies. We do interrupt when there's like breaking news. Again, now from TASS, which is it's gone now. But anyway, sorry, continue. But it's the same point.
But basically, a lot of this has to do with money, and you need to keep that in mind with Prigozhin. He is a mercenary. These are paid soldiers, and there was a failed contract that just happened that was 20 billion rubles. I misspoke and said dollars, and it was rubles. Sorry.
Yeah, and so another, again from the TASS Telegram group, it says Prigozhin said that PMC Wagner is turning the columns and going back to the field camp. So again, we're getting similar translations, similar reporting about the same point about them turning back. Again,
but the reason why he's not accepting, I think, is because one of the terms was that Prigozhin be unconditionally surrender himself to the Russian state. So of course that probably wasn't what he wanted to do. So that's why they're saying it's a de-escalation. So anyway, that's yeah. I mean, but a lot of this has to do with money. So we need to again look back at what was going on with the exchange and the rejection by Prigozhin of the money and that kind of thing regarding all of this.
One thing I want to say is what an incredible time to be witnessing history, and what an incredible job Mario, Suleiman, your entire team, All Stars have been doing. It's just an incredible job and an incredible service to the public to be able to share this moment in history all together. I believe what we're witnessing now is the beginning of the end of Putin's Russia as we know it. And we're watching, his entire source of his power.
This is not. That's
I
no.
believe so.
It is not the end of Putin's Russia. No, this
as we know it.
No.
Not that it's the end
Hi
of
guys,
Putin's
this
Russia.
is
It's
Russian
the
Market
beginning
speaking.
of the end of
If I
Putin's
may
Russia
just
as
interrupt
we know
it. I really do.
Guys, let's go one by one. Let's go Russian markets if you don't mind, guys. Russian markets, go ahead. Good to have you, sir.
Yeah, hi guys.
And thank you for the nice, kind words, Mickey, by the way. Go
ahead,
yeah,
thank you. This is definitely not the end of Putin's Russia. And also, I was quite suspicious when it started, the whole fuss about it, this coup, and overnight everybody was talking about this. I didn't take it, honestly, too serious. It reminded me strongly of this Turkish coup in 2016. I even suspect it was in a way a little bit staged. I would even say that maybe Prigozhin wanted this attention, but then I saw these military jets bombed and all these victims, and I said, "Well, it really does look serious." But now I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it is some sort of operation. We will maybe find out later on. And also this question about stock markets and ruble. Actually, the Russian market itself, it's actually cut from the world market. So there won't be any impact on Asian markets, on US markets, because we are quite isolated. I might see that there might be some spikes in oil futures for the crude oil, but generally, I think we won't see any impact. And the whole story will be then forgotten in a week. I think I really think it is non, as you say, non-argument, just nothing. It's the whole fuss about it. It was made just so that the Prigozhin gets his attention. And don't forget that Prigozhin also did his troll factory, and he knows how to make scandal. But again, he made this huge how do you say trouble for the whole Russian government and also for Russian nation and people. We were quite worried for these hours, but now in the end, even we see Lukashenko, the hero who brings this peace to and convince Prigozhin to bring back all the forces.
Well, I want to go just going to go through the reports again. So it does seem that based on the various reports, we do have a confirmation that Wagner is seeming to be turning the columns and going back to the field camps. It does seem that the coup, I'm not going to say it's over, but it's at least on pause for now. We're going to see what happens next. So that's just the latest updates we're getting.
Mario, if I could just make my point, I understand fully. I'm not saying this is the end of Putin or end of Russia. I'm saying it's the end of Putin's Russia as we know it. We always knew Russia as a singular pole of power. Now what's starting to emerge is a multipolar Russia with multiple sources of power. This is something new, and this is a historical moment for us to be witnessing. We don't know how it's going to play out, but now we're looking at Lukashenko, Prigozhin, oligarchs. This is before there was one person alone in charge. He decided everything, and that's no longer the case. That's historic.
Sorry, I was just
Patrick, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if this is accurate, if Putin is turning around, then the question
you mean
have to ask yourself
Prigozhin, Wagner,
Prigozhin. Sorry, Prigozhin. If he's turning around, the question you have to ask yourself is why.
That's a good question,
and that's one that I'm not hearing. They can't keep him out of Moscow with what they've got in the area. We know this. So why is he turning around? He hasn't achieved his stated objective. Gerasimov and Shoigu are still there. He hasn't deposed Putin. Why is he turning around?
Hey Mario, sorry to
interrupt,
but I think the space is glitching because a lot of people are getting booted out. I thought I was the only one. I was about to go on a rampage here, but it looks like
okay. Hold on, Ian. Yeah, I know. Just Patrick was speaking in, please. Go ahead, Patrick.
And it's not because it's not 1917, as some people blithely urge us to believe. These are the same people that told us that modern conventional warfare was a thing of the past before February 24th, 2022. It's not. The Russians have been ruled by strongmen since time immemorial. That hasn't changed. If Prigozhin wanted Moscow, I think he could have taken it, maybe. So the question we have to ask, if he turns around, is why? And I'm not seeing any obvious answers to it.
What happens to Prigozhin next? So I'm just reading here. Prigozhin says it's over, according to Mitri. I'll read out the quote. They were going to dismantle Wagner. We came out on 23rd of June to the March of Justice. In a day, we walked to nearly 200 kilometers away from Moscow. In this time, we do not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now, the moment has come when blood may spill. That's why, understanding the responsibility for spilling Russian blood on one of the sides, we are turning back our convoys and going back to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, I was right. Hate to say it.
Okay. So we just need. So there's the audio of this. I am just telling you right now. There's a disconnect. If this reporting is true, if you track the AP Wagner and Wagner specific Telegram channels, this is not what
we understand. We have also guys.
Out there.
All right, so guys, let's just keep it back to easy. But Vaughn, good to have you back, and also I understand what you're mentioning, but I think it's good to verify that behind the scenes. According to all the sources, it's hold on, Ian. It's according to all the sources, it seems to have ended. But look, it definitely keep verifying it in the background. Let's discuss it in the back channels, and then share it. I'm just going through. Austin Defender is awake now. He just posted 2 minutes ago. The leader of the Wagner PMC, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has confirmed that he has ordered his forces to begin to move back towards their field bases in southern Russia and eastern Ukraine, stating Wagner realizes all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be shed on one of the sides. We now deploy our columns in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan. That's the best news we've heard. Oh, sorry, I've got everyone muted by accident. That's the best news we've heard. Vaughn, Igor, I'd love to get your thoughts on what we just heard. Good to have you both back on the panel.
Yeah, I just took a nap, woke up, and apparently it's over.
No, okay, so not over, but it just happened literally about 30 minutes ago.
Soon.
it does seem like it's de-escalating. We don't know what's going to happen next, but it
Wagner
is
fanboys in
de-escalating.
full cope right now on Telegram. I see them melting down. They're like, "No, this is not true. It's disinformation."
All right, so Ian, please,
Yes.
please,
So,
I'm not talking about anybody on the panel. I'm talking
Ian,
about the
no,
Wagner fanboys on
Ian,
Telegram.
it's not about what you're saying. It's about just jumped in when Von was about to speak. That's all. Von, I'd love
yes.
to get your thoughts on this, and then Igor, please.
My thoughts on this are generally the same as they always are. This is why I like to wait to see how things play out and not speculate wildly. Not that anyone could have predicted that it would play out this way, but I'm just hoping that people maybe learned a valuable lesson about letting the speculation and imagination get the better of you before things finish playing out.
This has also been reported by CNN as well. Just I mean, for those who value the reporting of mainstream media as well, it's also been reported by CNN. I mean,
It's
this
never a coup
argument about
attempt,
speculation. Look, Von,
right?
everybody, because we're not on the ground. We're not in the. We're not talking to Prigozhin. We're not talking to Putin. So whenever some form of move is being made, it's what one does is analyzes what the impact of any statement is, what are the various angles of it, and that's
Sully,
the
you're
job of
right, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and I was specific, wild speculation. Wild speculation is an analysis. It's letting your imagination get the best of you and just going wild on a speculation train, which was happening for hours in here earlier. Let's be honest about that. I'm talking
Okay,
sober
so
analysis, good.
All right, guys. Can you stop this whole back and forth? I was right, you were right. This is speculation. This is not speculation. It just gets a bit annoying. I'm trying to be patient about it. Can we just stick to what we know now and keep reporting what we know, what we don't know, and speculate on what could happen next, mentioning what is speculation, what is not speculation? Igor, I want to go to you, and then I want to go back to Von again, just to get the thoughts on. I know, Von, you just woke up, so I'll let you read everything as well. Igor, we've seen heavy de-escalation. I think this is the first time in I want to check how long I've been awake. So this is the first time since this has all started that we're seeing positive
relief,
news.
Mario?
So I do want to
feel
get
relief?
your thoughts. I want to get your thoughts, Igor. Is it over, and what could happen next? And I know you've been
So,
covering it closely.
before you comment, I do want to
hey,
share
Mario.
this quickly.
Hey, guys,
Igor,
just
1
quiet
second.
down.
He can't.
One
I think he
second.
can't hear you, Osos. Go ahead, Osos. And Igor, I'll give you the mic right
Okay,
after. Go ahead, Osos.
hold on. So, yeah. So I did notice. So in AP Wagner, one of the comments that is actually getting a lot of reactions and quote is from one of the Wagner guys saying, end quote, "I'm breaking my contract." So I think that now we're starting to see the Wagner Telegram channel follow along these claims of Prigozhin's deal in negotiation with Lukashenko, and apparently a lot of Wagner guys are not happy about this. But I did just see that on Telegram that I wanted to share.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Also, keep us posted. Igor, I'd love to get your thoughts. Igor, you got to unmute bottom left corner.
Yeah, hey, Mario. So apparently, Tula governor in Russia, Alexei Dumin, was involved in the negotiations on behalf of the Kremlin with Prigozhin. Prigozhin's announcement is very, very unambiguous and very direct that he's turning around his columns, that we're going toward Moscow, that he's gotten to within 200 kilometers, and then now he's saying to avoid bloodshed on either of the sides, he's doing this. There's a claim that the deal is that Prigozhin gives up the idea of going to Moscow, and in response, from the other side, Wagner gets security guarantees from the Kremlin, and they will deal with the situation of Shoigu and Gerasimov, meaning that Shoigu and Gerasimov will be replaced as Prigozhin had wanted and had been calling for their executions for quite a long time now. What we have to look for is whether Wagner leaves Rostov. Because if Wagner doesn't leave Rostov, the coup is going to continue. It may be him just buying time and collecting more forces and resources and allies, while there's going to be some big exhales going on at the Kremlin. If he doesn't leave Rostov, that's likely what's going to happen. I do not expect Prigozhin to withdraw his forces from Rostov which is a city of 1.1 million people.
Oh, we've got here one of our regular speakers says 100% agree with your statements there, Igor. I do want to get more feedback on the news we just saw. Piotr, Patrick, anyone else that wants to jump in, just put your hand up so I know.
Yeah, can I jump in on that?
Yeah, Piotr, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Yeah, so this it's really interesting, right? I'm just trying to take stock of what we've just heard from Igor as well as what's happening, right? I think it's quite clear that the intent was always to scare Putin, right? This is no longer Putin's Russia. This is Putin and Prigozhin, or Putin, but under the auspices of he knows he doesn't have as 100% consolidated control as he thought he did. And I think Prigozhin always meant to do a bit of a feint, possibly because he always emphasized in his earlier statements late last night about the defense ministry. It was about Gerasimov, it was about Shoigu. It was never specifically about the Kremlin per se. So he wanted the defense ministry to be changed. He wanted the military structure of Russia to be changed. So going out from here, I think we're going to see a significant purge, potentially a massive reshuffling. I'm going to be fascinated to see what Putin comes out saying immediately after this. I'm going to be fascinated to see what the Chinese have to say, but also what Medvedev and some of the Defense and Security Council are going to say, because at the end of the day, the Defense Ministry works very close in hand with the FSB. And if those guys didn't see this coming, like they didn't see the drones coming, even if it was a symbolic strike on the Kremlin, it shows you a massive hole in Russia's
Piotr,
just
can
general
I
defense
ask you a question? Just something is not clicking. The Putin and Wagner, they've both crossed the red line. They've all, Putin called this fighting heroically for the fate of the people, called it a betrayal, a mortal threat. Split in Russia is going to repeat
exactly
itself.
What happened, Mario.
And then we saw Prigozhin. I'll go to you right after Ian,
sure.
after Piotr. But we saw them Prigozhin just mention Putin and just move militarily to Moscow. I'm glad to see what was happening, but I just don't understand what's going to happen next. Like, how would this look like? Would they go back to business as usual? Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Piotr, Patrick, and then Ian. Go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah. So my 2 cents is that this was about. I think the Wagner Group, or at least Prigozhin, had been planning something of this level. Maybe not this scale and this rapidity, but clearly I think that there was a degree of desire to force Putin to actually do something instead of, they've been making threats. Increasingly, Prigozhin has been making these very strong statements, words, and then it was time for action. So I am speculating here. I want to make that clear for everybody, but that's based on previous examples that we've seen in the past few weeks and months. What have we seen? A huge amount of losses on both sides, but including Wagner at Bakhmut. It took them over 9 months to try and secure a town which was never strategically important for the Russians or the Ukrainians. And so clearly Prigozhin is feeling resentful and frustrated by that. And he was like, right, okay, I'm going to show how incompetent and how capable we as a Wagner force can quickly take some of the most well-defended
Piotr, the question, I'll repeat the question again. But
Sorry.
what could happen next? That's okay. But what could happen next? Like,
well, mate, I think what's going to happen next is Putin is going to. I don't think there's going to be a change in leadership. I think there's going to be a removal of certain actors in the defense ministry. I think that those people that came out very candidly and expressed their support for Putin will suddenly disappear. And I think that this is, but it's difficult to tell because we're not in the mind of Putin. What I will say, bottom line, and I'll pass over to you, is that this is a new Russia in the sense of Putin is not, he hasn't got both hands on the steering wheel anymore. There is someone else in the cockpit who is, implicitly, forcing him, right? His position is severely weakened if it wasn't already from the war.
Completely disagree with your assessment of that. I think
Good
Putin
to
is
know,
playing
Ian.
chess. Now, keep in mind, when all this was happening, what happened in Ukraine, right? The counteroffensive restarted, right? He restarted counteroffensive, pushed back a lot of positions. And at the end of the day, these Wagnerites, they're Russians, right? They don't want to see all of their efforts in Ukraine be diminished by this action, right? And nobody wants to see that. That's not the goal. The goal is to strengthen Russia, and Prigozhin himself has been extremely clear that the SMO would continue even after all of this happens, right? What I'm going to speculate now, I'm not in the mind of Putin, but I'm thinking like he plays chess, and right now he's going to consolidate his power. He's going to recognize all the failures of the Russian military and consolidate that under a more effective strategy. Like this is, if anything, it works out in favor of Putin.
But to Piotr's point, just to Piotr's point, and I'll be very fast. Just to Piotr's point, he's just talking about the reshuffling of power. How before it was Putin and Putin alone who made all the decisions. Now the person who's going to help guide Russia's military decisions is going to be Wagner Group and Evgeny Prigozhin. This is an entirely new framework of power for the state of Russia, and all of Putin's power emanates from his ability to control things and decide things. Putin in his pomp, this does not happen for Putin in his pomp. Putin in his pomp, first of all, no one has the balls to challenge him or stick their finger in his eye and challenge him. But Putin as a pomp crushes this revolt, takes power, and looks like our hero in Russia. Now that is not the case. He gave a speech which was pretty tepid, and now there's nothing but question marks in Russia. This is not something that would have happened just a few years ago.
So we do have just a battalion, Wagner battalion, that's going to hopefully join the space if they can. So I'm just sending him an invite now. In the meantime, I do want to read something that just came out. So I am getting reports that Wagner's troops are going back away from Moscow. So we're getting back to their military bases. But I just don't understand what is going to happen to. So everyone was saying it. I think everyone agreed. Prigozhin is we don't know if he's even going to survive this. If he's going to end up being jailed, there's no way he's going to continue operating as usual. But if this is the case, he's going back. He's no longer advancing towards Moscow. So either there's a deal to ensure his safety, or he's going to maintain a base in the south and maintain forces as form of protection. I just don't know how it's going to look for Prigozhin and what options Putin has. I'm sure things are being discussed in the background. Von?
Yeah, so I expect to see Shoigu and Gerasimov move the rest shuffled around eventually. I also expect to see anyone who sided with the coup to be purged, like Erdogan did, eventually, not right away. As for Prigozhin, I mean, amnesty was offered to everyone who put down their arms, and he did, so that applies to him too, technically. I think it was there was a lot of saber rattling and a lot of brinksmanship, but that amnesty and Lukashenko stepping in were a means for everyone to save face and go home without killing anyone. So happy ending, I guess, for the time being.
Patrick, I want to go to you, and again, my question is, I'm hoping to get some sort of answers of how that could look like, because the reason I just was surprised to see a resolution is I just didn't know, because when you cross a red line, it's just kind of the point of no return. I think we all kind of agreed that a few hours ago, that it was just difficult to see, to see either side take a step back, and someone has to emerge as the winner, either through conflict or the military chess happening behind the scenes. But it just seems that they've both agreed to kind of just end this peacefully. So what I want to try to understand is, how could they end it peacefully?
Well, the answer is they can't. And there's an old saying, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss. Whatever Prigozhin thought he was doing, this looks like a shot at the king. And if he leaves Putin alive and in power, he's a dead man. Putin will consolidate, he will rebuild, he won't make this mistake again. And eventually he will purge Prigozhin and Wagner and anybody else who was even slightly hesitant to back the regime, because he has to. And if Prigozhin really thinks that this is going to go back to the way it was, he's a fool.
Well, hasn't been a fool so far. Every decision of his has been very calculated.
Well, they always are until they aren't.
I mean, this is the issue, really. He has. I mean, I agree with what sorry, I couldn't. Whoever said that, because you essentially have a situation where one of them has to go. You can't have a scenario where they're both going to coexist now. And so this basically the president Belarus getting involved gives them an out, gives them both an opportunity not to look bad, and if somehow, which I have doubts about, that if he's able to give the leadership of the Wagner group to somebody else, then that would be a win for Putin. But I just doubt it because he's he's so involved in being in charge of a Wagner group, and the Russian military have been relying on the Wagner group, for example, in Bakhmut. This is despite whatever happens, this is still a huge loss for Putin in my opinion.
I wonder what you're thinking if you're Xi Jinping now and you're sitting in Beijing. I mean, you rely on Russia, sort of existentially for commodities, and you're seeing, basically a private military group charge up to essentially uncontested up to Moscow with tanks, and now there's this power play. You're not really sure how it's going to shake out. I'm sure you're talking to people on the ground, but Russia is the most important, most strategic partner for China. You're seeing the United States trying to build this strategic NATO alliance with India to contain you, and you're just sitting here like, oh, this does not look good for us. I wonder what's happening in Beijing and what they're thinking about.
Do you want to watch it play
Yeah, I
out?
mean that's an excellent question because Mickey, like anyone knows, in these Ukraine-Russia discussions, I've always been pushing that I've not been in support of Ukraine as much as everybody else is. But even in this one, when I'm seeing what's happening, it just again makes Russia look weak. It makes, for example, NATO look a lot stronger. It makes it, and I know this is not about NATO, but you just have to look at it from a holistic perspective. I mean, anyone who's negotiating with Russia, and Russia was making even deals in what you're referring to, Mickey, they're having a discussion with China. We know that. I mean, this just puts everybody and gives everybody a situation where they'll have less confidence about going down that road now.
We'll come back 2
But
weeks
I'd
from
like
now
to
and
hear
see
your
what it
thoughts,
looks
Ian.
like.
Ian,
Ian,
what do you
yeah,
think?
okay. So I think come back 2 weeks from now and see what that looks like. Is the SMO going to ramp up? I mean, that's going to tell us everything we know about this current situation right now, which arguably is there's a fog of war situation going on right now. But 2 weeks from now, what does this look like? What does Russia look like? What does Ukraine look like in 2 weeks? Are they going to ramp up are they going to escalate the SMO? Because I predict that's what's going to happen.
They're going to have to, aren't they, Ian? They're going to have to significantly escalate
Yes.
to try and make people forget this because this is a
And
disaster.
there's also a
No matter how it
consolidation
looks
of
like.
power, right? I mean, like I mentioned before, like Putin's playing chess here, and I think China is also playing chess. They're going to play the long game. They're not going to make any knee-jerk reactions or make any comments on the situation until it blows over, right? That's a smart move is just to keep quiet and monitor the situation.
I just want to read this, and again, this is from OSINT Defender, so I'm just going to read it because I've seen also a lot of accounts claim this, and this is from Russian state media, although I don't have the exact source, so I'm just going to read it directly. According to Russian state media, major changes to the leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense, including changes to the current defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, and the Army Chief of General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, have reportedly been agreed upon in order to stop the march of Wagner PMC Group towards the capital of Moscow. These negotiations have also reportedly included the assured security of the Wagner Group. So if this is true, then this is what we were talking about earlier about Prigozhin, through the threat of force and violence, managed to get Shoigu and Gerasimov removed, if these reports come out true, indicating that for all intents and purposes, unless I think this is where I think Putin now has to plan his plan B, how does he regain control? I think, Patrick, you said it. Because right now, the guy who controls the guns and has the military force in Russia that can actually affect change, as demonstrated by what's going on, appears to be Prigozhin. So Putin definitely has to come up with a plan to tame it. But we got to see if these reports come true and Shoigu and Gerasimov are removed from the Russian Ministry of Defense.
So if they are removed, I think it shows, if anything, that Putin has always been in control. This thing was theater, right? I mean, we speculated early on that this was theater.
How he could have fired them in a heartbeat and nobody would have questioned him as much.
Are you sure about that? I mean,
launched
these
a
guys are
coup.
protected.
No,
They have a
no,
lot of political
Ian, you're right.
support in the Kremlin, right?
Okay.
Shoigu and
so Wagner
Gerasimov have a
launching
lot
a
of protections
coup.
in the Kremlin. And this,
So-
Prigozhin's always been calling it, right? He didn't call it a coup at first, right? The coup label was given to him by the Russian media and by the international media. But for him, and he has returned to this rhetoric about how it's a march of justice. It's proven its point. He proved his point, right? That the heads of the MOD need to be replaced. That needs to be some systemic change there that is going to benefit the Russians on the front lines. I mean, what was their meeting 3 days ago, 4 days ago, maybe 5 days ago by now? Because we're talking about this a day after this has all happened. What was that meeting between Putin and Prigozhin about? We don't know, right? We can only speculate on it. But I think Putin has always been playing chess here. And I might sound like maybe I'm being a bit of a fanboy or maybe wishful thinking here, but I mean, when was the last time Putin's made a mistake like this that
Okay,
saw
Ian,
something like this happen ever?
the meetings between a leader and the person who's launching a coup against that leader in history has happened. We've seen it in Mali. We've seen it in the like across. Like that's not an indication that Sudan recently, Hamedi and Burhani met consistently all the time, and Hamedi failed at the coup, and now they're in civil war. Like if
Putin's
for
not
Putin to
those
say
guys.
that, if
Hold
you're
on, Ian.
telling
Hold on.
me then Shoigu and Gerasimov, if you're actually advocating that Shoigu and Gerasimov, with all reporting indicates, were lapdogs for Putin, that is clearly what it is, had enough power to be in control of the Kremlin, and that Putin could not have just automatically fired them, then you're just proving our point that Putin is not the most powerful man. So either
And now
he
perhaps
couldn't
he is.
fire Shoigu and Gerasimov,
And now perhaps he is.
he couldn't fire after declaring war on Prigozhin
The
and Prigozhin
consolidation of
having the
power
guns.
looks like this, right? And what we're going to see now is a purge, right? A general purge of the MOD, as well as all of the staff units that sided with Wagner. They're gone.
And
They've proven
who
that
takes
they're
over
disloyal.
that? Is it Prigozhin going to take over?
Also,
Because then if
also,
that's
can
the
I
case,
ask you a quick?
Prigozhin has the weapons.
Also, a quick question because
Oh,
I did miss a bit. What in terms of from the I know we're concentrating on the coup, but just in terms of what impact has this had? Because I heard Mario saying that there has been a loss in land. There's been movement from Ukraine. So in terms of from that perspective, how much have an impact has it had on the Ukraine?
I mean, I think there's some footage that's coming out, and I think there's going to have to be confirmed. But I don't want people to
Lost ground. Also, has Russia lost ground due to this coup,
There is
or has that
reporting
had
of it.
zero to minimal impact?
I think there has been reporting of it. There's been reporting that Russia has lost ground. There has been reports that Ukraine has crossed the Dnieper River. But obviously, the whole entire focus right now has been on the current situation domestically in Russia, not on on Ukraine. And we have to get, although those videos might be a little bit delayed, and then it takes time to actually geoconfirm exactly what's happening. And then again, from Ukrainian sources, we have said there has been reports of Russian forces have been pulling out in certain sectors along the front line. Now, is it? I don't believe is determinative of like now Ukraine has the upper hand; they're going to win automatically. But clearly, what Prigozhin did in Russia right now clearly had a major disruptive effort on Russia's defense, one way or another. The question is how quickly can they recuperate if this is done? Because I think the excellent point was brought up. We need to see if Prigozhin actually follows his words and actually leaves Rostonov Dogs.
And so
That
the
is an
other
important
side of the
aspect.
argument of that also is that if there hasn't been, and this just goes to what Ian was saying, I just want to just to balance out the discussion, that if there has only been a minimal amount of movement from Ukraine, it hasn't in the battlefield there hasn't been significant impact. He gets to consolidate power, and therefore Russia in the long term is a lot
How
more
does he
stronger.
consolidate?
That is
How does he
Ian's argument.
consolidate power? And Prigozhin
That
has the amount of power he has.
Ian's argument is that basically you've got people like Prigozhin who was basically causing discontent in the administration. You saw him calling out the MOD a number of times. They might be Putin might have used this and also found people
This
who
I
were
think
basically
this is
who basically
silly.
didn't trust him.
I think this theory would have made sense about
No, I'm
16
not. This
hours
is
ago.
not my position.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
just
think
giving
it's
the
just not. I wouldn't want to. Yeah,
the.
I just don't want to. I want to push
Well, like I said, you got
that
to see how
theory.
it plays out in a
Yeah, I
couple
don't.
of weeks,
Yeah,
right?
let's
I
see.
mean,
But
if
I
the
don't want to
civil
push.
continues
Hold
and
on.
it
Also,
escalates,
hold on. I
then
just
it's going to be a big
guys.
deal.
I'm not sure if you can hear me speak, but I was saying is that I think we've explained that theory pretty well. I think we're past it. And I just
Do you
want to.
really think
What I
so?
want to focus.
We're not
Again,
past
I don't
it.
know.
We're not past it. Just something to consider. How we passed it. If he starts basically
But Mario,
taping
I
out
think the
some of his
important
commanders,
aspect.
how we passed it? No, we're not
Hold
past
on,
it.
Suleiman.
There's something
This
there
is
you
the
might say it's
constant.
less credible. Also, let me finish my point. You might make the argument that it's less credible, but you can't make the argument that we're past it. That's like the.
But
Also, what
Mario,
you saying?
if I may, just and then we'll go.
Thank you,
I
Suleiman.
think, but again, this is the problem when we're having these debates. Remember when we first started this space? What was the constant argument for those who are saying who are in favor of Putin? This was a psyops operation by the Russians to something Ukraine, something. Right? That was the and then ever since then the goalpost continues to shift, continues to shift, continue to shift. This is what clearly happens. Wagner
No,
was
but
able to
also
take
that
advantage.
happens, and that happens on both sides, bro. Like even now, when
Okay,
when
but
it
Guys,
happens on all sides, even now, I'm seeing like you're right, that did happen. People make whoever's pro Russia or pro Putin was making them excuses. Similarly, now when the deal's happening, people on the other side are having a panic as well. So this happens. Like it's not one side who does this, and that's why from the balance perspective, like I agree with you that happens, but that's part of it. But anyway, let me go to Patrick. Patrick, what's your thoughts on what's going to happen next? So we know that there's these discussions. How long do we wait before we find out whether there's going to be fruition in these discussions, or will there be movement again? Could there be a retreat? Like, what do we think is going to be happening?
Is there actually one thing I want to ask Patrick? Is there a possibility any of this could be a bluff? Considering that I just don't understand how Prigozhin could still be in power after what we saw. So Patrick, maybe that's a question I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, I think I had this said earlier. I think in the long run, Prigozhin gets purged. He has to. And I have to say, I don't agree with Ian on this. There is no way Putin did this just to get rid of Gerasimov and Shoigu, and for two reasons that stand out to me at least. Number one is the damage to his own legitimacy. It looks like he almost just lost his capital. Whatever Machiavellian games he was playing, that's going to be an impression on a lot of
There are
people.
2 battalions?
Two,
I don't think so.
Ian,
a
please,
lot of his own troops refused to fight. And that's the other side of this. Yeah, they were conscripts. Yeah, they were rear area units, but they refused to oppose this. And that betrays a level of rot in the Russian army that is genuinely dangerous. I don't think he exposes both of those things just to get rid of two subordinate officers that he could have trumped up any number of charges on if he really felt he had to get rid of them.
No, I would posit the opposite position here and suggest that this shows where Russia is weak and who needs to be purged, who needs to be gotten rid of, right? When you have commanders who are turning tail or siding with Wagner or standing down despite having orders not to do so, that shows they can't be trusted. Those guys are gone. Those guys are gone faster than Prigozhin is. And if anything, this proves what Putin needs to do to make sure that his army is 100% foolproof, right? Because yeah, it does expose a massive weakness or series of weaknesses in the Russian military. All these things need to be dealt with, and we will see this being dealt with in the coming days and weeks.
Russia, so important updates 1 minute ago. Russia retains control over tactical nuclear weapons that will be deployed in Belarus. This is in line with international obligations. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on the air of the ONT television channel, "We were very concerned about the nuclear weapons of Belarus, and Russia claims they have these tactical nuclear weapons under control." Prigozhin's mercenaries leave Rostov-on-Don to the cries of leave Rostov. So they leave Rostov according to
Rostov.
this.
Okay.
And they're stating Wagner. Guys, please, okay. I'll say it if you let me finish, please. Prigozhin. So Wagner in strength. That's according to SOTA. And then we've got TASS reporting in the work of the Telegram messenger in Russia. Failure continue according to the Down Detector portal. So this is just the latest update. Again, further de-escalation. People were saying earlier that we would not see a movement out of Rostov and just movement out of Wagner. So we see Wagner completely pulling out of everywhere, which is surprising to most and very good news.
But, yeah.
Sorry, just as an update, Mario, what you read out about Wagner fighters in Rostov, I don't know whose mic's open, but it's echoing, leaving, that's true. But there's conflicting, and this is unverified at the moment, that Wagner troops are turning on Prigozhin and saying that this was a drive to Moscow and they will be going to Moscow regardless.
Who's saying that?
This is a Middle East Spectator. It's a Telegram channel who's been posting updates, so it's unverified at the moment.
I think there's just some pushback. I just don't think it's enough. If you look at the movement on the grounds, they are going back to their bases. But there's definitely going to be people that are not.
They're clearing out stuff.
Ian, please.
I'm sorry, I've interrupted you like a million times today, Mario.
Okay, thanks, bro. But there's movement back to the bases.
To give Mario credit, he's a lot of patience. He's going for nearly 23 hours.
30, so over 30. But yeah, so Von, what do you make of this? What do you make of Wagner forces going back to their bases?
I need to share something. So this is from a Rush Brief Telegram channel, another Russian Telegram channel. It says from FightTux News, quote, source, the criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped and PSC Wagner fighters will receive legal immunity.
Who said that? Sorry, read that again also slowly, please.
Yes, is from Russ Brief, a Russian Telegram channel. And they say a source of theirs claims, quote, the criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped, and the PMC Wagner fighters will receive illegal immunity.
Who made that statement?
It's a Russian Telegram channel called Russ Brief.
And
So again, that shows.
just to quickly just want to verify how legitimate is that Telegram group? Because I know you know them well, all source.
I mean, it appears. I mean, again, as anything,
Moldova, Libera, Moldova,
media.
There's media reports as well that criminal cases have already been dropped from Prigozhin. This is
so that will be most likely as part of the negotiation. And another important aspect to take into consideration is remember some of what Prigozhin said, that no blood was dropped. So that's an important aspect, that even though this was a coup, they both sides ensured that there was never any kind of physical conflict. I know some helicopters that allegedly
7 Russian helicopters were
yeah,
shot
but
down,
no
and an
human died.
IL-22
But
shot
also
down.
no human.
What do you mean no human died,
That's
Suleiman?
major.
Helicopters, 7
Yeah,
helicopters.
humans died.
Flown by drones, perhaps AI.
Suleiman, people
what?
did.
KA-52s.
Guys.
So when after the helicopters dropped, Mario, we had reports where he continued to say. So unless Prigozhin is lying,
he's probably
and
of a.
have you guys got actual report that someone's died though? No, that's a real question. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Have we got an actual report that someone's died?
I'm pretty certain he said his.
No.
I'm pretty certain
Even
his quote
look,
was,
guys. Again, if we have 5-10 people died, it's really bad. But if you look at the number of deaths in the Ukraine war, this I would still say
Just
this is
for
a
our
coup.
Ukraine
A coup.
is massive.
A coup generally has a lot more deaths. So no blood. I don't want to sit there pointing out about him lying, not lying, etc. At the end of the day, very little to no blood was spilled. I think this is what matters. But I think the impact this will have is I think positive. I hope it's going to be positive. And for me, what's positive is an end to the Ukraine war. Finally, now how that and hopefully I could be completely wrong, but hopefully that's what we'll see. This is for me positive. But yeah, I want to go to Mickey and Von. You guys have been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Mickey.
Von's been waiting for like 30 minutes here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Von, Mickey, go ahead.
What was your question, Mario? I'm sorry, I heard it, but then I got sidetracked with everyone getting.
Prigozhin just got immunity as well as his forces. So what is, how long is that immunity going to last for? We know what Putin does to anyone that questions his authority. What would you expect him to do? How long will that mutiny last? Is that a legitimate, not mutiny, immunity? And how long? Yeah, what can Prigozhin? What options that Prigozhin has?
Breaking news from TASS here: in Voronezh, the restrictions on movement of vehicles has been lifted.
Wow, everything is just moving so quickly. This is mental.
Yes.
It's finished. Yeah.
This is mental.
It's done. As I said earlier, Putin offered amnesty to anyone in Wagner who put down their arms. This negotiation is Prigozhin putting down his arms. Therefore, he's eligible for the amnesty. This will hold for the near term. I don't know midterm. I mean, he did commit treason, so eventually he'll probably get purged. But like I said, I expect to see. And everybody's talking about African coups here and there, but the one that people I think we should really focus on is the Turkish. Is a Turkish coup, and how Erdogan jumped at our opportunity to use it to his advantage to consolidate power. I expect Putin to do much the same. As Ian said, all the disloyals outed themselves as disloyal. Expect them to be purged. Anyone who was hesitant to immediately side with the government, I expect to see viewed with great suspicion going forward, to say the least. This is bad for Russians. This is probably really bad for Ukraine too, because this is potentially where we see this consolidation lead to basically a much more hardline approach, because Gerasimov and Shoigu were two of the major roadblocks of that. So it's going to be very interesting to see who replaces them at the helm. It's going to be very interesting if it's Surovikin, because General Armageddon didn't earn that name for no reason. So that's my take on this. Also, for what you said, all source. Yes, people are moving the goalposts. People on all sides do that. But let's be honest, if you're not adapting your argument and your perspective to as you gain a new information, then you are not thinking analytically. And I don't understand what the point is if you're not being analytical to that degree.
No, look, I just remember. I'm just saying this, and I'm going to say it again.
Oh, by you, I don't mean you personally. I just want
No,
to be
no, I know,
clear.
I know. But I think because I want to agree with you on something that I think is very important, and this is where we cannot just. This is something that Patrick has said, and I think we need to highlight importantly. If Prigozhin managed to get, and it looks like it's all coming to fruition. It looks like it's all getting to fruition. If Prigozhin, through his actions, which were clearly, as I think we all agree, was an armed insurrection / coup, armed rebellion, or whatever, new mutiny or whatever, managed to, one, gain immunity for him and his force. Two, get those Wagner now to be incorporated with legal protection under the Russian MOD. Three, managed to get Gerasimov and Shoigu fired. If you're Putin, you, as Patrick said, and I think everybody said here, importantly, he is forced to consolidate power because right now Prigozhin has the weapons. He has the power. He has demonstrated by his action that he is the most influential player right now in Russia. He achieved his overall objective by threatening to go into Moscow. Nobody's disputing that he was marching towards Moscow. He was going to Moscow. When he achieved his objective, he consolidated and pushed back. I'm sorry, but this idea that Putin somehow now thinks that he somehow consolidated power, I just can't see how anybody can look at Putin and say, you're clearly the most powerful man in Russia when you have Prigozhin, who through military force managed to do that. And that's been my argument. This is a challenge to Putin's regime because Shoigu and Gerasimov were part of the Putin regime.
You're
But on
underestimating him.
But on the flip side, it's not that he has to take the opportunity. This is an opportunity to consolidate power. Take it. But on the other hand, it's weird to look. He didn't achieve this by military force. He moved the column up to Moscow and then accepted amnesty and negotiated. We got to take all the factors into account here. This isn't some I drove tanks into Moscow and shot people. This isn't. Yes, it's a challenge to his power, but not to the extent that people think. You got to look at these things a bit more balancedly, because like he accepted the amnesty. It was negotiated, and an attempted coup that ended with single-digit bloodshed, because there's pedants who are going to call me on that, and negotiation, and that's a sign of weakness. You guys are insane.
No, but Vaughn, okay, first of all, this is the greatest loss of life for the Russian Air Force since the beginning of the invasion, number one. Number two, though, that I think is very important to highlight, that we need to admit, we are assuming right now that generals within the Ministry of Defense will willy-nilly accept this. Let's say, Ian, you're right, that Gerasimov and Shoigu have enormous political power that Putin cannot fire them on their own, and now they've just been released. Then what is the effects on the Russian military chain of command where a private military corporation can dictate who is in power within the Russian Ministry of Defense? Like this might be over in this time frame right now, but you have to analyze the second and third order effects. Ideally for Putin, everything just settles, the dust settles, everything goes away. But if I'm Sirvokin, if I'm a Russian general currently in Ukraine, and Prigozhin comes up to me and says, you will do this, you will execute this operation, does that Russian general have the balls basically to say, no, I'm not going to do that because of X, Y, and Z? Like this is a complete, like this is the textbook example of degradation of mission command and control, and firing your Minister of Defense and chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff during an active war is one, terrible in of itself, and two, the down effects across the chain of command will be felt. I think that now this is clearly, I'm speculating, but just to say this is done, let's shake our hands and everything is hunky-dory for Russia, after everything we just saw in the last 12 to 24 hours, we need to continue to analyze the effects of the Russian military going forward on this.
Also, can I ask you a question? So obviously I've been following this and you've been following it. So you said, I'm really glad this is the outcome at the moment, but you said Prigozhin wanted to show Putin that he has all the power. Mission accomplished. He's done that and now he's retreated. For what? So why would you make an enemy of somebody like Putin just to show him you have the power and then retreat and think it's all fine? What was the purpose of this? Surely this whole exercise over the last 24 hours was not just to show Putin from a distance. Because do you think Putin's not going to take measures now to do damage limitation, to protect and you
I
know,
agree with you, Khaleesi, 100%.
so then what's
Of
the
course.
point? No, what I'm asking is, I'm not being confrontational, but I'm just brainstorming with you. What was the point of this? Surely it just wasn't to show the power. There must have been, I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. What was the purpose of this? Why did he do it?
Because I think Prigozhin. So this is the question that we need to analyze also, right? And I want to push it on to other speakers. I don't want to hog the space. Is that now Prigozhin can now claim that he has been framing for months now about the incompetency of the Russian Ministry of Defense. He has made it his effort that his enemies are Shoigu and Gerasimov. Through his Telegram channels and posts, he has not been able to achieve those objectives. He just was not successful. So he used this force. Now, what I think there might be some backstory to this, right? And I think where this kind of ties into is that Shoigu, let's not forget, attempted to consolidate power under the Russian PMCs and force them to sign them as part of Russian Ministry of Defense. Right? This has been a push of the Russian Ministry of Defense consistently to have Wagner subordinate to the Russian Ministry of Defense. Prigozhin has been fighting vigorously against that and trying to maintain his independence as a mercenary group. He has now achieved that through these negotiations. He has now achieved that he is undisputably one of the most powerful figures in Russian military and political aspects in Russia today. He has demonstrated it with, as he claims, with not significant amount of bloodshed. Yes, the Russian Air Force has suffered an enormous amount of losses, but that can. But now Prigozhin says, now I have legal protection for Wagner. But to your point, Khaleesi, Putin is not done. Like this is if Putin is willing to poison and kill dissidents across the world for defecting, he is
Yeah, I
clearly going to
agree.
have
I
to
agree
target
also. He's not,
Prigozhin.
this isn't,
Yeah.
yeah, this is, I agree with you, this isn't over. And what you just said there, maybe it was actually to enforce what his role in all of this is, and it's not subordinates. And maybe that's what it is. He's shown it, but I just think it was crazy. Crazy,
Another thing
crazy,
you have to keep
crazy.
in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is that meeting that Prigozhin had with Putin. He obviously looked him in the eye and he says, "I am not afraid." This movement that he'd had
Were you
is
there,
nothing but
Mickey?
a challenge
Were
to
you
him.
there?
This. Listen, there's no way you have a meeting with a guy and then 3 days later you challenge him. You go and you take his fruit cup and you say, "I don't think you're going to do shit. I'm going to come to Moscow and I'm going to make you fire the people I don't like, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it." You know, to Vaughn's point, I understand the change of assessment, but you have to let's look and document the change of assessment so far. In the beginning, it was like, this is not happening; it's a psyop. Then this is happening, but it's not a big deal. Then this is happening, but it's not a coup. It's just it's some kind of rebellion. Okay, it's a coup, but it's not a big deal. Now it's okay. It's a coup. It's a big deal, but actually it was Putin's design the entire time, and he's absolutely in charge.
I've been
Pretty
saying
soon,
that the
what's going
whole
to happen
time.
is
What are you
this is
talking
Joe
about?
Biden and Hillary Clinton's fault. I think I think all source is absolutely correct, and Piotr is absolutely correct. We are now starting to see the emergence of a multipolar Russia. And if you are China or if you are allied with Russia, you're starting to have question marks about who's actually in control. This is the first time it's ever happened. Nobody ever. We can all agree that Putin, in his pomp, this does not happen. But everybody goes into decline. Every boxer goes into decline. Every leader goes into decline. This is like when you watch Putin's speech, it was sort of like a little bit wishy-washy in a sense, right? It wasn't as strong as a historical Putin piece. Putin, in his pomp, if somebody marches an army from Rostov to Moscow, Putin, in his pomp, kills them all, emerges as a Russian hero, and basically gives them zero tolerance. Now he's giving them amnesty. Every military leader is going like, "Huh,
But
interesting.
Mickey,
If
that's
I just
assuming that
flex my
Prigozhin
ability
doesn't fall out of a window. I mean, I'm just being
well,
honest with you.
let me just say, Danish, I understand that, but like Prigozhin has made the calculation that he's not going to. I agree with you. There's nobody who's challenged Putin politically who is alive today. Nobody. So if Guinness Prigozhin
Mickey, it's funny you should say that.
if he
I'm just going to
survives,
interrupt you one
then that
second.
is a
Yeah, I have
every
an
moment that
update.
he is alive is a
Just sorry, Mickey, I just muted you. Just Khaleesi's got an update, then I'll go straight
Yeah,
back.
and it
Go
kind of adds to Mickey's point. Statements coming out, anti-terrorism committee, cases of provocative messages with calls to participate in protests are recorded. These actions are criminal. Measures will be taken, and that's from the National Anti-Terrorism Committee in
If
Russia.
you guys,
So it kind of goes
yeah, if you guys
point.
don't think that the Russian military or their intelligence agencies are monitoring all of social media, you're mistaken. All of these accounts, all of these Telegram accounts that were pro Wagner and calling for Putin to be decapitated, they're done. They're finished.
They know, but they know that they're being monitored, and a lot of people believe that the FSB was upset at the invasion of Ukraine from the very beginning, and a lot of people in Russia believe that the FSB backed Prigozhin in some way, shape, or form. They would not have had this march on Moscow if they did not feel they had backing. Prigozhin is not a fool. He knows what he is doing. So every day this guy is alive, is a spit
Prigozhin
in
is
the
a
face of
pawn of
Vladimir Putin,
Putin.
and he knows it.
Prigozhin is a pawn of Putin. He is fully financed by the Russian government. Wagner itself is fully financed by the Russian government. All their weapons and supplies are from the Russian government. Prigozhin is not a military commander. He's just a face of Wagner. How come
What does the
with
M in
all his
PMC stand
previous
for, Ian?
inflammatory statements,
Please
why
tell
wasn't
me.
he arrested? He's a useful tool, right? That's what Putin always uses him for. He's a cudgel. When Putin needs to do something that's blunt, he sends in Prigozhin, and he gets the job done. Today, he got the job done.
This might not be
Guys,
over,
I've
though.
just let me just give you a quick update for the audience. I've just tweeted a summary of what we know so far, just summarizing all the breaking news that came in. Everything's being discussed. I've just kind of pinned it above. Let me pin it in the space as well. Let me know if I missed anything, guys. But let me read out what we know so far, and just for anyone that just joined. It's really good news. I'm just really happy and at peace on a personal level, at peace after seeing this. So I'll read out what I said. The official statement from Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner Group and the leader of this coup, says it all. I don't think anyone expected this. That's obviously my personal opinion. Quote, they were going to dismantle Wagner. We came out on 23rd of June to the March of Justice. In a day, we walked to nearly 200 kilometers away from Moscow. In this time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Oh, by the way, Sully, he says of our fighters, so he's saying his fighters haven't died, which is hard to believe because we've seen his convoy get hit, but again, it doesn't really matter. Now, the movement has come when blood may spill. That's why, understanding the responsibility for spilling Russian blood on one of the sides, we are turning back our convoys and going back to field camps according to the plan. The president of Belarus, Lukashenko, has been, and someone just removed it. Let me read it here. Accepted. The president Lukashenko has been in talks with Prigozhin all day. Prigozhin accepted the terms of Lukashenko's agreement and agreed to help the movement of armed individuals affiliated with the Wagner Group in Russia and take additional measures to de-escalate tensions. The agreement also guarantees security for fighters of PMC Wagner. It seems that the attempted coup has come to an end, and Prigozhin, along with his men, will return to their bases. Reports of Wagner forces not only leaving Moscow, but also leaving Rostov. Media reports that criminal cases have already been dropped from Prigozhin and that Prigozhin and his forces will receive full immunity. Restrictions on movement of vehicles have been lifted from the Voronezh region, which saw clashes during the coup. My thoughts. I did not expect this that would end peacefully with a deal, as it seems both sides seemed at the point of no return. I have no idea how Prigozhin and Putin can both operate in Russia with what just transpired. That's why I've just been asking this whole time the panel. And I also have no idea what will happen with the war in Ukraine, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a space instead of deal, peace deal reached. Today was another example of citizen journalism replacing mainstream media with unbiased and uncensored live breaking news. So my question would be just to the panel, and let's go to Mark Driddle. Good to have you, Mark. And I know I think you're on the ground. You've got communication with Wagner forces, and Piotr is up as well. But what could that look like? And something we all agreed on, and everyone was in agreement that this was all very well planned. We saw the Russian military say this. Everyone was agreeing that this was very well planned. So was it planned to eventually reach a peace deal, or was it planned to go all the way to a successful coup and take the leadership? Because they were pretty close, or at least seemed pretty close, Mark, to Riddle, but they didn't go all the way. Go ahead, Mark. You got to unmute Mark Riddle. If not, we'll go to Piotr. Mark Riddle. Piotr, you there?
I have a thought, actually. if they're not here.
I mean, just one point. I don't know if you've announced this, but it says again. This is from Lukashenko's press service, and it says the president of Belarus informed Putin about the results of the negotiations with the leadership of Wagner PMC. The president of Russia supported and thanked his Belarusian counterpart for the work done. So again, he's taken credit for, and probably may have had a significant impact in ensuring that basically things don't escalate. So you're gonna go to Sneak? Oh, he's dropped as well. Piotr. Oh, he
Yeah,
dropped as well.
Yeah, it's
go to,
glitching.
go
It's
to
just
me. Yeah,
glitching. I think for like
Khaleesi,
I
crazy
have
for
did you have
everyone
an?
to see.
I think Khaleesi's got an update, and if not, then I'll go to somebody else. Go on, Khaleesi. What did you say?
Yeah, just very quick. So one of the ones is the one that you've just given, and not to dampen the spirits of kind of relief here. But there is another one. Rybar is reporting, and I'll read it. It's too early to rejoice. According to intelligence data, the next phase of the counteroffensive of the armed forces of Ukraine is expected to begin tonight. The main blows will be directed not only to Bakhmut, and it's listed these two other regions which I can't pronounce. Activation is expected along the entire front line. So that was the update, and that's Rybar reporting that.
Oh, I've got more news. I just found out. I thought I was going to sleep for a long time. I've got a flight in not long. I have a long flight to LA to film a show. So breaking news. I will not sleep. Let me Ian, please.
Go to me.
Ian,
Enjoy your
guys.
I am from
Ian, we'll go to you, but there's a lot of hands up, man. I promise you've got the record for the most talking.
like everybody
please.
was dropping, and I guess I dropped too. I was
yes, exactly. Yep. Ian, please.
Yeah.
But let's go first. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate the permission. Piotr, again, the same question is as I've asked earlier. It's a more broad question actually. What can happen next? And if this was all planned, was the peace deal planned as well, or was it actually not planned and they still succeeded the way they did? It just questions a lot of things.
Yeah, I get you, and I would appreciate it if Ian can hold the mic for just a second because he's quite hot, and I think it.
Please, yeah, on a serious note, let's just keep it a nice discussion.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'll talk to the subject matter. So, for me, I'm not going to pretend that I was like, yes, this was all part of some conspired plan. But when you begin to look what's the hindsight is marvelous, isn't it? Right? We can all sit here now comfortably in our couches and say, yes, that was all part of a very clearly well executed plan, and maybe even the peace deal was. I'm not sure. I mean, clearly there was a desire to do something, I think, to make Putin sit up and pay attention even more than statements from Prigozhin. But maybe the Wagner Group didn't expect it to go this well. To what we were talking about the last time I was on stage with Ian when we were chatting about it, even if it isn't a massive threat to Putin in real time, it is a massive impact to his, at least from an optical point of view. Geopolitically speaking, international relations speaking, this is going to have harmed people's belief, I think, in Putin a little bit. Even
a
if
little
it
bit,
hasn't
Piotr,
undermined
let's be honest, it's a lot, and before, don't no one jump in.
I think it is, but I'm trying to be fair to both sides. I don't want to get into a back and forth, right? So I'm trying to be balanced here. In terms of next phases, I'm going to be looking at statements from foreign governments. I'm going to be looking at statements from the Kremlin themselves. I'm going to be looking at what Telegram and the people of Russia are saying about this. And I'm also going to obviously be looking at what's happening in Ukraine. On the ground for the Ukrainians specifically, again, whether or not you are on the Ukrainian side or the Russian side, this has played into the Ukrainians' hands marvelously. You had 400,000 troops or so of Russian forces on the eastern banks of oblasts in Ukraine, and now suddenly a whole bunch of them have had to be diverted or distracted, and suddenly we've got unconfirmed reports of Ukrainians pushing through all the way to sort of, in some cases, I think there was that suggested convoy that was Ukrainian in Russian territory, right? I think that was pretty debunked quickly, but it goes to show just how quickly this situation can change. And I really do think, for me at least, as someone who has strongly pushed back against the likes of Kim and others, in that Russia and China are the new face of the international system. I think this illustrates that whilst the US and allies definitely have their issues, so do more centralized states like Russia and China. and that no country is not at risk from power struggles, basically. So
Martin,
at
can
one
I just
point I would
read?
just
I just want to read this news that I think is important that was shared in the
go
chat. And I
ahead.
think it provides context and it provides explanation of why Lukashenko was part of the negotiation. So what I will say is, I'm just going to read it directly. Prigozhin and the PMC Wagner, as part of the agreement, goes to Belarus to guard the border with Ukraine and Poland. This is the essence of Lukashenko's guarantees. It was he who guaranteed Putin that he would look after him. So that's the key thing. So it looks like
Say that again. Sorry, so can you say
Lukashenko
that
managed
also?
to
Can you say
convince
that
Putin.
also?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
So
Can you
I'll
read that
it
again?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Also, just do it very slowly.
Yeah. So Prigozhin and the PMC Wagner will go to Belarus to guard the border with Ukraine and Poland. This is the essence of Lukashenko's guarantee. It was he who guaranteed Putin that he would look after him, which is Prigozhin. So it looks like that. So that ties into why Lukashenko. So Wagner now will pull its forces to Belarus to guard the border of Poland and Ukraine, and it also probably serves as a guarantee for Lukashenko for his own stability of his own regime. And so Wagner might not be a prevalent military force anymore in Ukraine, which is also a very interesting development. But it looks like Wagner might not be an active force in Russia if this part of the agreement actually happens.
Let me go to.
Before I go to anyone, just quickly, I've just brought down all source. If you could bring it back up, Suleiman. I just want to tell everyone what we've just gone through. It's just fascinating. Over the last 24 hours, waking up in a 24, 30 hours, whatever, waking up a normal day, suddenly getting reports of a possible coup. That coup suddenly escalates with the Wagner chief who's leading the coup taking over. I'm not going to say taking over territory, but essentially moving to the southern district and seemingly having control of about a quarter or a fifth of the Russian military, including the headquarters for the Russian military in Ukraine, and then moving towards Moscow extremely quickly and getting to Moscow Oblast, the state of Moscow, with reports of potentially Putin fleeing, very limited resistance, and a lot of us, almost everybody, saying that this looks, actually everybody on stage said this looks really bad for Putin. And then when everyone's expecting the worst and fearing the worst and talking about what's going to happen next and talking about the worst case scenarios, and looking at a scenario where the point of no return has been reached and was reached a really long time ago, somehow last minute a peace deal is apparently reached, and then we get mixed messages. Is there a peace deal? Is there not a peace deal? Just imagine that roller coaster we've been on, and in that whole time, while this is all happening, everything's happening on Twitter. Everything's happening live. Elon Musk tweeted, Bill Ackman, just everybody supporting what we're doing here with citizen journalism, reporting everything live, reporting from the ground, reporting all sides of the story, verifying things live in the space. Before, I would watch all this mainstream media and their live feeds. They'd be 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 65, 70 minutes late reporting the same stuff we reported. And then we get this peace deal that was reached. And then some reports of Wagner troops halting. We're trying to understand, is that true, is not true? And funny enough, like most things we got turned out to be true, which is crazy. And then they start going back to away from Moscow. Like, all right, we're going to go back to the southern district, and they're going to base themselves there, but we're just not sure how it's going to go. I thought it could be a bluff, and they're heading to Rostov, which is, again, the southern district, where they took over the headquarters, and that's going to be their base. But then we saw them get out of Rostov and go back to their military bases and get immunity. And now we're hearing they're going back to Belarus. All this over 24 hours. My conclusion, first, citizen journalism kicks ass, number one. Number two, the world we live in is just so fragile. When you see one of the biggest militaries in the world go through what it's just gone through, however you want to interpret it, remember, we don't know most things. We were not on the calls with Lukashenko or with Putin or with Zelensky. If you were, let me know, but I'm sure none of you were. So a lot we don't know. But all we know is that what's happened was unexpected, was confusing, and no one really knew. A lot of people say, I knew this, I knew that. Almost everybody got at least one thing wrong because we did not know. And this was unprecedented. But it's come to a peaceful conclusion. We'll see what happens next. But I just want to point out the incredible journey we've all been on together here on Twitter Spaces. And it's an incredible feeling, and I haven't gone through something like this since the FTX collapse, if some of you remember. And this is for me the biggest event I've ever gone through, or the most concerning one on a personal level and on a business level since the Ukraine war. So I just want to applaud the speakers, the panelists, everyone that's come and gone, and of course the co-hosts, Allsource and Suleiman and Khaleesi. I do want to go back to the discussion though. Seeing where we are now, Danish, would love to get
Yeah,
your thoughts.
Mario.
Yeah, go ahead, Suleiman.
Mario, just quick,
Go ahead, sir.
quick note. First of all,
Go ahead, sorry.
amazing job, because even before that, we had the interview with Imran Khan, which was Twitter. So it's
Oh
almost
man,
been 24
hold on,
hours.
add to the story. I forgot. We interviewed the former Prime Minister of Pakistan who could be arrested. We were worried he's going to be arrested just before the interview. And the internet was slowed down in Pakistan while we did the interview. And the story there is incredible. It's an incredible interview. You should listen to it. The former Prime Minister of Pakistan that was ousted a few months ago was being interviewed here on Twitter Spaces while the coup was ongoing. And me and you were debating, should we end the interview as one of the most powerful and important people in the world to cover the coup, which is one of the biggest events in the world, or cover it? So we covered it and then asked Prime Minister Khan about his thoughts, because he met Putin the day after the invasion.
Yeah, and it's been surreal. Just another report from Osin Defender, and he claims it's from the Russian state media. He says that there's going to be major changes to the leadership of Russian Ministry of Defense, including to the current defense minister Shoigu and the army chief Gerasimov, and have reportedly been agreed upon in order to stop the march of the Wagner PMC group towards the capital of Moscow. These negotiations have also reportedly included the assured security of Wagner Group. So again, I mean, if that's again part of the deal, that is huge. Like, I mean, Ian, I have to.
There's another,
It just
before you
doesn't
go,
look.
Ian, there's another piece of news as well, Sully.
It just doesn't look good for
The
Putin.
Akhmat unit has withdrawn completely from Belgorod. So that's a Chechen army, as according to a brief source. And also Viktor Alkansis, who's a Russian political and former Soviet Air Force colonel of Latvian descent. He's a chairman of the Russian Center of Free Technologies.
Is he based in the U.S.? He's based in the U.S., right?
Yeah, he's probably anti-Russia based on what he said. Let me just try and check now.
He's coping right now. He's saying that, I'm reading his quote here, I have to admit with bitterness that the Russian Federation has come one step closer to its final and irreversible death. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of cope there. Suleiman, what was your question?
Well, my question is, you've got, like, first of all, if Prigozhin lives, that's gonna really make Putin look weak. If he does nothing to the guy who did all this, that's not great, right? It's gonna give other people impetus to do the same later. The second question is, if part of the deal is that Prigozhin gets what he wants and he has to basically drop Garizmov and Shoigu, again, you have Prigozhin being basically, Putin having to basically bend the knee. I mean, overall, if all these things happen and there's no consequences, this makes Putin look really bad.
There's plenty of
Well, yeah, but
consequences.
Suleiman, that's exactly what I said. Putin doesn't have both hands on the steering wheel. It's a
Is your name Ian Miles Chong?
Sorry. Yeah, possibly, but it's just I don't think we can just ignore the fact that this is a new chapter in Russia's modern day existence.
I want to speak.
Right?
I've been waiting quite patiently and not interrupting people.
Ian, just before you do, I have an update. Sure. Just going to the point that Allsorts made earlier and what Suleiman said, CNN is citing sources saying US and Western intelligence have learned that Prigozhin has been amassing weapons and ammunition near Russia. If reports are true that Prigozhin and Wagner will receive guarantees at the level of the Duma, then this means that a private parallel army will be legalized in Russia, which will not obey the central government, and Prigozhin himself will emerge victorious and stronger than he was before. And I think that's the point that Allsorts and Suleiman just made.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't think that. Like, I think that's just again the Western media trying to.
So I have a news from RA University.
I don't agree to that level, because that's just they're trying to make it look like there's two armies who are equal. It's basically to cause another civil war. That's why they're doing it, the mainstream media. But my point is this: that no matter how, so it's a more separate point. That is, no matter how this comes across, this makes Putin look weak unless he doesn't do something to Prigozhin. So this makes him look extremely weak.
So I have an update from our university before I answer your question.
I'm going to push it on to Xerxes right now because I know he's been waiting for a little
bit. Can I report the fucking news?
Yeah, just let Ian is fine.
Good Lord. Like,
you know what? I got to drop.
I'm having to
sorry, guys. I'm going to drop.
And I'm trying to break some news here.
No, Ian, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so PMC Wagner, apparently, this is RIA Novosti, that's the Russian state media, plans to return to its field camp in the LPR, that's the Luhansk People's Republic, according to Wagnerites who are currently present in Rostov, right? So they're exiting Rostov, and they said that they're going back to their field camp in LPR. That's RA Novosti. So that's the latest update on that. As for what I wanted to say, I mean, this whole thing has been a wag the dog situation, right? It's been months in the works. You don't get to do what he did without people knowing about it, right? So, and I want to read a really funny message from Patrick Henningsen, right? I think this is for the audience here, right? Uh, he says, we've teamed up with Samaritans to open a 24-hour helpline, a therapy and counseling line for any NAFO fellas currently in meltdown over the coup that wasn't a coup. Anyone needing help getting through this tumultuous episode, just call 1-800-888-COPE. We're here to help you. So, yeah, you can go to Xerxes or whoever.
Yeah, go ahead, Zeki.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Patrick. So just some of the stuff I was reading, funny enough, I was on reading through some of these IRGC Telegram channels saying, if Putin needs us, we're going to go over there. We'll prop him up just like we did it in Syria with Assad. I thought that was pretty funny. But I had a question about where we go here when it comes to Wagner. I mean, some people are saying kind of what's the future of the group. We're seeing them in Syria. We're seeing them all over Africa. In certain areas. I don't want to go through the list of places, but I'm curious, Patrick, I wanted to get your opinion on kind of what you see next as their future in some of these areas, because depending on what some people think, I don't think they're going to be absorbed into, I think that what someone said earlier, I agree with kind of where they're going to move forward. I don't think they're just going to be absorbed into the Russian military, but I'm curious on what the future of that group is in these different areas, because, I mean, their removal in some of these areas, or, them being taken out, it affects stability in a lot of different regions. So I'm curious on what you think about that, Patrick, or whoever wants to chime in on that.
Yeah, well, I think that's right. I think we probably see Wagner continue to operate, especially in the developing world. They've, for better, for much worse, actually, been able to make some decent money there. As far as the Ukrainian front, if all sources are right, and that turns out to be true, that they are being rotated in to guard the Belarusian border, both against Ukraine and also Poland, that is going to remove a lot of reliable combat power from the active front against the Ukrainian army. And that in and of itself is dangerous, especially if they really are doing a command shakeup as some part of this deal with Prigozhin. So that may actually come back to bite them. We'll have to see. But as far as Wagner's overseas operations, again, if assuming Shoigu or assuming Prigozhin survives, yeah, I would expect those to continue at least for the foreseeable future.
And just to tag on to that, Zerhis, I mean, there were reports on and off that, sort of Wagner were going to be pulled out of Mali and that they were going to be lowering their activities in Syria and Libya. But, that was never confirmed. And equally, how on earth would you operationally have, logistically speaking, gotten them from Africa to this part of Russia if it was genuinely a coup attempt by Wagner forces, right? I think what it also illustrates is just how competent the Wagner forces really are when they're not even at full capacity. So there's that to keep in mind. And I just also think that broadly speaking, I don't know, personally, Ian, I don't agree with you. I've studied this for the best part of 6 years. And Suleiman, I don't agree with your interpretation that there isn't going to be a fundamental restructuring of the power structure of Russia, right? I don't agree that it's the Western media trying to, distill a certain agenda. This whole issue is an internal Russian affair, which I don't think the Western media or Western entities, governments, have even had a remote ability to respond to. I don't think they're
I
trying
have
to
a
spin
question
a certain.
for you. What do you think of this, right? Since you do geopolitics, and some of us here not quite as familiar with this situation. What's your take on how the only two, well, I would say like the first two and perhaps the only two largest voices that came out in support of the Kremlin, like publicly, most people were saying that they were going to monitor the situation, see how it unfolds. The only two that actually publicly supported Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin were Erdogan and Lukashenko. Well, what's your take on that? Like, why would they do that? I mean, they seem pretty confident on this. I mean, like we saw a staged coup in 2016 when Erdogan did something similar, I would argue.
I'm familiar.
Yeah. So
I think Erdogan
I can't remember what the Turkish statement said. I don't think he explicitly said Putin. I think he said for the current
No,
government.
he said
He said
Putin.
Putin.
He did
Yeah.
say
Erdogan,
Putin. If you can,
Erdogan, and did say Putin. Iran
okay.
did
So
not. Iran did not.
in that case, then that's because Putin expressed his undisputed support for Erdogan in the election. As I said, Erdogan and Putin may have differences in terms of interests over, say, the Caucasus or the Middle East, but they are very similar, right? I
Could
look
it
at Russia and Turkey as two sides of the same
could
coin
it be possible that they
because the
knew the
two countries
score?
are,
You know that Lukashenko, who's obviously a big player in all this
yeah.
unfolding, and Turkey, right, and Erdogan. Do you think it's possible they knew the score? What was going on really in the Kremlin, in Putin's head? You know, I mean,
Well, let's cast our minds back because the day went on. Who was the first person Putin spoke to? It was Lukashenko.
yeah.
What happened in Belarus quite quickly? We saw a development of activity there as well. So, what I would say very firmly is that I think Lukashenko has come out of this quite well. Actually, I used to think he was a bit of a diluted puppet, but
It was
actually he's
strong.
shown to be a very valuable figure for Putin in his near abroad, in his counterbalancing against the West and so on. So, and Erdogan, I think it's shown you that if you have a very steadfast, strong cohort of autocratic leaders, strongmen, then you can survive quite well. But I just I think we should be careful in making strong claims that this isn't a major challenge to the existing power structure. Putin's going to have to make some changes.
Oh, and
The defense industry is going to have to change.
speaking of changes,
And
I mean, Putin, in this 24-hour period, he has passed a number of new laws and regulations that not only reshape the apparent makeup of the MOD, but also the general core, right? I mean, he's offering basically amnesty and recruitment for prisoners, right? That's one of the things that he's pushing in. And also there's new crackdowns on various, I wouldn't say freedoms, but like, the way that things are handled in the media and in civilian life itself. I mean, a lot of people, they showed their hand today, right? Putin forced them to play their hands. They came out swinging, thinking that, oh, Putin's finally going to be toppled, and now they're worse for wear. I mean, like, I'm just hearing reports now that all those signs and those logos of Wagner that were removed from public spaces, because people are tearing them down. They're appearing back up again. Wagner symbols are appearing all over again.
100%. And what I'd add to that is the war. This thing has happened. A flash fire, if you like, a flash event has suddenly happened, and we're sort of thinking. I was sitting down at this time getting ready to listen to Imran Khan, and so now I'm talking to you about an attempted coup in the largest state, second largest military, largest nuclear power in the world. I can't believe that this is happening. And what I do think, though, is we need to remember that there is still an ongoing war, which a year ago was considered to be the greatest threat to modern day society since the Second World War. An example that great power in kinetic war is not finished. But what this has done, I think, greatly changed the dynamics on the Eastern Front. Whether or not the Ukrainians will definitely sort of dominate it, I'm not sure, but it's definitely played into their hands. And I want to see how quickly the Russian government can muster up their strategical initiative to either slow down that counteroffensive or change the war in their favor, which
Yeah, we're going to see how that
there's a lot of
develops in the next
questions
few
there.
days, for sure.
So, I
I
just
just have
wanted.
a very quick
Go ahead,
update.
Khaleesi.
Sorry. The press service of the governor of Rostov region said about the statement from Prigozhin, who decided to return his fighters to their positions. We suggest waiting for actions and commenting on them, not words. So this is from the governor of Rostov regarding Prigozhin saying he's going to return. We suggest waiting for actions and then commenting on them, not words. Sorry, Dr. Danish, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was going to say
And
that.
Dennis, sorry, I'm sorry, just on that. But however, Khaleesi, just to kind of separate from that, we are seeing a lot more imagery of what appears to be Russian citizens in Roston
I
cheering kind of
agree.
the
I'm just giving the
Wagner and
update. Yeah.
yeah. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Danish.
No, it's all good. So, you know, in the time after we spoke with Imran Khan, we have gone through an entirety of emotions. And by the way, congrats to Mario and Suleiman for just and all source for the craziness that has ensued over the past 2 days, the past day and a half. I've slept, I've read, I've done some work and come back, and suddenly the whole world was all over the place. I was just gonna say that when I was on here earlier, we were talking about coups, and so this morning I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do some research. So there is actually some what we were talking about, which is there are few things that make coups successful. This had none of them. So this is like the coup de nada that like never happened. And ultimately, when we were looking at this, it would be very interesting to kind of think through some of those things. Nanial Singh, who's apparently the world expert at Hopkins that studies this, literally laid out all of them. The number one was what we discussed, which is this is the world's slowest moving coup you've ever seen. You don't see coups happen with like announcements and pronouncements and people walking across the country and then walking into the capital. Coups happen in matter of much much faster and with a lot more behind closed doors, and all the generals are agreed. The second thing is usually they take over the media, which is not what happened. This was all in Telegram. And then the biggest thing that I said, which I'm going to repeat again, is that civilians do not determine what happens with coups. So I know people keep fighting and saying, well, the people were for it or were against it. None of that matters. What matters is what do all the generals think about coups. You can go Google yourself who Nani Al Singh is. He's literally written multiple books on this topic. The last thing I wanted to say was, you know, this all this commentary around losing power. Everybody knows I have very strong negative opinions about Russia. So it might come as a surprise. I don't think this weakens Russia in any way. If anything, they have much cleaner alignment, and now people know who's boss. Maybe and as far as Putin himself, ultimately this was bound to happen regardless. Now there's clear, in my opinion, alignment of who is doing what, and this whole
But Danish,
premise.
even if Prigozhin receives no consequences whatsoever.
Well, that's my underlying thesis, is that Prokoshin is going to fall out of a window. So that's what I
Yeah,
think is
that's
going to
needed.
happen.
Like, if there's
So,
no
Yeah,
consequences,
that's probably
So,
what's going to
so Dr.
happen.
Danish,
I just want to share some news before we just continue on this conversation. Is
Did
that
Prokoshin fall out of a window?
No, 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 no. No. So, from the Russian Telegram channel Fighter Bomber, which is very aligned and who's reporting on Russian Air Force, has been fairly accurate. They have a connection with the Russian Air Force, apparently. I'm just going to read it straight. He says at least 12 Air Force pilots were killed as a result of fighting with Wagner PMC. And then we have at least up to 7 helicopters were shot down and 1 AN-22 communication center. So 12 Russian pilots were killed as a result of fighting per flight bomber telegram.
right? I just
Xerxes,
want to
go
welcome.
ahead.
I just want to welcome. I'm pleased if I pronounce your name wrong, then just tell me. But I want to welcome Timothy. You are you are part of Zelensky's administration. You were an advisor to Zelensky's administration, Minister of Economy. I mean, I'd love to hear your perspective from the Ukrainian side. We've heard Zelensky. He made comments about Putin and how he was hiding. But overall, from an overall perspective, from the Ukrainian side, we saw a possible coup that didn't end up happening. You've seen the Prigozhin's demands, and we're seeing that the coup's now about to end. But would love to hear your thoughts from the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, thank you. It's bizarre, really. So just to clarify, I'm an advisor to his chief of staff, and I was a minister in his first government. I'm not a minister anymore, although I have a number of positions. So I'm speaking in my private capacity, not in the government capacity. With these caveats out, I think it is really bizarre what has happened and the speed. If it was real, I don't think it's over. It just went under the rug, and my money, my personal, would be on the fact that Prigozhin will be assassinated at some time in the future, not necessarily now, or something else will happen. If, however, it is really a good settlement, or maybe it was some kind of show off, then it is important that I'm talking from Ukrainian perspective, that Ukraine didn't rush into anything. So because we were very careful in observing what is happening, and of course, there are all kinds of voices suggesting that Ukraine should take an advantage of this. And had it been rushed, you see, that would have been a mistake. So
So,
I'm
are
not
you,
sure if
Timothy?
yeah,
Are you then making the argument? Sorry, and I'm gonna let you
yeah,
continue because we
go
don't.
ahead, yeah,
Are you
go
then?
ahead.
Because a lot of people yesterday were saying, making the argument that this is a false flag in order to basically attack Ukraine to get them into a false sense of security, and then make them attack when, and then they can be hit. So are you saying that you actually also think that that is a high possibility, and based on that, that's the reason Ukraine didn't make a move?
So I'm an academic too, so I think in probabilities, in subjective probabilities. I don't put a high probability, but I think two actual, theories in my mind that I would be willing to put probabilities on. This one and the other one that something else will happen. That's not the end of the story, because the power, if the story is true, the power has been challenged. It should be a response beyond that we just negotiated. Okay, especially given the morning speech, or it has been a false flag. So what are my subjective probabilities? 15-20% on the false flag operation, and 80% on the fact that it's not the end yet.
And so when you look at it now, you got Prigozhin, who, according to the reports, may be going to Belarus, as will the Wagner Group. How does that impact the war in Ukraine? Because the Wagner Group was successful in Bakhmut, a few other areas. I mean, does this now give Ukraine more of an initiative? Does it change the dynamics of the war? Like, how are you guys seeing it from your perspective?
So again, I'm an economist more than but I did I was involved in a number of operations or processes at some point when I was in the government. So my knowledge is limited, but it is true that they were powerful and they were ruthless, and it might weaken them, or at least the Russian overall front. But it also, to us, it's a signal, regardless of everything, a signal. There is some processes, dynamic processes inside the Russian military or the force that are destabilizing it. So we will try to amplify those processes through different means we have, and we'll try to take advantage when the time is right. But it doesn't necessarily mean that time is now.
Hey guys, can I get in there real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm speaking to a guy. He's with the Wagner Group. He's in a Brazilian battalion. He's an engineer that specializes in demolition and traps. He's currently in Russia. What he's telling me is that, well, he wants me to read something to you guys. He messaged me. I asked him if he wanted to get a message across, and this is what he told me. The Wagner Group has been fighting bravely on the main fronts of the special operation. However, we are treated like nothing. The high echelons of Russian defense wanted to dissolve us and destroy us. They started this. They betrayed us. We took Bakhmut at great cost, at the cost of many lives and brothers from the Wagner Group. We delivered Bakhmut to the Russian Federation, and we are seeing them on the verge of falling thanks to the corruption of the Russian high command. The ability of Russian leaders to carry out what our brothers won with so much blood is increasingly in doubt. So that's what he's saying. He's also saying a lot of the fighters are very dissatisfied with the decision to retreat, but that's the orders he's just been given. But give me a second here. He's listening to the chat right now. And I asked him if he wanted to speak, but he prefers to stay anonymous. I'll see if that changes. But he wants me to read this in I think it's Portuguese. But I'm going to butcher it, but I'm just going to read it for him. Give me like 30 seconds. O Grupo Wagner tem lutura bravamente nas principais frentes da operação especial porém somos tratados como nada o alto escalão de defesa russa que nos desovar e nos destruir eles como isso eles nos trabalham. Tomos Bakhmut com muito custou de muitas vidas e armamos do Grupo Wagner. Entregamos Bakhmut para a Federação Russa e estamos vendo eles na iminência
So
de.
Max, what if you want to translate that? Because I think most.
I know. He wanted me to read it. He was insisting on it.
It's just the English audience. So I mean,
I know.
So just for the audience to know, so this is your direct contact in the Wagner Group.
So we'll get somebody, I think, to translate it. But I guess Mark, just from your conversations with him, has he given you any impressions of, does this deal feel like a betrayal to the Wagner cause?
what he had said, I asked. He said what he believes is happening is that Russia is delaying this to potentially bring more soldiers over. He's so that's kind of his take, is that he still thinks that something could happen, but he's been given the orders to return. He was recently, so he was fighting in Bakhmut. He was previously in Syria. They brought him from Syria to Bakhmut to now Russia. So that's his story. If you guys have any questions for me to ask him, I shoot him out. I can ask him, and he's more than happy to respond.
Yeah, if he wants to come up and it's a translation issue, we've got a number of people who can translate, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
But yeah, appreciate your words.
Yeah,
Mark.
let me try and get him to talk if he can. Then I think that would be awesome. Oh, he just sent me a message. He sent me his phone number. Hold on.
Okay, so that's fine. So if you can just find that out in the background in the meantime.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we've got
Mark, could you
translators for any messages. Go ahead,
yeah,
please.
yeah. Now, just to ask Mark if he can also DM to yourself or all sorts what he was reading, because then we can get someone to translate it and read it out so that everyone understands it. The message he gave you, Mark.
Yeah, and let me
I'll
go.
send that. Who should I send? Mario, should I send that to you or?
Yeah, you can send it to Mario. You can send it to me. You can send it also.
Okay.
Anyone of those three is fine.
Okay.
Right. So I appreciate that. So let me go to Georges. What you got? You want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quickly, I agree with a lot Dr. Dinesh said earlier. He mentioned that, a lot of the things you see when a coup happens, it wasn't really in the equation here. But I think that's kind of what was so like surprised a lot of us. We were looking for leadership in the Russian military. We were looking for elements of the bureaucracy to support them. Didn't really see a ton of it. And so, like, I think that was what kind of shocked a lot of the world when we were watching this. Is like, given the fact that a lot of those things you mentioned weren't included in this, it's still like, it moved at a pace that I think shocked a lot of us. But I had a question for you, Ian. Ian, you brought up, you thought that Putin looks a lot better after this. You mentioned that he's in a stronger position.
Yeah.
We saw some world leaders who didn't really back him on this. Kazakhstan being one of the examples.
Yeah, they didn't want to play.
Yeah, so I'm curious. I'm curious on what you think moving forward, kind of what this looks like, because if Prigozhin, I think someone like Patrick or someone brought up the idea that he could retain a base of power, maybe in St. Petersburg, maybe in Rostov, somewhere in that area.
Or
How
perhaps
does
in
this make him?
Belarus.
How does this make him look in the long term? I'm assuming, because like to me, like these world leaders not really coming to back him. I'm not sure what to make of this. I wanted to see what your idea
Right,
was in
yeah,
the long
and this
term.
is this is something I posed to Pyotr earlier about how, the only two people who came out publicly backing him were Lukashenko and Erdogan. And Erdogan has experience with, staging coups. I'm not saying necessarily that Russia did this on purpose, that this whole thing was staged, but it kind of looks that way. I mean, it could have been a psyop 20%. As our Ukrainian friend here just said, 20% psyop, 80%. It's it is what it is, as it appears to be. I think that a lot of people were, simply.
He said 15% psyop, not 80%
No,
psyop.
no, I said 20% psyop. I'm not sure what he said necessarily, but anyway, the I think a lot of the neighboring countries, they wanted to see how this whole thing would play out, right? I mean, they didn't come to the Kremlin's backing because it appeared to a lot of people, I think to pretty much everybody in here, that this was going to be a bloody coup. It's going to last for weeks possibly. I mean, there was a lot of chatter in here. I think Patrick thought that it might last months. Where Wagner forces would be fighting against the Russians. They'd be bogged down in a full scale civil war. There was a lot of chatter about that. I don't think the think tanks agreed with it. I think that most think tanks, like the strategic, I forget the Washington-based one that we quoted several times yesterday, they suggested that this thing would be over pretty quickly, right? That Prigozhin just didn't have the support that he needed to, make his attempt at a rebellion successful, right? That it would ultimately fail, just a matter of when. I don't think a lot of people, even realize that it would end in less than 24 hours. It's literally less than 24 hours. This thing is over. Uh, looking back, like as a retrospective, it's odd, isn't it? I mean, that this coup or rebellion or insurrection, whatever you want to call it, lasted less than 24 hours. It just resolved itself, just like that. Boom, done. Right. I think a lot more people, like world leaders, they would be wise not to underestimate Putin, right? I think I'm not trying to like kiss his ass here or say, oh, he's playing, 5D chess. I do think he's playing chess, but maybe it's not 5D chess. I think they need to, rethink reevaluate what they know of Russia and what they know of Putin. I think that it shows that he is capable of bringing this rebellion, if anything, to heel, and that's something worth taking note of. Because I mean, when was the last time this has ever happened? That a coup has happened in 24 hours and it's been shut down in less than that. I don't think there's any
I
precedent in
think your
history.
framing of it is wrong, Ian. I mean, the Wagner Group said they wanted the generals out. They said they wanted out of Ukraine, that they were being treated like fodder. Uh, Putin gave them what they want, and that's how it ended. I don't see this as like some big like strong man, beware of Putin because he resolved this in 24 hours. He gave them everything they asked
Yeah,
for,
but what's going to
and that's
happen
why it ended.
to the structure of the MOD? I mean, right now, I mean, he's consolidating a lot of power, and he's also pushing a lot of laws and regulations that change things around that
He
benefits him.
healed to the will of Wagner.
And what's going to happen to them now?
He didn't stand up to them. He healed to them. We don't know what's going to happen
Well,
to
let's
them.
find
He
out.
might wind up in a ditch. He might wind up in a ditch. But for now, the way that Putin got this to end was by giving them exactly what they asked for.
I totally agree, and I think with one thing Ian is right is that we do have to wait and see, right? If nothing happens to Prigozhin, then we can start saying that it's a multipolar Russia, and if Prigozhin falls out of a window and accidentally shoots himself twice in the back of the head, then we'll know that Putin didn't forgive him and is going to try to keep going, maybe with his current
But it's
generals or
not even
different
about
ones.
forgiveness,
But
Mickey. Like, look, if
well,
he lets Prigozhin live, or if he
yes.
doesn't even send him to prison, that is
Yes,
just complete weakness anyway. So it's not just about.
that is a sign of weakness, and then we'll know the outcome. I think I totally agree with you. It's a sign of weakness, no matter what. He basically has allowed Prigozhin to dictate to him the terms of of
Like
who runs
Mickey,
his military.
compare the speech in the morning to like this reaction. Like if this was ever going to be the reaction, or even if he thought this could be a possibility, that speech he did in the morning was he went all in,
100%.
extreme, and then so now he's got in my mind, if Prigozhin lives, or if Prigozhin doesn't go to prison, is probably the best way to say it. Either one of those two,
Yeah.
or there's no consequences. This is just going to give other people initiative. That guess what, we can basically stand up to
Sule,
Putin, and there's no
that's
consequences.
exactly right. Because Prigozhin is not the only crazy guy with a private army in Russia. Let's not forget. And everyone's going to start getting ideas. This is like the law of the jungle. When the alpha lion looks weak, the other lions start getting ideas. When the gorilla gets weak, the other gorillas start getting ideas. And that's exactly what
And that is
I think Putin is.
a bit of the like from what I understand from reading that is the Russian psychology. Like
Yes,
it's very different to
absolutely.
Western psychology.
You are correct. Now you understand why Ukraine has to fight the way it does. You're understanding now what the
I mean
reason
that's a
why
separate point,
you
Mickey. I don't
cannot
agree
show
with you on that one,
weakness.
but
But
Mickey,
let
just
me
to
just say
add,
let me say
Mickey, sorry,
one.
just an update to add to what you're saying, quite apt timing. Briefer reporting, we expect an explosive growth in Prigozhin's rating. He is the people's hero. So I don't think that's going to go down too well.
And I think, and that's an important aspect of Khaleesi of it. Does Prigozhin actually gain political power because of this? Because of the situation that got up, and then does the people in Russia view him more as a hero compared to President Putin, and he now challenges more on the political side. But the second thing is, I think we cannot ignore the fact that conditions in Russia were conducive for an armed rebellion to initiate. That does not so let's like wound the clock back to before Russian invasion of Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine would not only mount an effective resistance, but that we would have Russian-backed Ukrainians launching an assault on Belgorod, that we would have Russian border towns being bombarded, that we would have the Kremlin attacked by a drone, and all this happening. And now, as a continuation of this, is the conditions in Russia proper were so permissive for Prigozhin to basically launch an armed rebellion against the institutions of the Russian government. Shoigu and Gerasimov are part of the Russian MOD. They are institutionalized elements within the Russian state. That he launched an armed rebellion and got within
less than 200 kilometers from the capital of Moscow before an agreement was made and turned back. I think that is a terrible look for the current state of the
You
Russian
can't
government.
consolidate power any more than Putin already consolidated power. The idea this is like Putin's play to consolidate power, like that's already been consolidated for like 20 years plus. There's no more consolidation that can happen,
And
right?
Mickey,
He is
but
as
I mean,
consolidated
during
as
the
yet.
moment, it seemed like this was an armed rebellion. This was more, in the end, can we all at least admit that it was more of like a armed tantrum and that this whole like, oh, he got close to taking over. I mean, can we just all admit that in the end, he backed down, something happened behind closed doors that none of us know about, and that they're gonna move back on with their lives. Well, at least some of them are. Prigozhin probably won't.
Quick question: did he back down though? He got everything he wanted. Those guys.
Yeah, I mean, he got everything he wanted,
if these
but
reports are right, Grasimov and Shogun are
sure.
going to be.
So do kids that Suleiman, kids always get what they want when they throw a tantrum. It's okay. Like again, ultimately from the
Don't do that to
outside,
kids.
without knowing everything, we didn't know what was going on. Maybe the idea was like, hey, I'm coming up there, and he's like, come on up, do whatever the hell you want, and then he brought the whole army with him. I mean, like, I'm sorry, it could have just been that.
But I mean, Putin's speech, I think, undermines that. But I think, Mickey, can I ask you a question? Or you know what, Joe? Let me go to you, or Mickey.
I actually have a question, all sorts, that I don't have an answer to because I'm trying to think of what this implies, right? And what's scary to me now is Wagner's going to be on the border of Poland, and what does that mean for Poland?
I mean, I think
because that's kind of scary thought.
No, I mean, NATO has a significant military presence there, and I think the last thing that anybody wants right now, especially Russia, is to initiate anything that might trigger Article 5.
Yeah, they're not going to. I think just to Domish's point, what this is cultural, right? If you want to get something in Russia, you need to show power and strength. He wanted a few things. He wanted his battalion to survive. He wanted Wagner PMC to exist, and he wanted to remove the heads of the Russian military, and he is gonna get that. So it's not a coup because
Mickey,
he never said I
want
to overthrow the government. He never said
Mickey,
I want to. Yeah, go ahead.
To you, I want to ask you a question specifically on that, though. Like, which is somebody who's probably studied a lot of the nation states. Like, I think it's fair to say that Russia, Putin, and the Russian state no longer have the monopoly of violence, and so that is a clear underestimation of power for the Russian government. As Putin has been very adamant that he wants to maintain this, and now the question that it would become interesting is how does the Duma incorporate laws that make the Wagner part of a independent force of the Russian MOD, and how do they codify that into law necessarily? But because now, again, Putin doesn't have the monopoly of violence.
I agree with you. Not only that, there's no cultural lattice work to accommodate for more than one person in power and control and with a monopoly of violence in Russia. There is no cultural lattice work to make that work. They cannot make that work, right? Every day Prigozhin is alive, it's a threat to the throne. And we will see in the next few weeks and days if he survives, because there's no way we can continue. Because, like I said, there's not just one. There's more than one crazy guy with a private army in Russia, but so far they've all bent the knee to Putin. This is the first time someone said, you know what? Actually, I'm not getting what I want. I'm just going to march my army up to Moscow and I'm going to get it. And other people are going to start getting ideas. So Suleiman is absolutely correct that Prigozhin, every day he survives, is a finger in the eye to the Kremlin, and everybody in Russia knows it.
Khalees, have you got an update?
I have very quickly. So this is from Brief, and I'm going to read it word for word. From the evening news of the state TV channels, amongst other incomprehensible things, not a word about Shogu. Putin may make a new address today. Earlier, Peskov said that Putin would not be present at the Scarlet Cells in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and that's important because if Putin does do another speech, we will stream it live and we will discuss it. But I mean, watch out for that. It's going to be important, and let's see how he addresses the speech, because his earlier speech today, he went all in. He talked about how Prigozhin was had committed treason. He had betrayed the nation and so on and so forth. So let's see how this goes. But Ian, what's your thoughts about what Mickey is saying? Because Mickey, I mean, do you agree with the argument that essentially he has no choice? If Prigozhin, if there's no consequences to Prigozhin, and on top of that, he's basically demoted Grazimov and Shogo, then you're basically, I mean, Prigozhin's won. He's got what he wanted. Ian.
I think it was a tantrum. I'm inclined to agree with what Dr. Dinesh said. Um, I do think there will be some form of consequences. Perhaps they'll put him on the front lines again. Why not? He is still a private military contractor.
The thing is, there's more. There's always more than one private army, right? Gazprom has an army. Kadyrov has an army. All of a sudden, you don't like. This is what Russia needs is stability, and they need one person in charge. That's the only way the system works,
So
how it's been designed.
let's game this out,
I
right?
guarantee
Let's
you.
game this out. Let's put our
Yeah.
our thoughts in the minds of the commanders of these PMCs. What are they thinking happened here? They're all probably just as confused as we are, right? When it comes to this situation, they may be thinking, like perhaps, right? Perhaps that Prigozhin had some form of official sanction to do what he did, to throw his tantrum and to make a point. But they won't, right? If they do the same thing he did, they might actually just be obliterated in a heartbeat. We don't know that, right? And they're not gonna take that gamble, take that risk to try to do what Prigozhin did. I don't think that this is gonna set some precedent where other PMCs will step up and try to do the same thing. I think that if anything, especially after this peace deal, right? This agreement that they're agreeing to, I think they're gonna think twice if they had these ideas of doing what he did and joining in a rebellion or doing something similar. I think right now they're questioning whether that would be even wise. Perhaps like when
I
early on.
agree with you. I agree with you. I agree they're going to think twice, but before they wouldn't even think once. And that is
I
a
don't know if they
huge.
were.
That's a huge beginning of a shift.
I don't know. I mean, like
Like
early on, when all this was happening, we saw what a Storm Z battalion. That's an MOD sanctioned mercenary brigade in Ukraine right now. They're on the front lines. I mean, they voiced their support for Prigozhin, but then all this happened. I mean, those guys are going to see some shakeup, right? I mean, they did voice support for it,
Yes.
so they are probably
But
going
what
to
you're
be a
seeing,
lot
I
of
agree.
trouble.
But what it is going to be just a recipe for instability, right? If this is all a power game and Putin a power game, then Putin is going to be purging leadership of his own military. If this is Prigozhin's idea to get what he wants, then they're going to have to kill this guy and find him. And so all you're seeing now is more and more instability in Russia. If you're Beijing, you're on the phone with the Kremlin right now, being like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, what the hell is this?
Alicia,
We
have you
would have
got some?
appreciated a heads
Sorry,
up."
I
Michaela.
just
Can you-
have
yeah,
something.
Just jump in whenever there's news.
Okay, so Russian military influencers are praising Prigozhin for wisdom to not shed blood, and they blame the Russian MOD for forcing Wagner heroes to start a coup. There are now calls for an investigation into treason amongst the MOD leadership based on Wagner troops' testimonies. And this is from Global Intel.
And I'm going to add on to that. Here's another report.
Sorry, Zelensky is giving a live speech at the moment. And I've just put on Sky News, and he's saying Russia's situation shows no one is in control.
So I'm going to read another one from Ocean Defender, just a tweet of his, basically kind of puts everything around. Lots of claims. So this is a quote from Ocean Defender. Lots of claims going around right now regarding, depending who you ask, either the current or former Russian Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu, who some have stated has already been arrested by the Federal Security Services, though right now it just appears to be rumors. And so I think this continues to show that we don't have a clear picture of what's currently going on within the Russian MOD. As Khaleesi highlighted, a lot of Russian military bloggers are actually praising Prigozhin. And so I think, we're having a conversation about Putin, and I understand that. But if you're the Russian MOD right now, and a private military corporation can dictate how command relationships need to go, who should be in charge or not, promotions or demotions of Russian senior officers and generals, you know, all of this and how they achieved it. And now Russian military bloggers now view Prigozhin as more influential and as a hero, and view the Russian MOD as traitors that they need to be spied upon. If you're in the Russian army, what the hell are you fighting for right now? And how that can also undermine, because Putin has heavily depended upon the Russian military, the National Guard, and the Ministry of Interior to maintain control. Prigozhin just pushed through all of them, specifically the Russian Ministry of Interior and the National Guard, to show that they're incapable of maintaining security inside. So overall, in all, Prigozhin right now, from everything we're seeing, is clearly being shown as the hero for Russia. And if his popularity continues to grow, it will be a challenge to Putin, as he's already been challenged already.
And I also think, if you're a power player in Russia at the moment, are you more or less likely now to try to outfit yourself your own private military? I think you're much more likely now because you don't know exactly what's going on, but you understand one thing and one thing only. If there's like if I'm the last person with the private military, I'm on the table for dinner. And I sort of just I think that right now it is too early to say, but all I can say is the outcome here is disorganization and chaos. And I certainly, if I was Shoigu, I'd be very worried about my future. Maybe he already knows it. And likewise, these Wagner soldiers, which I think there was a gentleman here was speaking to one, and sort of like saying like, well, I'm not really sure what's going on. I was supposed to go to Moscow, and I was really happy to do that because I was really upset about the Russian military for screwing us over. But now I'm going this place. You know, who it's like really unclear who's in charge and what the plan is. And I really think the Kremlin here, there's a power vacuum here. The Kremlin really should be out in front of this, and they don't seem to be. It all seems to be like sort of you're hearing rumors here and there. There's no clear statements on what's going to happen, no plan, and that's unusual. That's not usually what you get
So,
from
Mickey, do you
the Russian
think
government.
this, and Ian, I want you to answer to this question first, but I'll just continue with Mickey, and then Ian, please answer to this. If you're a Russian MOD general right now and you're seeing that Prigozhin gets to dictate, do you believe a possibility that the Russian military might actually initiate a coup in and of itself against Putin because they believe that Putin does not have their back? Do you believe that is more likely
No,
or
I
less
don't think
likely? I
that's
want
very
Mickey and
likely.
then Ian to answer
Yeah,
after.
no.
I don't think that's likely either, but I think that Shoigu thinks he's probably fucked. I think he thinks he's dead. And then what do you do when you're backed in the corner? Bad things. So if I were anyone affiliated with Shoigu right now, I'd be super concerned because they're doing the same calculation as we are doing. Like,
It's a
okay,
purge.
was this Putin's idea? Was it not Putin's idea? Am I screwed? I was acting in the interest of Putin. We had a lot of conversations here. So it's nothing but chaos, right? There's some people getting out of town. I have friends in Moscow now. They're packing their bags. So it's nothing. There's no clear leadership, and if I were Shoigu, I'd be very worried about my future.
So they're speaking of Moscow, they're clearing out all of the blockades. APCs have left. They're lifting all of the chains that were there, previously put in place to stop the coup from happening. It's Moscow's cleared up. As for your question, uh, if you're in the MOD, if you're like a regular ranking officer, I don't think you need to worry about anything. But if you are someone who's high up and you are affiliated with Shoigu, then you probably do need to worry about a purge because this is exactly what it is. I don't think it's going to end well for a lot of officers who just don't command or respect of their soldiers, right? I mean, that's Shoigu basically, right? I mean, who did anyone follow his orders? I think that people do so begrudgingly because they're part of the military command and the structure. But in general, I don't think the MOD just as a top down organization has the confidence of the people it's supposed to work for. So that's the reason why
Just to
shake up.
Ian's point as well, you have to look at the word where something we've completely missed in a lot of these conversations is what was Prigozhin saying publicly before he went to Moscow. Not only did he say that Wagner was butchered in Ukraine, he was also saying that the entire reason for the invasion of Ukraine was Shoigu's plan to try to get a promotion and try to enrich himself in Ukraine. That the Nazism thing was nonsense. These are Prigozhin's own words, and the entire invasion of Ukraine was a gigantic mistake, right? So that is one of the reasons that he went to Moscow, was to kind of take revenge for this catastrophic invasion of Ukraine, and that is sort of being buried here in the sort of this is the Prigozhin wasn't trying to take out Putin. He was angry at Shoigu for the invasion of Ukraine, and he said that the only reason they did it was Shoigu wanted to enrich himself in eastern Ukraine, in Donetsk and Luhansk. So that's an incredible admission from somebody, and if that seems to be bubbling under the surface as well. So who knows what's going to happen in the next weeks and months if Prigozhin survives.
Actually,
I've got
Patrick,
an
if
update.
oh, go ahead, Kalita.
Sorry, Mickey. All sorts. A source close to PMC Wagner, and this is a statement. I find it quite conflicting. But anyway, in addition to the resignation of Shogu, it is also planned to replace a number of SFB generals, including the head of the SFB for Moscow and the Moscow region, Alexei Dorofeev. Today, the Moscow defense system passed a stress test in case of a sudden invasion of the armed forces of Ukraine in the direction of Moscow. None of the heads of the UFSB, including the capital, did not pass this test. And if Prigozhin had not turned around, then shedding blood, as he puts it, he would have entered Moscow. Further, with such a leaky defense system, the war with Ukraine cannot be continued. Now there will be serious reshuffles both in the Ministry of Defense and in the FSB.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, but who's making that statement that the Russia's invasion of Ukraine cannot be continued? Do we know exactly who's quoting this?
No, it just says a source close to PMC Wagner.
Okay, well, actually, so it's PMC Wagner. Mickey, as you perfectly said, I think that ties into Prigozhin's claims earlier about the whole Ukraine war was a mistake. And if Prigozhin is clearly now having the narrative and having increased popularity, we've seen the citizens of Rostov screaming, clapping and chanting Wagner, Wagner when they're pulling out. I think people need to be very aware of how much political power Prigozhin has. But Patrick, if you're still there, I do want to ask you a specific question because a lot of this, when this first came out, was Shoigu and Gerasimov. Right now, the conversation is clearly on Shoigu, but Gerasimov has a very important role in the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as he not only is the Russian chairman of the general staff, but he's also the overall commander for Russia's invasion in Ukraine and military operations in Ukraine. I guess the question is, do you believe, Patrick, that Gerasimov will stay in power, will still be commander? And if not, how do you think that might impact the command infrastructure and the command and control network of Russia in Ukraine? Patrick, if you're not there? Okay. No, I guess not. I don't know if Mickey, if you want to try to answer that question yourself, or we can move to a different topic.
I just think right now we're in a state of like if you were in the leadership of the Ministry of Defense of Russia, you're just like, okay, am I about to get thrown out of a window, or am I about to plan the invasion of Ukraine? Is Wagner PMC going to be around, or are they not? Or should we depend on them here? Like it's like I mean, in 24 hours, we've seen a complete sort of toppling of the power, like the potentially the toppling of the Russian military power structure, which has existed for decades, and a calling into question of the invasion of Ukraine, which the entire public was on board with, but all of a sudden this one leader of this private military contract group, who's apparently getting lauded by Russian military bloggers, is saying, no, sorry, that entire thing was a mistake. The casualties he was also saying that casualties on the Russian side are far greater than anyone was letting on. And he also said that the purpose of the invasion was simply to enrich a few of these corrupt oligarchs and had nothing to do with the initial claims coming from the Kremlin. So this is just the beginning of a narrative that may grow in Russia. And what's going to happen at that point if your brother or father, or if yourself was conscripted and find yourself in a trench in Bakhmut? What are you going to think about this? And what you're going to probably want to take revenge against the people like Shoigu as well. So it's just the beginning of this. And right now nobody knows who's in charge. And where is the Kremlin on this? Where is Putin? He should be out in front of this. He's really not, and that's uncharacteristic of a leader like Vladimir Putin.
So, Dr. Snickerton, I know you just joined, and I believe this may be, I think, the first time you speak on this specific topic right now. I don't know if we had you earlier this evening. I'd like to get your initial opinion and your reaction to kind of what happened in the last 12 hours, and where do you believe is the future state of kind of Russian politics with Putin, Prigozhin, and Shoigu/Gerasimov?
Well, I mean, one thing that is apparent is that Putin still commands like broad, I guess, respect from the various political elites within the country. But at the same time, it just kind of showed that this is Putin's style. He kind of kicks the can down the road. I mean, 2014, right? The original Ukraine conflict, the Donbass war. He kicked the can to 2022, and this thing is essentially kicking the can down the road. He originally there's all this kind of speculation of how Wagner might be disbanded or cannot exist in its current form, but in the end, it just seems like a weird return to status quo. The Wagners will be kind of semi-exiled to Belarus, but the Prigozhin won't be charged, and everybody just kind of, and I think there will be. It's not confirmed, but there might be some replacement at the MOD, and like in the end, like it just keeps going. It just keeps going. But here's the thing: like eventually, there will be a kind of reckoning or another kind of match between the central government and these sort of parallel armed formations. Like this, throughout history, like these kinds of arrangements have never been stable. Whenever you're relying on like a vassal army or a proxy army that that you're basically depending on for a large part of your like combat power. And the late Roman Empire, found this out many times. Like, yeah, you have to you basically you had to renegotiate that relationship, sometimes very
Can I ask you
violently.
a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question from your expertise? Like, why didn't Putin just meet Wagner like in force with a bunch of tanks right outside of Rostov? Why did he let him drive up to Moscow? Why not just show up with a giant army and a bunch of tanks and then have the conversation and negotiate? Why did he let him go all like let this thing go on for so long?
Well, the same reason, for example, why Russia has not had a general mobilization. I mean, why people are saying why haven't they gone full war economy? Russia, for whatever for better for worse, like its political elite has decided that we're going to try to maintain a kind of level of normalcy, right? And if you just bring a gigantic army into Moscow, and then you're going to have this potential gigantic battle kick off at the gates of Moscow, that would be shocking to people. That would be potentially destabilizing to the stability. I mean, they want everything on an even keel, so yeah, they mobilize, but only do a partial mobilization of reservists, and they do war economy, but they're not spending more than like 6% of their GDP. Like so, all these things are just this is Putin's style. He likes to keep things like moderated. It's I mean, it's just some people it's frustrating, and obviously, and you look at his whole history, like how he has these frozen conflicts in Georgia, in Armenia, Azerbaijan. Like these are the things. Like there's never really a resolution because the whole style of the Russian government in the last 20 years has been to sort of keep kicking the can down the road until it's absolutely unavoidable, which was in the case of Ukraine, I guess. But this is another one of these things. It's a kick down the road, and we'll see what Prigozhin can do next year, say in the elections, if he has political ambitions, or or in the future if he becomes like a power broker to other politicians, and or if even like other PMCs spawn because of this precedent that's already established. Like if you have a private formation, you can violently negotiate your contract with central government. Overall, it's not a great look. I mean, there's no way to spin it. It's not a great look, but Russia keeps ticking for another at least another couple of years like this, and the war's not going to end because it looks like everybody's going back to their jobs.
Colonel, you've got your hand up. Go ahead. What's your thoughts? And before I go to you, Colonel, there's one point, and actually, I'd like to hear your thoughts and then Ian's thoughts on this. Another way of looking at it is because obviously we've talked about how this makes him look weak. On the other hand, doesn't this actually make it look like he's got a lot of support by his government, by the close allies? Because if there was any point that it was time to take out the king, to take out Putin, it was now. And yet, other than Prigozhin going towards Moscow, this was the best time for people to turn on him, and yet no one did. No one tried to take him out.
Right.
What are your thoughts, Colonel?
I mean, that's the thing. He commands a lot of respect. And as you said, like he could have done this by mobilizing a massive army and meeting Prigozhin and then staring him down with a gun barrel of a tank. But he didn't because that's not his style. I mean, for better for worse, he's a politician that likes to maintain his sense of like civilian normalcy, which is just like I guess one of his personality quirks and one of his limitations, so to speak. But yeah, but the things the reality is too, like the old man commanded tremendous respect. Basically, everybody, nobody sided with Wagner. Everybody was saying, like all the regional governors, all the like units of the military, they're all saying we support the supreme commander, right? And this kind of influenced Wagner to step down. But I do think that Russia gave Prigozhin too many concessions in this negotiation.
For sure, for sure. Let me ask Colonel the same question. Colonel, what's your thoughts on what Dr. Snekos just said? Snekotron. Colonel, bottom left.
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm with Mario and Suleiman and all sorts. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys. I think you got it 90% right, and there was information flowing so fast, it was ridiculous. So congratulations to you three. I'm gonna call it a day, but I will tell you this, right? And this is my opinion. So if anyone wants to argue, that's fine. I don't care. I don't want to argue. I'm just gonna tell you my opinion. My opinion is this isn't over, and it's not over for two reasons. The first reason is, as a guy who is a senior diplomat in the United States Embassy Corps, and was working security agreements with Russia and Putin, I will tell you he's only kept maybe 10 to 20% of them. So the idea that he's going to keep this agreement, I think, is ludicrous. I mean, he's got a track record that he doesn't. By the way, part of that track record is actually with Prigozhin when he kept promising he'd give him more ammunition and he didn't. Prigozhin's seen this trick before 4 or 5 times over the last 6 months. Second issue is this, right? For all the people who keep thinking that this is over, your big issue is, and the blatant thing that's smacking you in the face is, there's an expectation that Gerasimov and Shoigu just go silently into the night. They will not. Okay, they have been wronged. They are Russian. Their face has been challenged, and they are going to come out swinging. This is going to hurt Russia. It is not over. So again, you three guys, it was great seeing you. Ian, I always love debating with you. Make it great seeing you. I'm going to call it a night, but well, we can mark this, tag this part, Mario, and you guys can bring it back to me in 3 months when peace is broken out and tell me that I'm an asshole, and I'm good with that. But I'm just, I don't see it being done.
All right.
So
And I
actually,
appreciate
so
your
I
time
want
on
to,
this
Suleiman,
as
I want
well.
to share something. So I want to share something because people on Twitter are highlighting there appears to be right now, if either an ADSB or flight radar, there is a Russian Air Force plane that just took off from Moscow currently, and it's a Russian Air Force IL-62M. It took off, departed 20 minutes ago, and it does not have its final destination, but it is leaving. Some on Twitter, and I have it right here, and I'm tracking it right now on Flat Radar. It does look like that this might be, because we're seeing again the continuation of still exodus within Moscow. This specific Russian Air Force, this might be tied to some agreements because maybe instead of Shoigu being arrested, it might be just a quiet, hey, retire and exile somewhere else around the world. Don't ever come back. But I think that, again, we got to get a lot of these information since he tracked this until we get official comments from Russian media and exactly what is going on and what agreement was implemented.
Ian, your thoughts on what I said?
Yeah. So before I get into my thoughts on that, I just want to do a slight pushback on what Colonel said. Obviously we disagree on the bigger issues, but regarding the ammunition, CNN is actually reporting that that a senior intelligence official in the U.S. Has told them that the ammunition shortage was in fact a ruse. The ammunition shortage that Wagner claimed that it was facing in Bakhmut was actually a ruse, and that they were stockpiling ammunition. So that's the latest report on that one. What was your question again, Suleiman?
Ian, sorry, Ian, let
They're
me
like
just
2 hours late.
sorry, just quickly. It's not only one. I'm going through all the Russian. I'll keep on going, but I'm actually tracking currently 3 Russian Air Force jets, a Tu-134AK, and 2 of those. So I'm tracking right now. Let me continue looking in, but I think right now we have 3 Russian Air Force jets are departing Moscow at this time with an unknown final destination.
Yeah. Suleiman, what
Yeah,
was your question again?
Ian, the question was to you that, look, another way of looking at this is this was an apt moment for people within the Russian government to turn on Putin. This was the best time to take out the king, and yet they all stood firm with him. And other than this and other than Prigozhin obviously going after him, no one turned on him, and this was the best time to do so. If anything, it shows that he's got extreme loyalty
Yes.
amongst the government. I mean, what's your thoughts
Yeah,
on
I
that?
mean, my thoughts are exactly how you summed it up. The only voices that we could hear that were speaking out against Putin and saying that now's the time to take him out were not even Zelensky said that, right? I don't think he even said that. I think he just wanted chaos. Was the opposition party that's, I guess, living in exile or whatever, right? The opposition leader, who's probably just one woman in her apartment, who making that claim, saying that Wagner needs to go in, that the Russian people need to stand up. This is your chance to rid yourself of the shackles of the Putin regime, blah blah blah, right? That obviously never happened. Everybody stood behind Putin. The soldiers stood behind him. The governor stood behind him. The military, the police, every single person. So, if anything, like I said, he has consolidated his power here and shown not just to the world but to the Russian people that he has the full backing, not only of the establishment but also the opposition parties in Russia. Like I saw the Communist Party, who is in opposition to Putin's party. They backed him, right? They backed him 100% of the way. They called him the supreme commander, and they said that this coup needs to be shut down, etc., etc. We are all Russians. They, like, every single person that I saw who made a statement on this, in Russia, as well as his allies, were firmly behind him, and they simply repeated all of the rhetoric that he had spoken during his speech. Not a single one of them stood out of line, tried to step up and say, "Yeah, now's the time to take him out." He did not show weakness here, and they did not sense any weakness from him, because if they did, I'm sure they would have taken him out, but they didn't, right? And they know better, and it's probably good for them that they took their positions.
So, Suleiman, just more.
I don't get this.
Hold on,
Like
but Joe,
this
just give me a
super
second.
pro
Jimmy, just
Russian.
wait, Joe, and then I'm going to push it on to Khaleesi also. So
Yeah.
I'm tracking a total of 7. I just did it right now. 7 Russian Air Force jets are just left recently within the last 30 minutes. Moscow. 7 Russian jets have just vacated Moscow. Go ahead, Khaleesi.
How big are
Thanks.
these jets?
Thanks, all sorts. Sorry, Mickey. So the president of Venezuela condemned the irrational threat of a rebellion, quoting Wagner. Pentagon says that the U.S. will stay in close coordination with allies and partners as the situation continues to develop. So I think the Pentagon still expects this to develop, or maybe someone's not really updated Biden. And the Kremlin says it doesn't know where Prigozhin is as of now. And the Kremlin's also issued a further statement saying Wagner fighters who did not take part in the march will sign contracts with the Defense Ministry. I don't know what those contracts are about. But also, in addition, Sky News is reporting that Prigozhin, he's saying on the record, the reason why he turned back was because he didn't want bloodshed, which personally to me, I can't imagine. You take action like you did, and then you say, but I didn't want bloodshed, because obviously, there's a purpose to this. Kremlin is now saying Prigozhin will move to Belarus. This is a statement from the Kremlin. Prigozhin will move to Belarus. So go ahead, Mickey. Sorry to interrupt you again.
No problem. I was just asking all sorts how these jets that are leaving Moscow, are these like fighter jets? Are these like small passenger jets? Are these huge?
These are all. It looks like they're all jets, and some of them are smaller passenger. Like they're all like, they're pretty big. I mean, you have IL-62s. That's just like a normal passenger jet. Let me just see. Same, a smaller passenger jet, but these are all passenger jets from the Russian Air Force that have left. Well, this one does yeah. They're basically, for the most part, it looks like they're all in one way, shape, or form. I have to go each one, but passenger jets, and there's a lot of chatter on Twitter saying if this is part of the agreement or what's going on, why all these Air Force jets are now vacating Moscow currently.
And they all seem to be going in the same direction, right? It looks like, from what I can see.
So right now, I see a lot are heading east and a couple are heading south. But if somebody can go to ADSB and see, and if you guys can DM it to me, if they show list their final destination, but on Flight Radar, all of them are listing as final destination not available. So they're not progressing their final destination, at least from Flight Radar 24. If anybody gets information that confirms their final destination, let me know. But I think we're just going to have to track them and see where they all finally go, and see if this is something significant or not. I don't want people to draw one conclusion or another. It's just something, I think, an important information with everything that's gone in the last couple hours.
So Peskov was asked whether Putin still trusts the head of Ministry of Defense, and Peskov's response was, I'm not aware of any changes in this regard. Doesn't sound very promising. What do you think?
Well, he's not aware.
Peskov said that. Peskov, well, I mean, so Peskov just said openly right now that he is not aware of any changes in the Russian MOD.
No, so the actual question was asked to him was, does Putin still trust the head of the MOD? And his response was, I'm not aware of any changes in this regard.
I mean, maybe he doesn't want to jump the gun. Maybe this is because I believe Putin is going to announce he's going to have a speech soon, right? I think I remember hearing that. Do we know exactly what
time it's going to be? We're just checking, and I've got the news on. So as soon if it comes on Sky News or any of the channels that I'm watching, I'll just interject straight away and we'll stream it because they will be putting it in English. So we're just waiting. We have no idea, but we're just waiting all sorts.
And if you remember, not too long ago, there was a press op between Shoigu and Putin, and I think most sort of experts at the time were saying that Putin was giving an extreme cold shoulder, not only in body language but in words, towards Shoigu himself in public, and sort of dressing it was sort of a more subtle way of dressing him down. Many people suggesting it was related to what Putin believes is a failed effort in the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, I got some breaking news also. Sorry. So, just from TASS, the Russian state media, quote,
The criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped, and he will move to Belarus. Kremlin says, quoting TASS.
If you are Belarus and you're Lukashenko, you are certainly not happy about that. You don't want 25,000 private military contractors loyal to Evgeny Prigozhin living in your country. Like, that is a recipe for disaster. I cannot imagine anyone in Belarus is happy
As
about
part
that.
of the deal. And this is a statement from Peskov. The criminal case against Prigozhin will be dropped. He will go to Belarus. That's directly from Peskov himself.
I mean, that's basically Putin saying, I'll give you
He-
Belarus if you
Yeah,
promise to leave.
I said that earlier, and he went further because he was asked, Peskov was asked, what's he going to do in Belarus? And he said, I don't know what he's going to do.
Whatever he wants.
Yeah,
He can do
basically.
whatever he wants.
But what I can tell you is the authorities will not persecute those Wagnerites who took part in the rebellion, given their frontline merits. Don't know what Prigozhin's going to do in Belarus, but we will present the most combat-ready army in the world to Belarus, or is it a Trojan horse? I don't know.
He is going to do whatever he wants to do. It's like, what does, where does a 10,000-pound gorilla poop in the woods? Anywhere it wants. Prigozhin can do whatever he wants in Belarus. And what it sounds like to me is, I'm speculating here, is Putin said, look, I'll give you what you want, and I'll give you Belarus. How about you go home? And he said, okay. And that's what it sounds like. There's nobody in Belarus can do anything about Prigozhin doing anything. So he's well armed, well trained, well equipped, way better equipped than anyone in Belarus. If I was Lukashenko, I would be super unhappy about that.
Let me go to Haz. Haz, what's your thoughts on what we've been discussing, this events that have occurred over the last 22 hours? Would love to hear your overall thoughts.
So the decisive element in any kind of conflict within Russia, first of all, I think an anti-war position would be a non-starter. The liberal position of opposing the patriotic cause, so to speak, I don't think has much potential. Never had much potential. Prigozhin, if I were to guess, would have had an ability to pose an internal security threat based on this kind of spontaneous, almost populistic appeal to the patriotic sentiments of Russian soldiers, specifically in the Russian army, against the so-called oligarchs and against the so-called corruption. His rhetoric was actually the most surprising thing in my view, where he seemed to speak against the legitimating cause of the special military operation, not necessarily condemning the patriotic cause, but basically saying that the people of Donbass were betrayed and so on and so forth. So I think this is an element that's being underlooked. And those Western liberal commentators who wanted the victory of Wagner, I think really don't understand where this conflict was coming from, at least at the level of anyone who might support Wagner. We don't really know what Prigozhin's motives are or who's supporting him or who's backing him. But his ability to speak to masses, his ability to actually get support from which it decisively has to be the Russian military, is not coming from some kind of pro-Western side. It's actually the complete opposite. But overall, I think all of Russian civil society, as many have said already, including the opposition, seemed to stand behind the legal system of Russia, the legal procedures of the Russian state. And I don't think Russian people are interested in any kind of wild military coup. As far as
Let me ask you a question, yeah? So what about this situation where it looks like Prigozhin's going to go to Belarus? It looks like there's an agreement about possibly demoting Gerasimov and Shoigu. If these things happen, does that, in your mind, make Putin look weak?
No, I don't necessarily think it does. I think Putin's relationship to the cause of the event appears, as surprisingly as that may seem, to be a little bit limited, right? This was really aimed at Shoigu and the Ministry of Defense. Prigozhin, at least until Putin himself decided to intervene with his speech, didn't really, as we know, target Putin. I think Putin came out looking strong. He rallied the entirety of Russian civil society, all of the legitimate voices of Russian political society, including the opposition, against this. And
It's on Sky News. I'm just going to stream it quickly.
These people who are responsible will certainly be brought to justice on behalf of our people. Restrictive measures have been taken in Moscow, the Moscow region, and lots of other regions. The situation around Rostov remains, however, very complicated. As President of Russia and Commander-in-Chief, as a citizen of Russia, I am doing everything to repel this attack and to ensure the freedom and security of our citizens. Those who mutiny have betrayed Russia, and I urge anybody involved in it to cease any kind of part in armed conflict. Russia is waging a very difficult struggle for its sovereignty, and particularly helped, of course, by the propaganda machine of the West. We are fighting for the security of our people, for the right to be and remain Russia as a state. This is a lethal threat to our state, to our nation. It is a strike against our people and our state. And the punishment for this monstrous activity will be very harsh.
The punishment for this activity.
That's a speech from earlier.
That's just a new.
Yeah, that's a speech from yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's from yesterday. That's not a new speech. No, it's yesterday's speech.
Yeah, that's a speech from yesterday.
It's quite surprising, guys, because I was just going to interject earlier to say that Peskov had released a statement saying there's going to be no new televised address by Putin. And I read that in 2 different places. So I thought, okay, chill. And it just started all of a sudden unannounced.
That's not, that's yesterday's speech.
That's yesterday's speech, isn't
yes,
it?
It is.
The one from earlier.
It is from
That
yesterday.
is yesterday.
Yeah, it's not the new speech. This is remarks yesterday.
Okay, well, that's fine then. So what Peskov has said, he said, Moscow appreciates Lukashenko's mediation efforts. No new televised address by Putin is planned. Personnel changes in the Ministry of Defense are the prerogative of the President of the Russian Federation and were hardly discussed during contacts to resolve the rebellion. Putin continued to work in the Kremlin all day. No changes on the subject of Putin's trust in the defense minister are known. The situation with the rebellion will not affect the course of the special operation in any way. Lukashenko offered himself as a negotiator, as he's known Prigozhin for more than 20 years. The evening conversation between Putin and Lukashenko was lengthy, frank, warm, and very constructive. Lukashenko's mediation efforts were implemented to avoid bloodshed. And the last one is, it is impossible to say exactly when the CTO regime, this is the counterterrorism regime, will be lifted. Now there will be all the prerequisites before removal.
So let me go to live monitor for his thoughts. But just before I do, just want to thank every single person who's contributed to this. We've been going now for between the Imran Khan space and interview and this space, we've been going for 24 hours straight. So awesome job by the team in the back. Awesome job by All Source, Mario, everybody else who's contributed, Ian, all the panelists, Khaleesi, Mickey, every single person, Patrick. Hope I haven't missed anyone, but yeah, I appreciate everybody's contribution to giving people live updates about what's happening with in-depth analysis from various angles of positions. So much appreciated. Live, I'd love to hear your thoughts about the events that have been occurring over the last 22 hours.
Well, I mean, I think everybody needs to take a step back here and look at this logically. I mean, Wagner, they have maybe 5 to 10,000 troops inside of Russia at the moment, with subpar armaments and a billionaire that's barely a billionaire trying to fund this whole thing. To make a story that these guys were going to march into Moscow, depose Putin, and change the Ministry of Defense, and so on and so forth, of all these other comments coming out of the media today, it's just it's a little bit silly, really. Nothing happens with Wagner without Putin or his inner circle absolutely signing off on it. They're the ones really supporting Wagner financially and with military arms. So let's try to look at this a little bit more objectively and a little bit more logically. I really don't like these doomsday commentary from people, saying that Putin's fleeing Moscow, Putin's going to be deposed. I've seen comments saying Putin's going to be dead by, the evening and whatnot. Coup
coups are no joke. You know, usually they are very violent. They're very quick. The bloodshed is, you know, tremendous, and they go after the leadership. And they did none of these things. It was a slow roll up, you know, up to Moscow, where, you know, the leader of Wagner was, you know, making telegram declarations and whatnot. And you know, I really didn't really take it seriously to begin with. I mean, to me, this was nothing more than a staged event for Putin to justify changing some things in the Ministry of Defense, probably some opposition that he was
Like, can I ask
facing.
you a question? If that's the case, why did Putin let Prigozhin shoot down 4 of his helicopters?
Seven helicopters and
I'm
1
sorry,
aircraft.
Okay.
seven
Oh,
helicopters. That would be
okay.
the greatest air defeat in the history of Russia since World
And
War II.
one IL-22 communication center plane as well.
Okay, that's understandable, and I can understand why people would think that. But let's just be, you know, let's take this a little bit more, you know, let's bring this down to earth a little bit. You cannot control everybody all the time, and of course, you're going to have little skirmishes here and there because that's just
But
the way.
you literally just said that they don't make a move without Putin. Now you're saying they can't control everyone.
You don't make a move when it comes to the top decisions. You cannot control the guys on the ground shooting at helicopters all the time. There's going to be skirmishes without question. You can't.
That's not
You
a
can't.
skirmish. That's the greatest air defeat in Russia's history since World War II. That's not a small thing. I mean, 7 helicopters plus an airplane. I mean, that's not small.
And it's a communication airplane, which is vital for command and control for Russia, that utilizes that to control the battlefield. Like, again, like, that plane was deployed to ensure command and control of the forces fighting Wagner and to get the situation. Wagner saw it, said that is a threat. If we want to maintain military superiority and degrade Russia's combat power, we need to shoot that down. They don't have that many of those flying around. That's a critical asset for any air force, and they lost it in this fight.
Well, might I
And
possibly
that's
a
not
possible
shot down
answer
by
here?
some rogue.
So who does this
by
show?
some rogue
It
agent.
shows the world that Russia's military or even its mercenaries are capable of taking down attack helicopters and a plane that try to engage its forces.
So I don't understand how's that relevant to Putin trying to use this as a way to solidify control, so that then Wagner can demonstrate its military powers that I thought they already demonstrated when they seized Bakhmut. Like, I mean, look, this was an armed rebellion by Prigozhin. He wanted to go to Moscow. Putin caved, gave all in his demands, basically. So then Prigozhin said, "Okay, I'm out. I got what I want. I don't want to go further than this, and I'm going to go to Belarus now." And now Lukashenko, who is hoping that Prigozhin doesn't do the same to him, because if Prigozhin does this in Belarus, yeah, Prigozhin is president of Belarus.
Yeah, and I think the story about Putin consolidating power, it doesn't make sense to me because he's already consolidated power. Unless you're telling me that Putin wasn't really in control of things, which I don't buy that. So why would he need to consolidate power? He's already consolidated. Why would he want to lose? Why would he want to have his, if you're the commander in chief and you're allowing your soldiers to get killed, doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't make you look good. I think
Yeah, but no
best
one
case
got killed.
scenario.
No one got killed,
Yeah.
is it?
12 Russian pilots were killed, Suleiman. 12 Russian pilots died.
Okay. Ian and, can I ask you both a question, Ian and Mickey? This rebellion, whatever you want to call it, was started, and now Prigozhin's backed off, saying, "Oh, I'm backing off because I didn't want bloodshed." We know that Putin, as you say, he's consolidated all this power. Then what the hell was this about? I mean, you don't start something like this and then say, "Oh, but I didn't want bloodshed. That's why I'm backing off."
Prigozhin didn't want to fall under the MOD. Prigozhin
He didn't want to follow MOD. He didn't want to lose Wagner, and he didn't want Shoigu to run the MOD. So he got everything he wanted. Plus, he got a country. Pretty good deal if you're getting Prigozhin. He walked out of this unscathed, didn't lose a single one of his soldiers. Controls still the best armed and funded private military organization in Russia. Is probably going to get Shoigu kicked out of office, and now he gets a country which is going to have nuclear weapons. I think if you're getting Prigozhin, you've won this round.
And if we can go back to earlier this space when we were having this discussion, when it was blatantly, once there was agreement that something was going on, that this was an armed rebellion across the board, the conversation centered on 2 things. It was, and I don't remember if it was Kim.com, David E, or somebody, I just don't remember, but one of the comments was, this is Shoigu who demonstrated his military genius after defeating the Ukrainian counteroffensive versus
Prigozhin, who has no military experience or whatever, and somehow it is ludicrous and ridiculous that Prigozhin has any chance to go to Moscow and defeat the Russian military. And the only way they stopped Prigozhin from going to Moscow was not through military might. It was literally giving in to every single demand that Prigozhin had at the beginning. Because the first time Prigozhin threatened Putin was after Putin's speech national, where he said these guys are traitors. They stabbed the back of the Russian people, and we're going to go after them. That is the only time Prigozhin said, "You made a mistake. I'm going after you." And then they
He also
stopped. And
yeah,
they
he
gave
also said there's gonna be a new president, right? He said we're gonna have a new president now that Putin has betrayed me and betrayed the soldiers, we're gonna have a new president. And then Putin immediately gave him everything he wanted plus a country. You got to say Prigozhin here in this first 24 hours is pulling an absolute masterstroke.
And let's not forget where Prigozhin was after Bakhmut. He pulled Russian Wagner forces out. He admits he suffered significant amount of casualties because of trying to seize Bakhmut. That's the whole reason why he was arguing. It's interesting we're getting reporting from CNN saying that his claims of running low on ammunition was blatantly a lie, and he used that as a cover to amass his own weapons. But even after suffering significant amount of casualties in Bakhmut, Wagner was able to seize Rostov-on-Don unopposed, unopposed, and nobody for a second is going to stop.
Also, can I ask
Yeah.
a question? You know about these helicopters being shot down and these 12 casualties? What's the evidence for it? Because I'm reading the opposite, and it's apparently like
Because it comes from fighter
it's from
bomber.
disinformation. That it's just fake news.
Fighter bomber is a Russian Air Force Telegram channel who has been an absolute one of the most credible sources in regards to Russian Air Force activities in Ukraine, and they are 100% pro-Russian. And aircrafts getting shot down and casualties of that nature, it is credible. He is claiming that 12 Russian pilots were killed. Regardless, we have the footage of the destroyed helicopters. Like they're gone.
I mean, not all of them. Like the first one, I remember we saw a footage of like someone shooting in the sky, but then we never saw a helicopter, and we never saw the remnants.
We saw the.
I'm not denying that it's not. I'm not denying it's the case for all 7, but let's not be clear. Like we haven't got the evidence for all 7. If you know what I mean.
I just saying that the one of the main trustworthy sources on that has communication, and even regardless, even if it's less, the one of the things that is undisputable. We have at least the footage of the wreckage of a K-52 that was destroyed. That is a modern Russian helicopter, right? That is a modern one. They don't have an unlimited amount of that. Unlike the Mi-35, the K-52 is much more modern. Not an unlimited source of that. And then more importantly, we have the actual video of the IL-22 getting shot from the sky and plummeting. Right, and that is a communication center. That is a key Russian command and control system. Right, that's not an easy loss for the Russian military and for the Russian Air Force. And so, again, we're forgetting that the only thing that stopped Prigozhin from reaching to Moscow is basically, from all the agreements we're getting right now and the sources that are coming out from Russia, is that Prigozhin's demands were completely met. Every single one of them. There was no attempt by Putin to say, "I dictate the terms of how this goes." Why would if the coup was to happen, let's say this was a plan by Putin all along, he would have utilized his speech to basically say, "I'm listening to Prigozhin, the heroes of Bakhmut, Wagner and their heroes in Bakhmut. They have brought me devastating information and brought to my attention of the corruption of the Russian MOD. Shoigu has betrayed me. As such, I am acknowledging Wagner and I am acknowledging their demand. Shoigu will immediately be imprisoned and deported or killed or whatever." He didn't say that. He declared war. Putin declared war. So are we just going to completely ignore Putin's speech? Was that also a false flag or a conspiracy? I just don't understand. Let me shoot down Russian aircraft from the sky after the fact. And oh, by the way, we have more videos coming out of before this, when this ended, of Russian airstrikes against bridges and roads to try to disrupt Wagner's advances to Moscow.
Did we read this latest news from Peskov? So he said, and I'll just, if it's been repeated, it's fine because we might have had new listeners in the last 5-10 minutes. But he says criminal charges against Wagner boss Prigozhin will be dropped, and he will be sent to neighboring Belarus, according to Kremlin spokesperson Peskov.
Yeah, we shared that.
Yeah, so yeah. Oh, you just said, sorry. Yeah, so it means, yeah.
To add to that, the Kremlin, this is it gives me a bit of a chilling feeling, but they've added further to the statement earlier that we read out. The guarantee that Prigozhin will be able to leave for Belarus is the word of the president of Russia. So Putin's guaranteeing that he will be able to leave for Belarus. I'm interpreting that as he will be alive to be able to go to Belarus, I guess.
Yeah, Chief, I know you've got some thoughts on this. Go ahead.
Well, the thing, a couple of quick points. When we heard about this entire, I guess, internal conflict between Wagner and Russia, a lot of it was, kind of information we got at the moment. We weren't really sure about things, but what we can look at right now is that within like about 24 hours, this whole I'll call it like armed rebellion. I wouldn't go on to say it's a coup, but this whole thing has been pretty much resolved. The question really now is with Wagner and how they are going to be a presence in Ukraine. I know they got, from what I'm hearing, some sort of deal to go back to Africa and go into resources there. So I'm not sure if they're going to be, leaving Russia or not, and how Russia will be attacking Ukraine, because Wagner has always had the belief that the Russians weren't doing enough to go after Ukraine. They thought they were playing with it, almost not really going at it the entire way, but calling it a military operation, which is, I guess, I'm believing that it's more so to keep infrastructure in place within Ukraine when they reclaim the territory. But we're going to see the more interesting question, of course, is going to be how Russia attacks Ukraine. Are they going to go and really accelerate their attacks and really advance it?
Chief, that's a good point. Let me ask that. Tom, thanks for joining us. And specifically, I'd like to hear your overall thoughts about that. But also, do we think that there's going to be, in order to basically make himself look strong because of what's happened for the world, no matter how you look at it, there's going to be a large proportion of people who see this as a move that has weakened him. Do you think that he's now going to be more aggressive in his attacks against Russia to be to make people forget about what happened, and B, to try and basically become a more offensive in the war? Tom?
I would think so. It makes sense that would be the outcome here. The question is, what was Prigozhin trying to accomplish? And I'm not sure that I think any of us have a real good understanding of what's going on here. There's too many layers to this. I've been sitting here this entire time wondering how much did the CIA and the MI6 pay him to do this? And that's been the thing that's been going through my head for the last 4 to 6 hours as I've gone through this. But this, if he gets what he wants,
do you think this? I'm gonna let you carry on as well. So, do you
Sure.
think that there was some Western influence in in the moves that he made? And if there was, wouldn't he have tried to commit more bloodshed? Because as soon as people start seeing death, that's when things escalate. So, and the fact that it never escalated to that level. Do you really think that it was the West that was involved?
It's funny. Like there's a multiple ways of looking at it, right? And one of them is what I just said, right? And he played his hand and he overplayed it. He didn't get the support that he thought he might have thought he had within the Russian military or within the Russian hardliners, and it just fizzled. And then now it's a matter of Putin, and Putin always does this. This is one of the things that just popped into my head as we were talking about this, because as I popped in, the person who was speaking said, why would we ignore Putin's speech, right, where he declares war on Wagner for what they did? Well, Putin is never one to overreact and want to throw away an asset in any way, manner, shape, or form. You see this all through Syria. You see it with his the way he handled Erdogan and the shoot down of the Su-24 7 years ago. Like he always turns if he can, what is a liability back into an asset. And that's just my read on him. So it could be far worse than what than I'm portraying here, because I don't know. I'm just speculating. This is all just back of the envelope kind of schizo posting, for lack of a better term. But the fact that they're going to take all these guys and throw them put them in Belarus, and as far as I'm concerned, their punishment would be, well, you guys get to be the front line. Prove your loyalty to the fatherland. You get to be the first ones to die if Poland crosses the border in 3 weeks. Because the way I'm reading all this, guys, I don't know about anybody else, but to me, everything looks like they're pushing towards declaring World War III at the NATO summit in 3 weeks. That's what it looks like to me. Everything looks like this. We got Newland in Copenhagen. We've got and Sullivan in Copenhagen dressing everybody down. We've got Ben Wallace being put forth
So,
as
so
the
let me, Tom,
NATO
let me go
General
to,
Secretary and all this stuff. It's crazy.
yeah. So let me just go to Live and ask him the same question. So,
Sure.
Live, same question to you, and from a different angle. Like now, let's say Prigozhin, as the per the report say, he's in Belarus. Uh, what does Russia do next? What does Putin do next? What's the next move? Live.
You know, as as Tom was talking, I mean, it could, you know, to take it to another conspiratorial level, not really conspiratorial, but Lukashenko's always been ill. I mean, Prigozhin might be groomed to take over for Lukashenko in the coming years. But to declare war on NATO, Russia and Wagner are absolutely in no position to take on NATO. In any,
That's not what I said. What I meant, Live, was that NATO is getting ready to declare to openly become part of the war. That they're getting ready to openly move into the conflict around the NATO summit.
I see.
That's what I meant. No, that's what I was getting at.
That I agree with. I could see them doing that. I think it would be a grave mistake if they did that. But I could
agree.
See them
but
doing that.
it's clear that's what's going on here, and there's an air of desperation to all of the coverage that we've seen from the West going forward here. Look, I look at what they did when they blew up the dam, and then they blew up the ammonia pipeline right after each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the Russians pulled out of the grain deal. Like, well, and then they blew it up. And again, everything, like all the attacks around Belgorod are all about. That's all in the same area where all the Russian oil and gas enters Ukraine. It's all in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a very strategic moving parts to all of the moves that are being made. So to me, it just looks like this is not going to this is just the next phase of the escalation. They're trying, as always, to get Putin to go offside and to get him angry.
I would agree. I mean, Putin's best chance right now to combat the West is to hit them economically and create another wave of inflation via economic means, grain, oil, fertilizer, you name it. That's his only. That's his only chance to stave off the West for the next couple of years.
Live.
Well, also I'll say real quick. You know, with the
Please, 1 second. I want to ask Live a real quick question, which I think a lot of people would want to know. So it's an interesting perspective you just said, Live, that Putin doesn't have an anham to take on NATO. When you look at what's happened over the last year in terms of this conflict, would you not say that's exactly what's happened? He has taken on NATO, not because of a choice, but because that's the circumstances that presented themselves.
Well, NATO hasn't really engaged in this war. To be honest, I mean, they've sent over some shells of arms that they've had and some overstock and whatnot. But to take on NATO, I mean, that's significant. I mean, Russia has no chance to actually attack any kind of NATO nation. They don't have the money to do such a thing, and they don't have the professional army. If they can't take Kiev, that's land on a land border, what chance would they ever have going to Warsaw?
But do you believe that Russia is going 100% all out on their operation into Kiev?
No, they don't have the military to take urban centers. They'd have significant losses. To take a city like Kiev, you would need 100 to 200,000 troops on top of 4 times the amount of the support and supply. It's just impossible for them.
I think though it's like the way that they're doing a special operation, like I think that with Wagner, they were saying they wanted more aggression from Russia. I do think that Russia has been holding back a little bit. But in terms of the Western media, what someone raised a point before, the West has a very clear, at least the media has a bias, I guess, against Russia in that sense. And usually most of the Western media will kind of follow on through and push a narrative that kind of aligns with Western ideologies, especially when it goes to Russia or even China or any of the other nations in the other pole. But in reality, I mean, this whole conflict, I think the main issue we should be looking for again is going to be how we see an escalation in Ukraine, and if Wagner, I'm not sure if anyone knows this, or the details about this, but is Wagner going to be withdrawing from Ukraine? I've heard that some people have said that they're going to be going more to Africa, but I've heard other people say they're going to stay in Ukraine in their current post. I don't know if anyone had any answer to that.
Well, Chief, there's one thing that I think is worth mentioning, which we talked about earlier in the space before we were here, which is that Wagner Group has basically come out and said that the entire raison d'etre for the invasion of Ukraine was made up by the Russian MOD in order to enrich its oligarchs, and that the invasion of Ukraine, the premises of the invasion of Ukraine, including Nazism and Ukrainian aggression, were false. And Prigozhin himself has criticized Shoigu for this and saying that it was entirely unnecessary to invade Ukraine and that his men were butchered unnecessarily. And he's come out strongly, and this is one of the primary reasons for his desire to remove the leadership of the Russian MOD. So this is an entirely different narrative, within Russia that we haven't quite seen before. And Wagner Group has basically come out, and now we're seeing Russian military bloggers praising Wagner Group for this desire to remove these corrupt leaders in Russia. So what does that mean for the Russian MOD? We don't know yet, but that's certainly a different narrative that we haven't heard yet coming out of Russia itself. And I think hearing from Tom, it's like I guess I understand, and if I'm wrong, Tom, please correct me. That is it your belief that Prigozhin himself is a CIA asset and that this is a CIA plot, or is that me misunderstanding what you were saying?
Tom's not on the space at the moment. We'll try and get him back up. But yeah, Mickey. In terms of, let me go to Patrick. Patrick, so from just shifting this conversation slightly back to the Ukraine-Russia war, how does this impact the war from a very immediate perspective and then maybe from a medium-term perspective? Patrick. Okay, seems Patrick's not on, so let me go to Mickey. Mickey, what's your thoughts about that? Or Dr. Snecko, one of you two.
Go ahead, Snecko. I've been talking a lot.
All right, go ahead, Mickey.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. What was the question? Sorry, I was actually.
Yeah, no worries. So we know. This specific move to shift into the Ukraine-Russia war. What impact does this have on the war, both from and Putin's perspective and the way he's gonna deal with the war now, from a immediate perspective and then from a medium-term perspective?
Okay, so in immediate perspective, the loss of those EW platforms, that does hurt because, again, those are a pretty limited resource. But I think Russia does have enough spares. I mean, I think Russia started the war with about 20 of those Mi-8 EW helicopters. The communications platform, I'm not quite sure of. But there will be a few days of supply disruption because the roads are blockaded, right? And Rostov-on-Don was one of the places where a lot of the supplies going into the southern front. So you can expect a few days of supply disruption from that. Medium term, I would say. Medium term, I would say that. Essentially, hopefully Russia finds that the PMC model is not something that is reliable, and there might be more of an attempt. There might be more of an attempt to. There might be more of an attempt to actually mobilize. I mean, this is something that's been floating in the background. There have been preparations for mobilization, like laws and streamlining the process. But so far, we've not gotten a word of a second mobilization. And we have the first mobilization last year. And yeah, and the question is this going to be the catalyst for saying, okay, we can't trust this formation? They're going to absorb some of the Wagners are going to sign contracts with MOD. They did say like the ones who didn't participate in the coup are open to sign contracts with MOD. They'd be distributed to other units.
Nico, you have to keep in mind as well, if Prigozhin is correct in what he said, and this is just his own words, he said that the casualties and the diminishment and the destruction of the Russian army is many, many, many times higher than reported by the Russian
He is not right on that at all. I mean, Media Zona, he gave nonsensical figures for Bakhmut. Like he said, he had 30,000 mercenaries and 10,000 of them died. That would be a 100% casualty rate. Then he said 50,000 prisoners and 10,000 died. So he took more casualties with his long-term mercenaries than with his people. Like Media Zona which is a pro-Western sources, not in favor of Russia at all, could only find about 1,000 like Wagner mercs and about 4,000 prisoners dead. So the scale of fighting, I advise people from the beginning, the scale of fighting you're seeing in Ukraine is much smaller than what people are thinking. People see these numbers like, oh, they're gonna mobilize 300,000, they're gonna mobilize 1,000,000 people, but at the front you're only seeing like 4 or 5 brigades fighting at a time, and they don't really inflict the kind of casualties that you would need to like get 20,000 dead and like another 30,000, 50,000 wounded.
Well, why would Prigozhin then come out against Putin and try to discredit his military so strongly, so publicly for so many months, unless there was something?
Because I think there was a deeper sort of factional fight that had more to do with like long-term.
So, guys, sorry, Dr. Sneko, just some breaking news, and then I'll pass it straight back to you. I'm unsure about what the source is for this, so I'll need to verify the source. But initially, it says it's from the Kremlin. It says changes in the leadership of the Russian Ministry of Defense were not discussed during the negotiations with Prigozhin. But again, that needs to be verified. It just says from the Kremlin, but I'll find out what the source is.
Right.
Sorry, continue, Dr. Sneko.
Right. I mean, the thing with Wagner and the MOD, they've had like a contentious relationship before the SMO. So this actually happened in Syria. Like, well, they got a very nice contract for the first year, but then the MOD took their toys away for the second year, and they went freelancing. They got hit by a USAF airstrike. Like, there is like a history of kind of bad blood. And what he's saying, like his exaggerations, deliberate manipulations, are in part too like an attempt to discredit the MOD because he has a beef running with them that goes beyond the fighting in Ukraine. So, like, I would take everything that he says with a giant, rock of salt.
Would you say that now, given this like long-standing beef between Wagner and the Russian MOD, like you were talking about in Syria and in Ukraine and Bakhmut, would you say that if Shoigu does leave office, and would you say that Prigozhin is the big winner of that fight? And has he basically won that battle now? If he's been able to, remove his opponents from office, gain territory for himself, find complete asylum for his soldiers, is he now the big winner?
He would be a winner, yes, but at that breaking news then brings into question, right? Were MOD changes discussed or not, or was this Prigozhin just looking for a safe way out?
Right, and that's my question. So if so, there's kind of two scenarios, really, right? It's like MOD leadership stays or it goes. If it stays, then you still have this continued power struggle. But now you have Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is now basically the de facto leader of Belarus, which also is supposed to get nuclear weapons.
No, he's not going to be de facto leader of Belarus. He's not going to be de facto leader of Belarus. Lukashenko is a very powerful politician, and he knows how to control these elements.
Like, if you were Lukashenko, would you be really happy about 25,000 well-trained armed soldiers loyal to
that's not the issue.
In your territory?
Look, that's the numbers are complete bullshit, because the core of Wagner is actually very small, like 4,000 or 5,000 guys. And over the course of the Ukraine conflict, they actually absorbed a number. They actually cycled through about 20,000, 30,000 prisoners. And the thing about these prisoners, they're on 6-month contracts, so they come in and they leave. There's high turnover. So their numbers overall like never really exceeded 10, 12,000 in this entire fight.
Wait, hold on a second. So you're telling me that Vladimir Putin decided to basically negotiate with 3,000 guys who shot down 7 attack helicopters?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in with.
That was it. There's no way. There's only 3,000 Wagner troops.
I'm telling you, this is the core of Wagner. The core of Wagner is between 4,000 or 5,000 guys. The long-term employees. These are the ones that organize into these.
What? You're telling me that 4,000 people were able to like basically force Vladimir Putin to negotiate? Like, that makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah,
tanks,
I mean,
helicopters.
Again, yes, because you look at what was happening. Okay, they were coming into Russia mixed in with civilian traffic. So the reason why some of these helicopters were getting shot down is they have to come in close to do IFF, and the thing is, and then they're being shot down by close range air defense systems.
I have a quick update. Prigozhin has seen. I've got a video. I'm looking at it. Leaving Rostov, he actually stalls his car a little bit, and he shakes hands with the people of Rostov. People go up to him. They're shaking his hand. He shakes their hand before parting. So he's actually leaving Rostov as we speak, and this came in 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Dan.
So no, the thing is, and you look at the way that they're armed, like inside Russia, like because a lot of the army have been cleaned out, equipment sent to Ukraine, you didn't really see a lot of heavy equipment, and you saw a lot of Rosguardia, National Guard infantry, but then you have these Wagner convoys that are mixed in with civilian traffic, and how the hell do you even fight that? And this goes back to the way that I guess Putin does not want to create a major panic or disturbance. So because he didn't want to like potentially involve friendly civilian collateral damage with civilian traffic. Basically, he just kind of called the thing off, and they just found a way. Like, okay, you go to exile. We're not going to discuss anything else, and effectively you're semi-exiled in Belarus. I mean, that's the kind of classic frozen conflict Putin type kick the can down the road solution. Now, like what I want to ground everybody on is like the numbers in Ukraine, the numbers of units that are fighting, the number of men that are fighting is actually at the front is actually much smaller than people imagine. Wagner itself, your core is 4,000 or 5,000 people. They may add on another 10,000 or so prisoners and mobilized conscripts from the LDNR. But these are not going to be available because their contracts expire, and only the core Wagner is what Prigozhin is interested in. But then here's the other thing: now, how many of these people participate in the coup? Right, the ones that participate in the coup, they're no longer eligible to sign contracts with the MOD. So when you see Wagner go into Belarus, there might only be 3,000 guys. So something like that, Lukashenko can control them. Lukashenko's not going to invite.
Sorry, 1 second. Just some breaking news. So it says, this is reported by CNN. It says the Kremlin says that the Wagner fighters will return to the base and sign a contract with the military. So it seems like there is a possibility they could be incorporated into the actual military. So that's been reported by CNN. But let me just sorry, go ahead.
So basically, what's going to happen is like Wagner gets chopped down from like this division-sized formation to maybe just a few thousand guys sitting on the Polish border, and that's not really a threat to Lukashenko. Lukashenko is a serious politician. He knows how to handle internal security. So like, and for a country like Belarus, like 3,000 guys, they can handle it. They're not going to be a major internal threat, and Prigozhin is not going to be the president of Belarus. So in this sense, like, I mean, in this way, Russia did diffuse the threat of Wagner to some extent, but the problem is like Prigozhin did establish a precedent where he can just kind of flout the law and just shoot up a bunch, run amok, shoot up a bunch of shit, and then get a deal to go in semi-exile and get charges dropped, and then he has some influence within the military, within society itself, to which he can actually potentially leverage his influence in future Russian politics or elections. I just don't think this is the end of it. Like, this is medium term, long term. Like, you might even see more PMCs, more oligarchs try to start up their own influence by arming themselves. I mean, this is really opening up a can of worms that you may not want to open up.
Well, okay, so let me just go to Jessica. Jessica, thanks for joining us. You were on earlier. Since you left and you've come back, the coup has ended. Wagner forces are retreating. I'd love to hear your thoughts initially on that, and also what do you think the ramifications of that are?
Sure. Thanks. Glad to be back. First things first. Over is not over. As we know, deals in Russia, deals with the Russian government are made to be broken. This is a huge development, but it's certainly not a final development on two fronts. Firstly, Prigozhin knows very well, whether he's in Russia, whether he's in Belarus, whether he's somewhere in the Sahel, he's a dead man walking unless he comes out of this a winner. He had all the leverage today, and he won't have given it up for nothing. He's playing a long game. And secondly, for Putin, he has been severely weakened by the day's events. The country saw him afraid, saw him weakened, saw him out of control, and the entire thesis of his power is I am the strong man who protects you, who protects Russia from Russia's enemies, who are primarily without, who are NATO, who are Ukraine, who are the gay Nazis, Lord knows. But now Russia and the world have seen the greatest threat to Russia is from within, is Russia itself. So his power has been undermined not only in the eyes of his allies in the Kremlin in the military, but above all in the eyes of the people as well. You can't just paper over this by saying there's been a deal and Prigozhin is going to Minsk and his troops are joining now the regular armed forces. So this is far from over.
Jessica, can
And
I ask you a
I
question?
would, yeah, go ahead.
What are your thoughts on sort of Prigozhin's earlier statements, basically saying that the raison d'être for the invasion of Ukraine from Russia were essentially made up, that it was entirely designed to enrich a few oligarchs, Shoigu included, that the story about Nazism is not real, that the story about Ukrainian aggression is not real. Like, what do you think the impact of that is, and why do you think he came out
Sorry,
and said that?
Mickey, and Jessica, I just wanted to share. We have our first images of Prigozhin leaving Rostov currently right now. I just posted. I will share it in the group chat so you guys can post it if you want for Mario's.
Thanks. Yeah, to the previous question, this ties in precisely with what I was saying. You can't put that cat is out of the bag, and you can't stuff it back in. He's called out the leadership in no uncertain terms, and he's been doing that for weeks. But this has been clearer than ever, and they won't be able to just walk those accusations back. Prigozhin has gone from Ukraine uh, to Moscow Oblast to Minsk within 24 hours. So Lord knows what can happen in the next week. Um, it's going to be a very eventful time, and we need to keep just watching closely. And just like with watching developments in the counteroffensive, don't react to them minute by minute and say, this is now the new state of affairs. This is now the lay of the land. Things follow the trends. So this is a huge development, but it's certainly not over.
What do you think happens with Shoigu? I mean, like, do you think he goes down without a fight? Do you think he stays in office? Like, what's like? No one's really talking about him, but he's sort of the primary target of Prigozhin's, sort of
Yeah,
escalation.
I think his days are numbered. Let's remember that Prigozhin was completely against the notion of Wagner forces being folded into the regular army, and now that's what's happening. They offered contracts to anyone who wasn't involved, and amnesty basically for any of the soldiers who were involved today. Uh, Having Wagner soldiers signing Russian military contracts is a concession at first glance, but he will not have made that concession unless he gets something that he wants in return. And I would not be surprised if Shoigu's proverbial head is one of them. He would then look like he came out of this with nothing, and he really held the cards in his hand today. He was the one making Moscow dance and not the other way around. So he won't have made that concession for nothing. Also, for Putin himself, he will be looking for fall guys, and they will need to be very high ranking because this was a very high level, high profile fuck up. So Shoigu, in my mind, is a very obvious target from both Prigozhin and Putin as someone who will have to go. But like I said, that would be my gut instinct, but nobody knows what's going to happen. I was only half joking earlier this evening to a Russian colleague. Let's see who's still alive in the morning.
Do you think this is the beginning of a multipolar? I guess if Prigozhin survives, we're talking about a sort of multipolar Russian military apparatus, right, where he gets to make some calls and some decisions. This is something that's never really happened before. Or do you think his days are number two? He's going to jump out of a hotel window, like, because everyone who's challenged Putin historically is dead. There's nobody who's challenged Putin politically and lived. So what do you think the chances are that we see Prigozhin's calling the shots, or do you think he's done as well?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, his days are numbered unless he wins, and he knows it. So this is the question. What threats or offers have been made to paper this over. Or also the very possible alternative is that this quote unquote deal was made to be broken, and Prigozhin can turn around in 12 to 72 hours and say, "Oh, the deal is off. They betrayed me. They didn't do what they said they would. Fuck these guys." And let's saddle up again. This is Russia. We're talking about your word, the written, the verbal agreement, the written deal has very little actual holding power in this situation, and everyone knows that. The Russians themselves, best of all. So I'm taking all of this with a grain of salt. Yeah, these are major developments, but it is not over yet.
I think
No,
that
I think that.
so.
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I would say also, so we heard about this deal, and Russia was saying that there's no type of talk about demotions or anything like that or leadership change. But I mean, looking at the outside, I mean, it's clear that there at least was. I think there must have been some sort of talk about the leadership, and you're right about there being having a fall guy or something like that, some person who have to be blamed for this all. Regression though on the Wagner CEO. I'm not sure. I guess it would be immediate or it'll be more of a long term thing. Just because if they're trying to stop this whole convoy and this whole I guess armed rebellion against some leadership within Russia. I don't know if they had to want to go through this whole little song and dance all over again. And if they did, they might not even be able to control it. Like who would step in if the Wagner CEO was gone, right? Which person would, and would this person in this void be more combative and a bit more a bit more aggressive with the MOD or not? So the void people, we have leaders, you may not like them, but the void, you might find someone a bit worse that might fill it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Even if Prigozhin's dead at some point in this story, Wagner remains, and those soldiers, those mercenaries, I should say, their weapons, their hardware, they're still there. So, who tries to take over that power? But let's also remember, I mean, saying that somebody worse than Prigozhin could come into the picture or somebody worse than Putin could take power, we're comparing pretty rotten apples with pretty rotten oranges. It's being afraid that the demon will take over for the devil. So I'm not too concerned about that because it doesn't change the calculus that much. All of these men have shown themselves more than willing to kill tens of thousands of people, to commit atrocious war crimes. So we're not talking about any real good options here. The question is how to prepare for and manage expectations and potential outcomes and potentialities. And the number one thing to focus on is and remains the war in Ukraine. How to leverage this moment. How do the Ukrainians and how do Ukraine's allies leverage this moment to weaken Russia further on the battlefield? This day, these past 24 hours have shown that the greatest threat to Russian power is Russia itself. So how can that be leveraged? What can the Ukrainians do to keep the ball, to build momentum in their counteroffensive? And who takes the reins at Wagner or in the Kremlin at some point, if and when some of these heads have rolled, is are eventualities that we'll simply have to deal with when they come, because no one can predict it. No one in the Kremlin knows what's going to happen. So certainly those of us out here also don't know.
I
Just
also will
I mean,
real quick though. I did hear there were people within Ukraine who tried to take advantage of the situation. We had some people talking to the Independent saying that they would use the situation to their advantage, and there was, I believe, a conflict with Ukraine and Russian forces over some bridge. I'm not sure which one. I'll look in the intel channel that said that, but there was a
So,
conflict with
so no, they
Uh,
crossed the Dnipro River, but
one
like this wasn't.
sorry,
Okay, ahead.
news. Ukrainian strikes on Russian positions in Bakhmut, and I'm looking at the video. War Monitors just posted it.
So what I was going to say, Chief, is that there was reports of a crossing the Dnipro River. It doesn't look like. I think the Russians, the last I saw was like 3 tanks. This wasn't a massive push for the most part. Besides Bakhmut, with some advances there wasn't any mass Ukrainian push
to alter the situation on the ground with anything that occurred in Russia in the last 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, and a massive push is also not going to, the Ukrainians aren't going to be so foolish and rash as to make a major push within 12 hours just because of the chaos internally in Russia. But what it does mean, again, not looking at the minute to minute, but looking at the trends and looking at the medium term, the Ukrainians have, from the beginning of this counteroffensive, we're still in the initial phases, let's remember, is to push Russian lines and look for and feel out and tease out weaknesses in their defenses. And when they find weaknesses, they will push and exploit them with more armor and with more men. Now, this has been the plan from the beginning, but what this chaos in Russia means is that there will be further weaknesses in the defenses, or those that already exist will probably be exacerbated. Why? Beyond the obvious issue of morale and the fighting spirit of the troops that is already notoriously weak, being even more damaged by this chaos. Also, simply chain of command and lines of communication and trust between command centers, whether command centers behind the front line to the guys in the trenches, to the guys on the front, as well as command coming from Moscow to the command centers closer to the front. There's going to be huge levels of mistrust, miscommunication. They will be fucking up more than ever in the aftermath of this chaos. And that is good news for the Ukrainian counteroffensive as they are probing for weaknesses. So it would have been rash and irresponsible, frankly, for them to go all out, blitzing around today just on the basis of 12 to 24 hours of chaos. But let's look over these next couple of weeks what kinds of new weaknesses can be exploited. Also, I'd be very curious to hear numbers on how many Russian soldiers have been surrendering in the past 12 to 24 hours and how that trend looks over the coming days.
No, Jessica, that's so I think because it doesn't really necessarily talk about. I don't think we got any report on from the Ukrainian side of how many Russians surrendered to Ukraine, but to Wagner, which you bring up an excellent point. Does the amnesty for Wagner, which then I also saw the comment that Wagner will then sign contracts with the Russian MOD. Does that mean that they're now under the MOD, or are they now some sort of separate legal entity? But I guess we got to wait for that. But Wagner claimed at a minimum 180 soldiers surrendered and switched sides to Wagner during this push to Moscow and Rostamov when they seized it. What happened to those soldiers? Are they considered now deserters? Would they be considered part of Wagner? Do they like that? That is a huge gray area that really has not been addressed in any way, shape, or form because there were soldiers that switched to the Wagner side. No questions about that.
Absolutely. And even more soldiers who simply stepped out of the way and did nothing. So it's a very, very excellent point. And those soldiers will be in a gray space and be watching their backs. These guys are going to be terrified that they're going to get fragged. And likewise, for the Wagner soldiers, they're going to be pretty pissed. They went in guns blazing today. I doubt very much that they were expecting to get within 200 kilometers of downtown Moscow and then be told to pull back. If Prigozhin is a dead man walking now, his soldiers, his men are also feeling the same way. And saying that they've been signed on to the MOD does not make them sleep any easier at night. It is very, very easy in the Russian military to be killed by friendly fire. So these guys will have a grudge. They'll be pissed both at Prigozhin and at the MOD. It's really not good for unit cohesion, to put it very mildly.
What are your thoughts on Jessica? Like just on this, like you're saying this disruption in the power structure of the Russian MOD and its impacts on the war in Ukraine. The soldiers on the line being confused. But what do you think? Russia's primary allies are thinking at this moment. Like, what do you think Beijing is on the phone talking to? I'm sure they're on the phone with the Kremlin right now. What questions do you think they're asking? How do you think they're feeling? This is not something they would have predicted. Like, what do you think is the calculus in Beijing at the moment?
Yeah, Xi Jinping was very quiet today. I had a couple good chuckles about that. They have been watching very closely, and this has been a real warning to them that wars can have unexpected, unintended consequences. Uh, China's number one interest in this. I mean, obviously they're on Russia's side. They have been from the beginning, even in those months when they were being quite quiet on the international stage. They want as much of a status quo as possible for their energy, and economic interests. They don't care about Putin. They don't care about Prigozhin. They care about stability in their trade relations and their energy relations with Moscow, full stop. And so any threat of complete chaos in Moscow and unclear command and who's in power and who's controlling what assets and who's controlling market access. This is what they do not want to see, and so their message to Moscow will be fix this, get this under control, and the tacit threat there will be if you can't get this under control, we will not have a problem backing up someone who comes to the table and says, I will take the reins in the Kremlin, and don't worry, your interests, China's interests in Russia will be protected. That's all Xi Jinping wants to hear. They're in it for themselves. They don't give a shit about Putin. So this is a bad day for Xi and his plans for Taiwan. It doesn't necessarily change the calculus, but it's a warning. It's a reminder that wars can blow up in your face in unexpected ways. And also, quite frankly, to Russia's allies, whether they've been direct or tacit and passive allies across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, this will have been also a very sobering day and a very clear reminder that Russian power is not what it seems to be. This is not the Soviet Union. The Russian Federation does not have its shit together.
I mean, like Prigozhin is not the only crazy army in Russia. So what are they? If you have an army, a private army in Russia, there's many of them. What are they thinking now that they see Prigozhin able to do this?
Oh yeah, we can expect even more PMCs to be popping up like mushrooms. Whoever has the money to finance one, at the very least, they will be looking to protect themselves and their assets, even if not necessarily to engage in a war. And they'll be wanting to have enough assets, enough military assets, to be able to be of use to any potential parties in a future conflict like this. This has created more. This deal, quote unquote, is not going to reassure anyone that now peace and tranquility has returned to Moscow. On the contrary, I think this is just the beginning of a prolonged power struggle. I mean, these are the cracks in the dam, and it's just beginning. So this purported deal, we'll know more in the coming days of what shape it took and who was involved and if it actually holds water. Like I said, let's see who's alive in the morning. But I think we can expect more instability in Moscow after this and not less.
An important point is I just heard the back end of what you were both talking about. I'm sure Pestov, in the breaking news earlier, said that even those who are in the Wagner group will be now incorporated into the military. So it seems like that's going to be the plan, but let's see how that works out. I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Jessica?
I don't think those soldiers are going to be very, very pleased about that. And they are going to be walking around with targets on their backs. And they are going to be sticking together and watching out for each other. I think it's a very dangerous, explosive situation. I mean, we already had lots of cases of skirmishes and quote unquote unfriendly friendly fire between regular army and Wagner in Ukraine. And even if Wagner has now been folded into MOD forces, well, great. Now it'll just be infighting from within the units themselves. It's a very dangerous situation for both the Wagner soldiers who are now being folded in and for the regular army that they'll be serving side by side with. And also, let's see how many actually stay. I would imagine that a number of these guys will be deserting. They're not happy, like I mentioned before. This is not how they saw the day ending. This is certainly not what they were promised in whatever pep talk they were given before they marched on Moscow.
Just a update, and just jumping in very quickly before we go to Berna. Apparently, 3,000 elite Chechen troops had taken up positions in Moscow to defend the Russian capital today from the Wagner Group, should it have been necessary. So 3,000 elite Chechen troops. And I just want to say, I'm listening to you, Jessica, and I agree with your points, but I find it really baffling that we, and this space has been running for what, 23, 24 hours almost. And pretty much one thing that everybody across the board has agreed on is the perspective you've given in terms of the future safety of these people who took part in it, the guarantees they've been given. Is it really, really a guarantee? Sorry, I think your mic's open. I think, Chief, your mic's open. So here's the thing. If we sat abroad who are not involved at all in any sort of, on a personal level on the ground in Russian politics, know this, that they were playing with fire, because now that it seems to be over, for now at least, their future could be uncertain. Surely they must have known that. They must have known that. They have Putin as a leader. They know the history. They're born and bred there. They know their politics. But before we answer that, Suleiman, I'll pass back to you, because I think, thanks for the update.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. But Jessica, another question I got before I move on to a couple of the other panelists to ask them some questions as well. But another way of looking at this is you had Prigozhin, who came to, he basically did a coup, he had an attempted coup, but at the same time, this was a prime time for people within the government to turn on Putin. It would have been a good point to take him out, and yet they all stood firm. From another perspective, is it not the case that, or can one not argue that it showed that he's got loyalty amongst those who are basically his subordinates?
Yeah, an excellent question. And I think it's not a black and white answer. Yes, there are definitely people and factions loyal to Putin, and of course they were backing him today, and Kadyrov just one example. But also Prigozhin would not have been able to pull this if he didn't have backing as well. I don't think it was likely to see people turn on Putin in the space of 12 to 24 hours. This wasn't going to be an off with his head moment. But the fact is, he was deeply damaged by what happened today. Deeply, perhaps fatally in the long term. And his allies know that, as do his enemies. And like I said, Prigozhin did not pull this without knowing that he'd have some backing in the Kremlin, in the FSB for what he did. And backing in this case doesn't necessarily mean folks who were going to come out guns blazing and back him up in the streets. In this case, simply by not acting out against him, by staying silent and watching events unfold, that indirectly helped him. And Putin looked very vulnerable today and very weak. So it's not over yet. This is not something that's going to be resolved tonight. But I think rather the chessboard has just been set for what is going to be a new phase of the game.
But on the flip side, though, doesn't Putin now know who's loyal to him and who's not loyal, and who he should be a bit more sparing with trust to, and which people or groups of people in St. Petersburg or other areas may not be as aligned with him, and he should keep an eye on? Doesn't that give him a bit more of a vision in terms of people within Russia who he should not trust?
Perhaps I think he'll know a handful of people who backed him up today, but I think amongst the many voices that were silent, ambivalent, and just watching from the sidelines, that'll have made him more paranoid than ever. He's already been paranoid and isolated for years, and today's events will have only strengthened that. Also, even amongst his supposed trusted allies, now he's going to be worried about double crossings and double and triple bluffs. He was scared this morning. His body language, his tone of voice, his language was totally different from what we normally see. And his allies as well as his enemies will have smelled blood in the water. So I think this makes him more paranoid and uncertain, not less.
Let me go to Surya. We've been covering this for now 23 hours. What's your thoughts about this attempted coup, and then the fact that it ended, and the ramifications of it?
Thanks, Suleiman. Just a few points on this. I think that what we've seen over time is the change in government officials has been a regular affair, whether it's government or military. And I think this is showing significant instability and issues related to corruption. And I think it's metastasizing within Russia to some extent. The power structures in Russia are being tested under stress, and holding the line in Ukraine will really become more costly over time. So at some level, I think this may give oxygen to just generally the Western idea that a protracted conflict will ultimately wear down those structures in Russia to the point that it can give way for potentially something new. I think that obviously China would be looking at this with significant concern, not just from the point of view of if anything does change in Russia politically, what that would mean for them. But also when they look at that and they look at Taiwan, what the implications would be in the Pacific. But at the same time, coming from India, and I'm aware of how the Indians are kind of looking at the relationship with Russia, and I think that they also seek stability in Moscow. Putin leaving office under any sort of circumstance just opens a can of worms. There is not just a defense relationship which is obviously reducing to a large extent as India indigenizes its own military, but there is a relationship that's there, and that should continue under whatever circumstance. So I think that both China and India have worked with the Russians under various circumstances, whether it was through when the Soviet Union was there, or when the Russian Federation became the inheritor state. But at the same time, at this critical juncture, it's important to have some sort of stability. So I would also guess that perhaps at some level in the West, people would be interested in seeing a rational actor in the Kremlin and not having some sort of more extreme element taking over, because that just raises risks all around. So I'm not sure exactly how they would be looking at it, but the next stages of anything would be very, very uncertain. So at this point in time, drawing back, I would say that from the Russian standpoint, from looking at it from a positive angle from their side, they would probably glean information about who was probably reaching out to Wagner officials within the government or the military during this entire episode, and there probably will be a cleanup over the next few weeks, perhaps on the basis of this. And and they would try again, I guess, back on the front lines in Ukraine and see how long they can hold, and perhaps gain some territory if possible. That's it.
Yeah, thanks for that. Let me go to Berna. Berna, what's your thought on the same question that I asked Surya?
Yeah, for a start, I think coup is a huge over exaggeration of what it. I've been thinking in the past, in terms of United States experience, and I find it interesting the way people spin things around that could very much be accused of the United States. So I'm just thinking of Seattle, where they took over part of the city. You could call that a rebellion. The police weren't allowed in. I'm thinking back to MacArthur, the general, and Patton, who were removed before they did anything. I'm thinking about January 6th. So one could say, is Biden a weak president because January 6th occurred? There was all this kerfluffle about troops, should they come down the highway to Washington, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is
Burton,
that
I just have to cut you off there. January 6th happened while Trump was still president, not Biden. Sorry,
yeah, but no, I'm talking about an American kind of perspective on things, right? So, but anyway, I think you have to look at human nature and organizations, right? So if you understand organizations, if you've ever spent time around rich people, you see their egos, and you see oftentimes that they're quite disconnected from reality. My take on this was that Prigozhin overstepped the mark, and Putin basically did make a miscalculation. He understood the popularity that Wagner brought to the war, but he gave him too much of a long leash. And then too late, he realized his mistake. Prigozhin saw the noose tightening and the leash tightening, and what choice did he have? So he tried to go for the kind of PR move going up the highway. Was this a real undermining of the Russian state? No more than it was that MacArthur, after World War II, was an extremely popular, if erratic, public military figure, or Patton, for example, who publicly said we should keep going east towards Russia to take them over after the war, and he was removed from his command. You made comments about Russians shooting each other, but of course, in the Vietnam War, we have a fine history of enlisted men fragging officers. I'm a boomer, so I remember all this stuff. So, my overall take is I think people want to talk about it in too much depth. I think we're putting far too much significance on this because it's Russia and we're outside of Russia, and we apply a Western lens to things. It certainly wasn't a coup. I think it was just a miscalculation of things, along with a billionaire type ego, who decided he had more power than he had. And I've seen this in organizations all the time. People try and overstep the mark. They think everyone's going to support them. They make their move and they get chopped off at the knees. And the people that they thought were going to support them are just sitting on the sideline saying, well, no, I see the way the wind's blowing. I'm not going to
Sorry,
do
Bernard,
it.
just and remember you will be interrupted. It's less so now because it's
Yeah.
breaking news, but there is some breaking news. Khaleesi, what's the? Oh, she dropped as well. So I mean, she had some breaking news, but I think she dropped. Just before we get Khaleesi back for the breaking news, Kat Sierra, thank you for joining us. How's your audio? Because you weren't sure if your audio was going to be good.
Hi, happy to join. I'm in an Uber, so apologies for the sounds you
Suleiman,
might
if
hear.
sorry, I think I know which Khaleesi was speaking. I think she just joined us, but I'll say it right now. We are getting reports that there might be imminent Russian Tu-22 Mike bombers are currently airborne, and we might expect launches against Ukraine. Khaleesi, is that what you were going to say?
No, I wasn't. There was that news as well, but basically it's a statement that's been given by Kadyrov. It's quite a long statement, but basically saying that some people could be trusted. We thought they loved their motherland, but they were looking for their own ambitions, benefits, and arrogance, and they couldn't give a damn about the affection and love for the fatherland. And that he talked to Prigozhin, urged him to leave his business ambitions and not mix them with matters of national importance. I guess that goes along the lines of what Bernard was just saying. This is Kadyrov's statement. He's saying, I thought he had heard me, but it turns out that this anger in him all this time only grew. A chain of unsuccessful business deals caused a deep-seated and long-lasting resentment in the businessman, which reached a peak when the authorities of St. Petersburg did not provide his daughter, with the desired land plot. The arrogance of one person could lead to such dangerous consequences and draw a large number of people into the conflict. I call on PMC, which is the private military companies, fighters, to continue to be sober in their decisions. Think about the future of the country, about your families and children. Such actions can lead to a disastrous result. Now, everything ended peacefully without bloodshed, but it could have happened. The extreme measure would be the harsh suppression and destruction of anyone who encroaches on the integrity of the Russian Federation. So quite a serious statement there. I'm sorry to interrupt. Thanks, Suleiman.
And Khaleesi, that falls into what I was saying about
Absolutely,
big egos and businessmen, miscalculations, And everyone's trying to read tea leaves, and it's a kind of confusing situation. And social media has made things much worse in terms of people immediately forget history. There's a thing that pilots have before they crash. They call it tunnel vision. And I think what happens in these events is we get a lot of analysts, and everybody's got tunnel vision. I tend to step back and look at history, and I tend to look at different things, and I have a completely different viewpoint. I've listened to this space for hours upon hours today because I'm not working. And, I think people are frantically trying to read tea leaves when in actual fact, the whole dynamic is much more simpler. And the threat to the Russian state was never really there. I mean, did honestly people, I heard earlier military analysts saying that this small force of Wagner was going to roll up the highway and take Moscow. I mean, honest to God,
Well, Bernard,
you
the
know,
problem was is I thought myself, I thought he wouldn't even get to Moscow. Like, come on, how can he even get to Moscow? The distance he's traveling, unattended. But then he didn't get no pushback, so that was surprising. But let me just get to Katsiara. Katsiara, thank you for joining us. What I mean, we've been talking about this for 22 hours. There was an attempted coup. You then had essentially the end of it, some kind of negotiation, and now we know that the Wagner Group. This report saying that they're going to now be incorporated as part of the military, and Prigozhin is going to be sent to Belarus. So, what's your thoughts on all of that? That'd be brilliant.
So I can talk about the angle of Belarusian politics and about this angle of, let's say, how Belarusian illegitimate leader Lukashenko, like what role he's been playing in this. And I would say that what was catching the headlines in the past maybe weeks was that Russia was placing tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. But I would say like the Belarus role here, like the broader context is the long-standing political crisis in Belarus since 2020 contested presidential elections, and this unresolved essentially political crisis, which means like with the opposition in exile, the sort of disgust with political leadership in Minsk. It plays as a sort of like the backstory of how Kremlin has been losing Lukashenko for the past couple of years, also like a launching pad for Ukraine attacks. And I would say that Lukashenko is quite a, I mean, he might be violating massively human rights and anti-electoral standards, etc. But he's talented as a politician, and that way that he seems to be like in a dire situation. He's cornered by Putin for again like for a couple of years, used by Putin on one hand, and estranged from the West due to the mass like human rights violations. But here he is, sort of brokering the deal, or at least presenting himself as such, as someone who is able to provide a platform for negotiations. And this is, I think, like spectacular for like.
So you are breaking up a little bit there. If we do get you back on, my question then is from a Belarus perspective. Some people have posited that there is a possibility that, I mean, Prigozhin might take over his position as well. So what do you think
And
about that
actually,
in terms of?
or is this a way for Lukashenko to have Prigozhin serve as a guarantee to his regime and to ensure that any possibility, however remote, of a democratic protest might be crushed because now he has Prigozhin and maybe elements of Wagner present in Belarus?
I wouldn't make this far-fetched conclusions at the moment, and I would also note that a couple of years ago, in 2020, Lukashenko was accusing that Wagner Group was actually plotting a coup, or Russia was planning a color revolution in Belarus. So, like this type of rhetoric, this could really change. But I would say that now, as there are some sort of like fighters groups in Ukraine, like the Belarusian fighters, the Kalinovsky regiment in Ukraine, and they were making an announcement that they are sort of planning to march into Belarusian territory and overthrow the regime. And also knowing that Belarusian army is not really prepared for offensive operations. They lack the capabilities, the training, whatever. So they have been like the Belarusian regime has been nervous of like what happens if there are some like I don't know like the Kalinovsky fighters, the Belarusian fighters from Ukraine. What if there is some inner resistance, like sort of trying to unite and to overthrow the regime. And that in that case, having some reinforcement from, let's say, like the Wagner Group, that would play at hand of the regime.
So, Walter, I mean, the same question to you. What's your thoughts on the coup in terms of how it happened and then the final ramifications of it?
Hi everyone. Well, obviously the first thought or the aftermath, after the aftermath, is that it's quite a bummer. The feeling is somewhat comparable, probably, to the feeling then when I guess both of you have, when she's already in bed naked and she says that she's not in the mood. So that's how it ended, abruptly. On a serious note, I think that this opened a Pandora box for Russia specifically, because we are ending up in a situation when tomorrow there will be another Russian PMC, private military company, in their ragtag equipment and sweatshirts. They have multiple private military companies like Radut or others. It's not just Wagner. And they will announce their own march towards Moscow. And then Putin will be nowhere to be found, or he will flee. And regular Russian military, will not do a thing again, as we have seen today, because essentially they have no will, no sense of responsibility, no command structure, as we have seen today. And this command structure is nowhere there to make decisions effectively and efficiently. And this poses a question like, why are we so even apprehensive of the whole thing, of the whole entity? The other thing that I have seen today is the so-called Russian opposition, which is abroad, specifically Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who publicly announced that everyone should support Prigozhin. And again, this shows that there is no actual opposition in Russia either, because the so-called Russian Democrats, or essentially how they want to call themselves, Russian Democrats, they're essentially only eager to change their current Tsar in order to hold elections, and elections is the only thing that they're focused upon. And elections will be held with their next tyrant, which again, surprise, surprise, will fail repeatedly. And yet again, this Russian democratic opposition will safely continue to play their predetermined
Walter,
role
actually, can I
of
ask you a question
opposition.
though? Walter, if I
Shoot.
want to ask you a question on that. So Prigozhin a couple days ago basically announced that, in summary, that Russia's invasion to Ukraine was a mistake. He heavily pushed back on all the Russian talking points of the justification for invading Ukraine. And so, from somebody, obviously from the Ukrainian side, and from your perspective there, who's done a lot of reporting on Ukraine in Elevated Ukrainian Voices, what would your response be to Prigozhin? This criticism that he leveled against Russia, and even some Telegram channels in Wagner, because of the failures that the Russian military had into defending Moscow, basically kind of saying, hey, we need to pull out of Ukraine if we want to seriously defend our country. How do you square that from where you're at in your perspective of Ukraine and Russia?
Well, for Ukrainians, it doesn't really matter, who wreaks havoc in Russia, whether it's Putin, Prigozhin, or someone else. It's just somewhat, as I said, a bummer that they underachieved, even though they tried. So the process doesn't really matter. The end result matters. So again, when we hear all our Western governments and decision makers, uh, you know, regarding crossing so-called red lines, today we have seen that essentially there are no red lines for Russia. The so-called terribly frightening Russian regime is nowhere to be found, and the only effective opposition to that is the armed forces of Ukraine. Just today, we all have seen that 6 Russian helicopters, one fixed-wing aircraft, again, it was a command and control aircraft, they all were downed, destroyed, pilots killed. That's regarding the bloodshed and regarding quote unquote no blood was spilled. There was blood spilled and a lot of equipment lost. On top of that, there were regions of Russia essentially captured by this, you know, Wagner PMC and Prigozhin, and they were rolling through without any resistance, unabated. And the question is, what happened? And the answer is nothing. There was no nuclear Armageddon. There were no rivers of blood that we should be very so much afraid of. And we are in a situation when tomorrow 15 missiles, ATACMS missiles, can be launched at Moscow. They will strike Kremlin. And the only outcome of the so-called crossing the red lines will be more of indiscernible mumbling of Putin. That's what happened. That's where the red lines are. They're non-existent. They're just imposed upon us by Russian propaganda. And we are being told not to poke the bear. God forbid, don't poke the Russian bear because, you know, something will happen, and nothing happens. Today the bear was like rolled around in mud, and nothing really happened. The
But
only thing that will happen.
Walter, one quick one. So
Good.
we had people from the Ukrainian or connections to the Ukrainian government on here, and they said that they were afraid that a 20%. So there's a 20% probability that they were afraid that this could be a psyop, and so or a false flag, and so for that reason, Ukraine didn't become aggressive today, in with concerns that basically it was a trap. So, despite what you're saying, is it not the case that even then Ukraine was afraid of what the ramifications of making moves today would have? And so it's not as easy as poking the bear as what you're saying, because essentially what happened today was there was no, if you look at it in reality, there was no civil war. They walked through these areas with without being stopped. They got to outside Moscow without being stopped. So there was no conflict between them. And I mean, what would have been worse was if there was actually some real conflict. Thoughts?
Well, there was a conflict. Again, as I said, was military equipment lost, soldiers killed, and there was essentially a faction of Russians rolling around Russia.
I mean, when you say soldiers
unabated.
killed, Malta, I mean, we've had reports, it's possibly 12, and there was unverified. That's not a huge amount of lost soldiers compared to like the grand schemes of, like, for example, how many are dying in Bakhmut, how many people are dying in the meat grinder. Like, that was significant. So, I mean, it's any loss of life is horrendous, but when you're doing it from from the perspective of war, even 12, even if it was the case of being 12, we don't know if it is. I doubt it, maybe, but let's say if it is, that's not a huge amount. That's not a big loss as the way you're describing it.
Well, I would disagree, because even on the best day during Ukrainian deployment of air defenses close to Russian border, allegedly, only 4 or 5 Russian aircraft were shot down during the day. And that was the best day. Today, they lost, what, 6 or 7, together with the crews.
Allegedly, again, a lot of those are unverified. But anyway, continue.
Well, allegedly about the Ukrainian air defense system. Not allegedly about Russian losses today. Those were visually confirmed.
I think the general point, though, it's like with this conflict, we were told a lot by the West and and a lot of people pushing this whole theory. Even Zelensky was talking about Putin's scared and all of this. I think attributing all these things when you're an outsider looking in, it's a bit like jumping to conclusions. What I can tell from this is that, yeah, there were some I think people who died from this. I'm not going to say that's a lot. I don't think it was. Any loss of life is not good. However, I think that we compare it to the entire Ukraine conflict or operation, it's not really comparable. But I will say I have seen reports of different, I guess, Ukraine was talking about taking advantage of the situation in the media. And I've seen on Telegram and other intel channels that there were pushes by Ukraine in some regions that were stopped. So I think that they did try to push, at least in the Orkovo region, and I think there's one other one that was more a couple hours ago as well that there is footage of too. But I think this conflict was really overhyped. I don't think it was really a coup, more like an armed rebellion that could have become a coup had it progressed a lot longer. But it was an armed rebellion. That's why I would categorize it as. And I think there was a lot of hype about this when this is a lot of it theater, political theater, and just propaganda from all sides. And we should try to wait and discern fact from fiction and not jump to conclusions on certain topics like
Right,
this.
we shouldn't, but there are things that we have seen with our own eyes, and we have seen so-called red lines in Russia shift indefinitely and being pushed indefinitely. It's a moving goalpost, and essentially we understand that there are no red lines. You can do whatever you do and you need to do, and there will be no essentially opposition, because Russia